Welcome everyone. Hey Dragon, I hope you're doing well and happy Halloween. Doing a quick intro here where you can't hear Una just quite yet, although she is talking on her stream, I'm sure. Um, we are doing a monster and villain tier list.
Today, me and Othaya are going to be doing, I guess horror monster villain?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, monster hunter villain.
I voted for Smash or Pass because, no, I ain't smashing these creepos. So it's more just like how terrifying they are, but I may make notes of their smashability.
Oh my god!
Up points.
We could have added two. We could add 2 rows Smash Pass.
It's fine.
Oh my god. We're doing pretty good. I hope you're doing well, Dragon. Yeah. I'm glad you are doing well.
Happy Halloween, everyone.
Yeah, well, Halloween time.
Depending on your belief. And we're starting a little late, but we're having fun. We're having fun setting things up. I'm just taking too long to eat my lunch. I got some bibimbap.
I inhaled my lunch instantly.
Sorry that I just can't eat. So I'm like, we will hold no further. I'll just snack on the go.
Okay.
Oh shoot! I gotta fix that.
So I have sort of an order here, although it gets kind of wacky with the list we currently have.
Okay. Yeah, we pulled from a wide variety, so it's kind of...
Some might not even be strictly horror, quote unquote. It might be like horror adjacent or something that just is scary, something like that. But yeah, so how this will go is it's kind of like trying to put things together, similar power bases, but maybe as we get further along that category, they get a little more powerful and wacky until we just change category. For example, we start with a lot of the killers here, but then we go into more supernatural killers, into ghosts, into spirits, demons, mythical beings, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, when I've seen other people do tier lists, it depends on what they're voting on, right? Smashability is a whole different thing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter too much what order we do these in, but it was just to help organize our thoughts, I guess.
But some things, if you're doing, just, a normal... I was thinking there's more just, killers I can put on for movies I watch, but, there's normal human man that's weird, so how creepy is that versus, freaking Terminator or, Silent Hill?
It's not really verses. I don't know if we're versing them, and we could, but I'm wondering if we're just comparing that how they make us feel in the movie they're from.
But still, on a tier list, it's somewhat ranking though, still, right? So
well, it's ranking how they made it, how successful they were at being in the horror genre. I would say, at least for us personally.
Okay. And there's a few of these, we obviously have a specific version, but there's a few of these I think you can decide which version you want exactly.
And Una's list might be different than my list at the end of this. You may put something up higher in ass clenching, while I might put one instead in creeping chills or freakish failures.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we had to come to a consensus, but we can do our own.
You can try to convince me that you're correct, or vice versa.
All right.
But yeah.
Which
let me know when you're just ready to go, because we'll start off with the first picture, because it seems appropriate to start it off with. Because here's Johnny.
Here's Johnny.
What an iconic photo.
Actually, no, he does have a weird spirit because it's the Overlook Hotel. But
yeah,
I would say,
he's possessed.
Compared to certain things, am I more on this list? Am I more likely to be able to take him down? Yes. However, when you watch especially the first time, The Shining in its own context, it's if you're that wife hiding in the freaking bathroom, it's
still
pretty
terrifying
intense,
for her. Yeah. My kicker
it's pretty
is
bad.
especially if you compare
So
him
like,
to
I
others
feel
in
like
the
he's ass
genre of
clenching,
like
but
murder, like just murder people. Because I mean, there is some supernaturalness to the story, but it's kind of unclear and ambiguous within it. It also speaks maybe just to pure madness, like what being driven mad is like. Although there is hints at more, but I feel like we don't quite get it. Now they have expanded on it with sequels and stuff later on, but
yeah.
where would
I
you think you
feel
put
I feel
them?
I kind of like the sequels to varying degrees.
Well, here real quick while you think
I almost
about
think
it.
it was better with just mystery.
Our rankings are spine shivering at the utmost terrifying, ass clenching, bone harrowing, creeping chills, a dreadful menace, and a freakish failure.
We didn't, since it's not an outright versus, we didn't really need to separate them into too many categories. We were just doing it how like they make us personally feel, really,
Mm-hmm.
for
And
fun.
I may consider powers also as something that is scary too, because like someone having an ability to do something to you is kind of terrifying depending on that ability.
So I was feeling, again, if you're
Freakishly
in that
cute.
situation as the wife, I feel like with your husband randomly wanting to kill you and your child, and you're stuck out there. I feel like that's pretty terrifying. And the first time you watch it, you're like, "Oof, how you gonna get out of this?" But I'm also just thinking another rewatches where she can really stab him, and comparatively to other things, I think I'm putting him like ash clenching, not on the top ash clenching, but I'm trying to think with
They do
other
actively
things involved,
win.
maybe just bone harrowing or creepy. I'll decide. I'll put him in bone harrowing, but he can be moved up or down depending on what I'm feeling.
See,
I'm just
I'm
thinking like
leaning
when I
both
initially
those
watched the
two.
movie when I was younger, not knowing if she can get away or not, like is actually pretty scary.
Yeah, I feel. Yeah, I agree. Like on a second watch, it moves down to creeping chills, or even like multiple watches.
Yeah.
But that first watch was definitely a bone harrowing moment. I wasn't really ass
Also,
clenching.
because she's just a lady who's very unprepared. So it's like,
Well,
not like she's
yeah,
gonna
I mean
bust out
she's
kung fu.
like what the fuck is happening? She's not Blade.
Yeah, and there is a certain amount of the Overlook Hotel that could mess with her, too. That's what I also. It's like a
I
little
see.
weird. But
Um,
yeah, I might move down to Creeping Chills. I'll decide.
yeah, we can move them around as we think about it as we move forward with them. I think the next one is an interesting comparison to him because they're both just crazy murder people, basically in the end.
Yeah.
And it's Sweeney Todd. Look at that man, Johnny Depp version here. I actually really like the movie version.
Yeah, I like Sweeney Todd a lot. I think I preferred the play. I've seen so many versions.
I like the
a
story
movie,
itself.
Other movie. Yeah, I've seen there's maybe it's more original to the book. A movie version based off that. It's a little different from the musical play. So I've seen lots of versions, but we're going more off the musical play version.
I know some people
believe.
find it like a really scary story, but for me, it's not at all. If anything, I pity
I would have put him in
him.
freakish failure.
No, I would.
don't know if
I'm
freakish
leaning
is
towards Dreadful Menace. And the reason why I
Yeah.
think is because I mostly just pity him. Because doesn't he like think his wife is dead, but she's not? And that the pie
Yeah.
lady's just manipulating him overall. Like,
Also, he's scary, but he really has to do a lot to lure you. He's not really out here. Just
and
chopping
doesn't he
everyone
only choose
wants.
certain people to kill? Like, he usually kills more vain people or people
Yeah.
doing something wrong.
At first, he was choosing some people he didn't like, and also who was opportunistic to get into his barber chair.
Yeah, true.
As he becomes more numb to it, he gets more people who are just in his chair. Although it often shows him still not picking certain family people intentionally, because deep down he still feels bad. In
Just
this
a
version.
cute
So,
poor
yeah.
man, says Dragon.
Yeah, in this version, it is kind of just.
I just don't think he's that
Sad.
scary. I don't usually pity something that absolutely horrifies me. I can, but it has to be very specific.
Again, back to my point where like he's not out here just getting anyone really. You'd have to be a dude even in his chair to even to get murdered by him generally in this version.
Yeah,
so it's
true
like,
enough.
I'm not overly.
It's not like Jack the
frightened.
Ripper running around town murdering
No.
people. Yeah, I feel like it's not
So-
knocking the story or the overall like concept of the character here. That we're not knocking that. I love Sweeney Todd, but
Yeah.
I
There's a
don't
reason
think
I've
he's gonna be as
watched, like, the
scary as
play
some of these
version
others.
multiple times. I used to have it on a playlist. I love Sweeney Todd. It's
it
just-
certainly isn't
he's
going to be
not
as scary.
terrifying in the same way as some of these other things.
Now, this is going to probably be an unpopular one. Are you ready to move on, or do you have anything else about Sweeney Todd
we're
here?
fine. Yeah.
Okay. The cannibalism part, actually, I wanted to mention with him, is actually the more terrifying piece of the whole bunch, which isn't really him doing it. That's the other lady
True.
out of, like, weird
He
necessity.
eventually becomes complacent in it, and because
Yeah,
he's so
true.
sad and twisted, he finds it kind of funny.
But that's it.
Like, oh, look, this happens in life. But if he wasn't prompted by her, Mrs. Lovitz, he would not
Yeah,
have done it.
exactly. It would not
So-
have happened in that way.
And she's the main person running the freaking grinding up of people.
I should have included her on the list
So-
separately, because I would say she's actually creeping chills. Like, she's weirder.
Probably, because she was way easier to jump to lying, murdering for what she wants, even though she
Oh,
puts on a nice
manipulation,
face,
all of the
eating
above.
people. Yeah.
Doing whatever's necessary to get ahead.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, that now my opinion here. I'm gonna let you go first on this one, but I am not. Yeah, this is. I'm gonna have an unpopular opinion, I think. But it's Scream, Ghostface.
Scream. Yeah, Ghostface.
Oh,
we
whoops.
rewatched this
we go.
recently. And I think I need to rewatch it again. I think I was like kind of like I watched like the first half and the second half I was like distracted, but it's
The
hard
death
because
whistle.
I'm trying to remember how I first watched it. When I first watched it, I think I was way more scared of this, and I'm trying to think even now, putting myself in the scenario. It is definitely creepy because they don't know who it is and how it pops out. And if a masked man, like especially think of the original one, if he like is calling you and harassing you and pops out and you don't know how to get away, that is pretty freaky.
I don't know. I
But-
felt it was too corny. It was too dumb. Like it was just too many dumb scenarios that were occurring within the
I think
movies.
the ending makes it a little more corny.
Oh my
And
god!
I don't think all the subs yeah, oh my god, I'm messing that word up. Films keep it as interesting as the original. Unfortunately, it's one of those franchises I think that's milked too long.
True, but I'm
Far too
even just
long.
basing this off the initial film. I thought the initial, film was actually trash. I honestly do not like it at all. I love the concept of Ghostface in DBD more than the actual Ghostface.
Mm,
Like, I feel he's more interesting in DVD because he's kind of got like these supernatural things going on. But in
I'm
the
trying to
movie,
remember
he's
all
just
of
a
his kills in that
dipshit.
first movie.
He's just a dipshit that gets away
Which is
with
partially
literal
what makes
murder
it
at
funny
so
in a
many
very 90s way.
But that's why he's
but-
not scary. He, in my opinion, he, in my opinion, is a freakish failure.
There's actually two of them. There's only two of
Yeah,
them.
true,
And they both end
true.
up dead.
But exactly,
two dudes.
the freakish failures that both end up dead. I don't know. That's why I was saying
I
he's
feel
an
like if it-
unpopular opinion, probably, but
I'm
he
trying to
is a
remember,
failure
I
for
think I'm
me.
getting kills. The problem is, I think I'm getting kills mixed up between movies because I'm trying to remember the ending like the middle section. I'm remembering the opening very clearly because it's so iconic with Drew Barrymore, and I'm remembering the ending. But like I'm trying to remember everything in between and how like scary or goofy that is. I feel like the opening is
Well,
very
even the
strong
phone. I feel
with Drew
no.
Barrymore,
See,
but the
I feel
rest-
that was weak too. To be honest, I don't know. The phone call to me is so
It got me
lame.
when I was-
It is so ridiculously
ghosty.
stupid. I would have been like, "I'll shut the fuck up," and then I would have got my
I feel
shotgun.
like I'm more scared of him than Sweeney Todd, though. If I'm putting Sweeney Todd in Dreadful, he kind of has to go to Creeping Chills. I don't
No,
know.
I argue he's
me.
worse because he just has no feeling at all. Like I feel like I can like I would.
hate it.
I feel Sweeney Todd was a menace. I feel like this guy is just a freak who failed.
Well, I mean, he did menace the town pretty effectively. He got lots of kills.
Nah,
People were
see, but that's
scared,
why
and then
that's
he
what makes him a
spawns
freak.
whole
But he
copycat.
ultimately failed.
I'm believing creepy chills, but I will consider your
Yeah.
argument. We'll see. We'll see as we go.
I mean, it seemed like
I'm
it
gonna say he
affected you
gets-
more with like the phone call and stuff. But like, I feel the phone calls and we'll get into
Yeah.
this later. But I'll say something like ring. The phone calls in that were a little more successful, and even then, I think they were kind of lame.
Again, like getting you to tap into the energy where you're just like a girl alone, not expecting anything.
I mean, I'm anyone alone not expecting something could be stabbed to death.
But I don't remember they killed her boyfriend in the beginning and like showed it to her. So like, if you were not prepared for that, that'd be pretty crazy.
But they stabbed her boyfriend to death. I mean, you think she'd be a little prepared for it.
No, they end up showing her while on the phone. Remember, and he's tied up.
Right,
She wasn't
yeah,
even
yeah,
expecting him.
That
was
was scary a
is
bit.
so
I
strong compared to the
suppose.
rest of the movie. That's
But
that's the
that
thing.
that means they like they front loaded it so hard that the rest of the movie fell off of like a fucking plateau. Like is the flat.
There's yeah, you're gonna hate for that because there's so many freaking.
I've never
scream
liked those movies.
shrimps
I only
now.
like to watch them as a joke, like for fun, like to laugh at it.
I would say we rewatched it, although again I was distracted, so I didn't give it the fairest shake. But rewatched also What You Did Last Summer, and I'd say the Scream franchise holds up better, but it's still not like
It's not
my
great.
favorite.
Yeah. Well, then I'll let you
Um,
talk about the next one because I don't know where to start on that one.
I also really quick, he gets smashable points because I know so many people are shrimpies for him, and then like, there's so many Ghostface memes of him being hot, but then also
Which I
like,
don't
making
understand
girl
how that
Ghostface with
occurred,
fishnets.
which
It's
is
freaking
weird.
hilarious.
It's funny, but like I don't know, like why did these two things mesh? You're like sexy Ghostface,
Well, the interview,
like really?
sexy Ghostface
Like, wait.
forever. Why is this your king?
Okay,
What
me
is up
first.
with you?
What? Second?
I was gonna say
Dragon just
Tweetalk
played
gets
first.
smashable
What?
points for people.
Second? The fuck? Yeah, I know. I mean, that's where I'm at with it.
All right.
Aw,
we'll move
you
on to
didn't catch the
Pearl.
Pokemon. That's sad. The unidentified ghost escaped. Unfair.
No.
Unfair.
Oh, I don't have that in my chat. Damn. I should get it sometime. Although, oh, that's the other thing I forgot. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I was supposed to get a little crane game for everybody, especially if I was gonna do Oracle cards. Maybe I'll do it later. Or tomorrow. Anyway.
Tomorrow's fine. Tomorrow's Day of the Dead.
Yeah, let's go. So Pearl.
Yeah, so Pearl, I'll bring up the big picture on my stream so you guys can see. I have all the
really been
files.
covering this for you
Yeah,
guys a little bit.
it's fine. Well, you can move them into like a slot, like in Creeping Chills, just so they see it maybe a little clearer, and then you can move it around.
It just snaps to the beginning.
Yeah.
For me.
Well, you just drag it into Creeping Chills, and then you can move it around,
Oh, okay, true.
or you can just take it out.
I just hold it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I feel like most people have seen this movie. We're supposed to watch Maxine, the third and potential final film in this franchise. Yet
I didn't even think
we did not
it.
get
To be honest, that's what
unfortunately.
it surprised me is that it's a franchise at all. To be honest.
True. I mean, I felt like they were fun watches. Are they perfect? No, but they are fun watches. I do like their take. It's like another take on a different killer, so I
They-
do appreciate it. And I'm not saying she's not scary at all, because if you're out on her farm and you didn't know she was coming,
I only
scary, but
vaguely remember the
ultimately,
movie.
I'm gonna put her freakish failure.
They,
Okay, I can explain a
really?
little bit more.
No, go ahead,
The
because I'm
first
surprised by
movie-
that.
The first movie I want to say is called X, and it's like 1970s. They want to film a Prano, some corn, and they're finding an out of the way place that's cheap to do so. And
Oh,
it
I
happens to be
remember
this
that now.
lady's-
Yeah,
This old couple's farm,
I totally
two
forgot about
creepy
this.
old people, and the old lady is always trying to like kiss on people, and then eventually I think tries to murder them, and the husband's mad. You think is the husband gonna do anything? But no, he's actually just mad that she's kissing on and will just defend her and help cover up her killings. So she like gets somebody in the barn with like a pitchfork. I think they shoot somebody. I'm trying to remember all the killings. I don't quite remember, but it's
Wasn't it the
partially
second
because
one?
they don't know they're coming. Essentially, no, that's the first one. That's X. They're old.
Ah.
Number 2 is the prequel where it's Pearl, and that's how you can see her with her little cute farm clothes in a axe. And that one's almost more of a drama, and then
And I feel like
she's
isn't she more justified in the killing too at one point?
I don't need a sensitive for that one.
In some ways, yes, and in other ways, like, she's still kind of nutter butters. I'm trying to remember.
Well,
all
I
the
think
kills
she's
in that,
nuts, but
too.
I feel like that one they try to make it like seem like the murdering she did initially was like justified, and then it just got out of hand.
I feel like maybe one of them was kind of self-defense, or because somebody wasn't leaving the house and it's kind of an accident. But then from there, it snowballs.
It snowballed.
It snowballs into like not wanting to keeping the injured dad alive anymore because she knows she's not going to take care of him. The guy who comes over and sees, so she like gets him and is not going to be with her anymore. I think decides he doesn't want her, even though like he said he liked her and was going to take her places. Ended up sleeping with her, so she ends up like, I forget exactly what she does. Shoot him, and then like he's paralyzed, and she feeds him to a crocodile.
Oh my god.
And then when her friend comes over and kind of finds out, and she's jealous because she didn't win the dancing competition, because that's the thing about Pearl. She really, really wants to leave this farm, especially when her original fiance that she was married off to doesn't come back or whatever. Or at least she thinks he's not coming back. She really wants to go to Hollywood or something. It's more like in the... Is it the original World War? I can't remember. But she wants to go be a performer. So like when her friend finds out, she axes her, doesn't let her leave.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
And Maxine is going to be like in the 80s, and it's going to be another Hollywood actress, but I don't know how it's going to interconnect exactly.
We'll have to see.
But so, do I like the movies? Yes. And is she creepy? That's why I also kind of want to put her up because she's a newer villain, and I actually like because she's fresh. It's a fresh idea. It's not a rehash.
Well, I'm also judging the movie itself, right? Not just like the character.
Yeah. But is she herself really... I mean, that's just like Sweeney Todd. She could get you. But in a lot of ways,
I'm going to say a Dreadful Menace, and because that's where I'm going to put her.
I'm debating myself. Because she could get you, especially if you're unaware, kind of like Sweeney Todd. But you have to be very unaware.
Well, it's also
honest,
for me.
I feel if she was that murder happy, would she really gotten away with it for that long? Maybe.
Probably
it's like
not.
The 40s, and no one's really come out to her farm. Who
maybe, but also
I guess you're getting with a few kills because she's out in the boonies and she feeds people to a crocodile, so maybe no one else.
It still doesn't make a lot of sense though, because like, I mean, she betrayed like her friend so easily to kill her just because she had aspirations. That makes her really weird and scary.
But it's because I think she semi found out about something, and she was really jealous of her at that point because she had lost the contest, and she'd already at that point whacked a few people. She's like, you know what, bitch.
What's one friend? I don't know. It's just weird to me.
Yeah.
It makes it weirder than even the Ghostface.
I think the friend too. If I'm correct, you might not be able to correct me. Say correct me if I'm wrong, but you might not remember. Was she a blonde? I think she was more what she wanted to be as well.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Like
image wise, her friend was what she wanted.
Yeah.
But so I actually am giving credit more to the first film.
I'll think about it.
I'm putting her Dreadful Menace more for the first film because you don't know what's quite going on, because you don't necessarily expect it to be her that's the murderer and not the husband.
I'll bump her for now.
The husband, they make the husband be the focal point of concern many times. Like, is he gonna do something? Mm-hmm. And then when she finally starts doing something, well, yeah, exactly. There's more mystery there, and they play a slow game with it rather than Ghostface front loaded it. Premature, you could say.
So yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna put her in Dreadful Menace. I think it just.
I did too. I bumped her.
I was surprised that you've.
Really reserved.
I don't know. I don't know. There might be some surprises in here that I might put in there for you.
Yeah.
In terms of freakish failures, but yeah. So we'll move on to the next one, which is The Huntress.
Yeah. At least got
From
one DVD person in
DVD.
there. I was trying to think of somebody who's iconic to DVD and also kind of unique, at least in some way.
Yeah, that isn't like a Jason like copycat or something, right? Like, because the main front character is clearly like a Jason copycat.
And she's like a little bit unique and
I like her
funny
style because
in a way.
isn't she the one that Can she just like listen to them, or what's her main like ability like that sets
I'm
her
trying to
apart?
remember
It's
all
like
her abilities
listening.
myself because I haven't like played like a month.
I know you can track so well.
Yeah. So I want to say, does she have a big hatchet she always carries to whack you if you get close to her? But one of her main
She has a
things,
little
throws
hatchet, too.
hatchets very well. Yeah.
That is a good
you can
skill.
get upgrades to her hatchets to have like mushroom poison, things that thin their blood so they bleed a lot, crippling them, putting them like more to sleep so they have to hobble more. So
that sounds nice.
she can put a lot. Basically, as a survivalist, she can put a lot of stuff and knows how to shoot animals and everything. She can put a lot of stuff on her blades to make it quite worse. Like I think there's one that impairs your vision a bit or something. If I'm trying to remember,
blinding you.
right,
Oh god.
they're like they're poison on her hatchets and stuff. So, and then, yeah, she always wears the mask. One of her things, I think she does have some trackability, and like especially to her main hut, because she has like animal instincts and also tracking abilities.
I remember there was some
Because
gimmick with her that I really liked. I can't remember what it is.
Yeah, I can look it up really quick. There's a lore. Her lore is that I believe, again, was it World War One? I'm trying to remember, but she's like a Soviet, like a Russian background story technically. I forget why exactly, but her and her mom ended up alone and having to live in the woods. So she's very survivalist based. She had to do a lot herself with her mom in the cold Russian woods. And she also strayed away from any of the military on either side, really, who might come to looking for people or get in their way or just kill people. It's like one of her main animation backstories is that I think she was kind of menacing the area, and then they annoyed her. I forget exactly why, and so she started hunting them off one by one, like the military trained people. And she was very good at it. I'm trying to remember all the details about that. So basically, she made some military people think she's a freaking like ghost in the woods and went crazy as she came for them. So that level of skill and terror.
Basically, don't want to be in a forest with her.
About her.
Her name is
one of the
Anna
creepy things about
as well.
her. Yeah, one of the creepy things about her is she always hums. That's like her iconic thing. She.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. The humming.
I'm trying to remember exactly what the song is called, but I really like the song. I listen to it in English and Russian. There's some people on YouTube who have it. But it's like a lullaby. She's always singing. I believe that can give you. It can kind of alert you when she's getting close, depending on what perk. Although sometimes it can throw you off, but it also gives you some dread and such. I believe. I'm trying to remember actually how all her mechanics work. And also, yes, she's a big, thick lady. She ain't small.
I really just like the hum
But what also
concept because
makes
as a
her-
survivor, that makes her that much more terrifying because it's just like this creepy humming
Yeah.
permeating
She's
through
pretty
the map.
awesome. She's like one of the first ones I wanted to play that they give you.
Yeah, the hum was the thing that
Um,
on her set her apart for me from just the other killers. Like I really liked that concept. Like,
And
put
one of
her-
the things that might be hard initially looking at her without looking into more of her lore is that makes her creepy is she wants to be a mother too. So
Creepy?
she has on
That's good.
occasion taken a child into her den and
I
giving
guess
them
they don't make it
dolls.
out very good.
I think
if
sometimes
alive.
she tries to keep them alive, but for some reason she's not always attentive. I'd have to look into her lore again, and I don't know if I even read her full story yet. But yeah, I think sometimes she can keep them alive, and sometimes she can't, or they might even try to run away, but they're far into the woods. But that's a creepy part about Anna. That might give her creep factor up a little bit too.
Child stealer? Yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
I was wondering if she's also always singing like one she likes to it soothes her. She likes creeping out people, but she's also thinks she's kind of singing to her child with her lullaby.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate.
Yeah, hydrate. So, I can maybe look up some more facts, but how are you feeling about Anna?
I'm putting her in
so far?
creeping chills, probably.
Yeah, I feel at least creeping chills too. Especially if you're in her terror radius.
Uh-huh. But I hope you're doing well, and happy Halloween, Isa. Thank you for stopping by. We're doing a tier list of horror monsters and villains. We were just talking about the Huntress from DBD. But yeah, creeping chills is where I'm gonna put her.
I feel like even
personally.
more than Ghostface, she probably really does deserve to be there, because if she had the will to go after you and truly had some cover, she can definitely like hunt you down and try to freak you out for sure. Like,
Well, I mean,
she's supposed to
let
have
alone
that
just an
skill set.
axe in your back from a distance.
Yeah, with like so I often play her with the poison perk, so it's like it'll cripple them and slow their blood. So it's like
You might even
ooh,
start bleeding out your
that's
orifices. I mean,
terrifying.
like it's not a
Yeah.
great position. Ah, I can't handle playing scary games yourself. I see. Yeah, a lot of people can't. It's not. It's pretty common. They can be terrifying.
I usually can, although I would admit to occasionally being like feeling sus about it, like maybe I should play this when I'm feeling bad here. But generally, I can play them. Depends on the game, because sometimes I just get into the mechanic or the story of it.
Especially if they play the mystery in the story well enough. I think that's the biggest strength
Yeah.
of most horror is
True.
if they get that mystery in there. I will mention that on my YouTube we have the first episode up of the playthrough of Silent Hill 2 that I am going
Yeah.
through, and Una is also I'll put the link there to my channel.
Yeah,
Una is also
commentary.
commentating as I struggle in Silent Hill 2. I played the original game a long time ago. I don't really remember it very clearly. I just know I liked it a lot. But the remake has been incredible. And
Yeah. It's my
speaking
first
of
time through.
creepy people, the next one is Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I will admit, I have not watched this original movie much. I've seen more of the remakes, and I know about it because people talk about it so often. But I'm trying to remember how much of the first movie original I truly watched. So it's a little bit of caveat to this one for me.
Yeah, I mean,
Although-
I've watched all of them extensively because it was one of the main
Wow.
ones that
This
my
was your jam.
no, it wasn't. It was not actually. It was my friends' jams, and the
I
more I
see.
watched them, the more and more I disliked any of it, and all of it made like I give a lot of leeway, especially there's a lot of paranormal horror characters and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I despise. I think he's a shit villain.
I mean, it's one of the ones. Even though I don't like, I don't memorize like every part I've watched. It creeps me out. Like, it gives me the ick, and I know this kind of stuff can actually
Oh my God.
be real. For some reason, it gives me such an ick when I think of him and his family. Right?
It doesn't need to be an ick. It can be
Like-
a repulsion. How about that?
A repulsion, yes. A squeak out, whatever you want to call it.
Well, usually people are repulsed by murderous cannibals. What do you mean?
And the hillbilliness and the family and the aspect of like
See, they're not even that hillbilly. They're just like a really rural
potentially.
farm. I feel a really rural farm. I don't know. This could not happen to you. This is so specifically insane. I mean, the dude's down
Okay.
like Leatherface is the killer, and he's like down there in like a weird place because they treat him odd because he's a big weird man, and he's like stitching people's faces in their skin to wear as a mask to cover his ugly face. Apparently.
Yeah.
But the thing that I have a problem with it is they do give him like weird supernatural abilities at times that don't make sense, even though he's just a dude. Like the amount of damage he takes makes no sense at times in certain films.
Sense. Okay, yeah.
And I can excuse it for certain characters like Jason, where there is something kind of weird going on there. But this is just supposed to be a big weird dude that works at a meat plant. Like,
yeah, I see what you mean. They're big and weird and maybe not normal, so could they take extra damage than you would think? Sure, but should they be able to take all the damage they take without gimping at all, like without a limp? Probably not. And it's one of those characters. I see what you mean.
He does not terrify me.
They made a new version of this. Remember we watched? And I totally
it was so crap.
How is he taking that much damage without any limp?
The newer one I really hated. It was even more egregious than older ones, to be honest.
It really was.
And it's like, how does this family of cannibals not be caught at this point? Because they have killed numerous cops and all sorts of stuff. like it doesn't make sense that they can still exist in the way they do, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Isa said, if it's zombies, I'm okay, but too many jump scares can't deal with. E.T. scared me so much when he popped out the closet, gave me nightmares for days. Oh no, not E.T.
E.T.? Wait, you mean
yeah, E.T. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like E.T. either personally. From like a visual perspective, he's kind of weird. Still can't watch it. He is just a derpy alien who's actually nice, but I understand. I get it. I'm like, E.T. kind of is off-putting.
I like derpy things too much, so I guess he just fits derpy for me. So yeah, I was gonna ask.
A few people actually that got scared of him.
He's the main. Oh really?
Yeah, Leatherface is the main one. Yeah.
Family, right?
But the family is more just even more so than him, normal people, which makes their weird evasion of the law. That also the fact that they're evading the law makes no sense because they're on the same farm. Leatherface has a job at a meat packing factory.
They cover up his stuff, right? But they don't really help. I don't.
Not really. And again, they kill like tons of cops and stuff. They have cars, vehicles missing. Like eventually, like it's hard to believe.
In a weird. Yeah, in a weird way, because I don't like him, and because of all that, I want to put him in freakish failures. But because something about this movie, every time I think of it, I'm like, ooh, makes me think he has to go a little higher for me personally.
Yeah, I think you should move him up higher than. But yeah, for me, it's like a complete like, oh, this moron again. I don't know. The chainsaw part doesn't even scare me that much. I mean, the chainsaw itself is like, oh god, that could be a deadly weapon. That could be horrifying to have used on me. But when the chainsaw, the weapon itself, is more scary than the man wielding it. That to me is where he fails.
Was creepy like capture and like bigness and like leather face taken.
But see, we will get into this later, but there's another face taker that I think is better.
It's for me.
Later, there's another face taker that is far scarier and more successful than this guy. Like, to me, this is a weak sauce version of it. You'll see when we get there. Weak sauce.
Shows and I'll think about it.
Leatherface weak sauce. The next one is one I'm gonna have to explain to you.
I'll think.
Yeah, you can think on it. We can go back to him.
I'll put him there.
The next one we have is a specific character from the game Outlast called Chris Walker, or nicknamed Little Pig, because that's what he calls you in the game.
Oh no.
He is an absolutely horrifying dude, and like the picture might not give it off correctly, but you can see how broad his shoulders are, right? This dude's like pushing 7 feet tall, maybe even taller. Like he's massive, and he's like he's in an asylum. So the whole thing in Outlast is you're a journalist going into an asylum to see what's actually going on there, because you don't think whatever's being reported is the truth by the company that owns the asylum. So you sneak in one night and realize shit has completely hit the fan. And you kind of get stuck there because of this guy. Decision. Exactly. You really do, because you have no way of fighting. You just have a camera and you're just documenting pretty much the entire experience as you try to flee this asylum.
I may have watched some of this gameplay, but I'm not.
It's a really good game. If you can actually deal with horror, I would say it's great. Although this one is hard for a lot of people to actually get through, because it is terrifying in multiple ways. There's some really good characters in it.
Quite a bit of freaky stuff in it.
Oh yeah, body gore, like body just manipulation, crazy shit going on. Like as you can see here, I have the blown up picture on my stream. His nose is gone, and so are his lips, and that's from self mutilation due to anxiety. Yeah. Pretty intense dude. And he chases you around throughout the entirety of the game. And you can't do anything. You just have to avoid him anytime he appears. He's quite terrifying figure. Go ahead.
That's pretty freaky, but you do just juke him with a camera. So
I mean, maybe after several deaths and respawning.
True.
Because you have to know where to go. You have to, because sometimes he's chasing you during like puzzle sections. Like you need to solve a puzzle while simultaneously avoiding him, which can be difficult.
Where are you gonna put him? Because I'm trying to put him somewhere.
For me, because he was such a terror, and again, I feel like games have the potential of being even scarier than movies, at least for me personally, because you're involved, you're controlling the character.
True.
I'm going to put him in Bone Harrowing, actually, because he could get you when you're least expecting it, and it was just the fucking worst. I could go for Creeping Chills. He's kind of like floating between the two for me, though. I wouldn't say he's like the scariest thing in the world. So I'm trying to decide if I want him there, but he was honestly one of the more terrifying antagonists in that game. And one that I've remembered more. There's another one, Dr. Traeger. I think I
might put him in Creeping Chills, but again, I didn't fully play it myself, so
I figured you were not sure where to place
him. And shit from it though, so I was like, I remember being like, ooh.
You might actually have thought of Dr. Traeger being the more scary one. I didn't include him here, but Dr. Traeger at one point straps you in a wheelchair and proceeds to mutilate your hand and remove a finger. And stuff like that, yeah. And then you have to avoid him after that. He's a pretty terrifying section too, but I feel like he's not as scary as Chris Walker, and how Chris manages to track you throughout the entirety of the game. And you're probably not going to play it anytime soon, so he is only taken out, like Chris is only finally defeated when you meet the actual final entity of the entire game. Because the entity kills him. It takes that level.
Yay.
And it's just because he's so big compared to your character, too, is what makes him, like, that much more terrible. It's like a Hulk chasing you. But it's just a dude. And he's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a Hulk and you have no weapon. That's what
I
would say, like, the last few have.
His madness, too.
Hulk is a factor.
It's bulk plus his mental state that combines into just like freaking you out. There's quite a few creepy characters in Outlast actually that could be on this list that maybe next year's list will include.
Ooh.
This next one I think you'll be more familiar with, at least even if you didn't play it. But it's Jack from Resident Evil 7. Welcome to the family, son. Smack. He honestly would say
I am
not recalling him. Maybe you didn't watch this. Maybe I should buy this for you because it's only $8 right now. On Steam, $8 gets Resident Evil 7. It's a steal if you want a good game. But this is the game where you're playing as Ethan. So this is the game that's before him meeting
Oh.
Dimitrescu.
I don't remember him then.
Well, no, because you might be mixing up the two
Okay.
games. That's Resident
get to-
Evil 8. That's
Okay,
Village.
yeah, I didn't get to play all of the Resident Evils at all.
Yeah, I figured. So
Tell me about them.
So Jack is actually a pitiable story, but he still horrifies me and I hate him. Because he's actually just a normal guy. He's just a guy that lives in New Orleans with his family, that they all of a sudden saw a massive cruise liner ship roll up onto their shore because of a hurricane or something, near their home in a swamp. And they actually rescued a child.
Swamp.
Unfortunately, that
Oh,
child was
that's
actually a
nice.
bioweapon. And it
Oh, no.
infected the entire the
Darn
bioweapon
it.
infected the
Another
entire
bioweapon.
family, and the family now is all sorts of fucked up in the head. It's a kind of fungal infection, but how it works is like he literally can't die. And they kidnap you so you are Ethan. You get a random weird letter from your wife who's been missing for 3 years, that she's in this house in New Orleans. So you go there and you start exploring the house and you find that it's kind of like fucked up and weird. You find her and she's also infected with whatever the hell is going on here. And it all just escalates and escalates until eventually you're captured by the family as a whole, by Jack. And that's where the famous line, "Welcome to the family, son," comes from. Is because he he jump scares you basically, and then just smacks you, knocking you out, and you wake up and you're tied down at the family dinner table, and they're all eating something nondescript that the mother cooked, which doesn't look very good, and you're basically trying to escape the entire game. And the majority of the game, Jack is following you, and you can't kill him. You can kill him like temporarily. It like knocks him out, even if like you should put a bunch of bullets in his brain, but doesn't stick, unfortunately. And he keeps chasing you. So he is terrifying, and he becomes more and more mentally insane the more and more the game progresses. He's a very good villain. And because he can't die, it makes him actually, in my opinion, in the ass-clenching category. Every time I think of dealing with Jack, I'm just like, no, please, no.
Does he ever turn into like a monster, or is he just weird?
Oh yeah, he's not normal anymore. He's not normal. That man ain't normal.
I know
So
some
I
about
would say
this
he's
plot, but
humanoid for the majority of the game. There is eventually one section where not so much. But if you're gonna play it, I'm not gonna spoil that.
Yeah, from what I know of the game, because I have seen some of that gameplay, but I don't think I've seen as much as prior or the sequel, like with Dimitrescu, as this one. So it's not completely spoiled for me. I'll put him in bone harrowing just from what I know.
That's fair. I think
That
that's
does sound pretty
assessment.
freaky. Your description was pretty freaky. Like, I'd probably be scared. Probably
Yeah,
scared.
no, I would say they did him very well. The voice actor for him, his full name is Jack Baker. Astounding work. They did really good work. The voice actor, like, just horrible, just horrible to have that man around me. If I just met the voice actor and he did a few lines, I'd probably be like, oh.
Oh no.
But that could be just from playing it as well. But yeah, I would put him up there. And now the next one is one you have intimate experience with, and it is the janitor from Little Nightmares, the long-armed monster.
Little Nightmares. I'm trying to. Oh, that freaking butthead.
The butthead. I really love his design. I think it's really cool and interesting how they made him look.
Yeah, they
and
did a great
act.
job.
And it's just freaky. I just do not like him at all. the lengths he can reach.
Yeah, they're all kind of off-putting
to
and
get
weird.
you. The lengths he'll go to track you down. I like that he's blind too. It adds like a weird element to him.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping him blind.
Yeah, because he mostly sniffs or listens for you, right? Yeah.
Yep. Except he still has to do a lot of work apparently.
Yeah, he's helping with that meat packing. Oh no.
Well, which is weird because he's the janitor, right? Like, what a weird descriptor. The janitor. What is he cleaning?
Yeah, they showed him how.
He's not traditionally
cleaning
cleaning.
up some stuff, but then also, yeah, putting stuff on the line for the meat. So yeah.
He's cleaning up the
For the
meat
chef
messes.
route, right, chefs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, when you play Little Nightmares and you have to get past all this crap and you're like an inch tall, they're all so creepy.
I didn't want to
the
flood it
stupid
with him.
long
Yeah,
arms.
I know. And I think the creepiest part for me with him was when he reached through like the vents to grab your character. I think that was like one of the worst parts ever because it's like, oh god, his arms are here. Because imagine doing that in real life as the long arm person. Like, you're just putting your arms in these random holes. That's how confident you are.
Also, you had to beat him in the elevator, smash him.
True, but that felt like catharsis.
You did have to pass a lot of chefs and a lot of random people, but I feel like him and the final boss are like the most bossy.
I also
you know,
just
a
feel
lot
like
of contact with
I
him.
like the chefs a lot. I think the chefs are terrifying too. Not nearly as much as the janitor. I think the janitor just has like a unique feel.
Yeah, they give you a lot of puzzles. I mean, they all have puzzles, but they give you a lot of puzzles. I think specifically with him in there.
He is weird.
So, trying to think where I want to place him, because again, in that game, it's pretty freaky.
For me, he goes into the
feel like
creeping
that's
chills
all.
slot, I think.
I think so too. I was also able to focus on the gameplay and be like, especially sometimes on stream, I'm like, just get past him. I feel like if I was a younger ghosty, it'd probably freak me out even more. I feel like creeping chills is good for him. It's respectable. Especially for your first playthrough, you're not sure, you know. the
Yeah, you're not
power
what the
will
hell he's
come.
doing. Yeah, well, that too, right? True. The next one is one I've almost guaranteed you either haven't seen or haven't played, but you may have. It's from a game called Evil Within, and his name is The Keeper.
It rings a bell, but then when I see the picture, I'm not sure. So describe it. Yeah, I may not have.
So The Evil Within is a unique kind of game where it's actually like it's like a very weird psychosis and like mental game where this character is like, it has like a vault for a head wrapped in barbed wire,
Yeah, I see that.
and it like
what's going
chases you down, and you're a detective named Sebastian who's trying to solve these murders that occurred. And like all of a sudden the world just go the whole world goes topsy-turvy, and like everything stops making sense. And then this guy is chasing you through a large portion of the game
with his hammer.
Yeah, and he like smashes it on his head, making this like real disturbing grating noise. Yeah, it's pretty messed up. And then if the safe opens, it's not necessarily good either.
Oh no.
Yeah, so it's a pretty interesting character overall. I knew this one would be hard to explain because he's kind of complicated because of the nature of the horror being so mentally focused.
It intrigues me though.
I think
yeah,
you would
since I
actually
haven't
really like
been
Evil
spooked by
Within.
him.
I really think you would like Evil
Yeah.
Within as a
Maybe
series.
it's a game I wishlisted and saw again some of the gameplay, but never got to play myself. So I might put him in Creeping Chills just because I don't know, but I feel like if I played, I would move.
I mean, if you
on.
look at him, he's like wearing kind of like he's like clad in what looks like a butcher attire
Yeah, I was gonna
as
say,
well.
Yeah, butcher apron and the hammer.
And he
But
has,
I'm
like,
if
rubber
I played,
boots,
I would
gloves.
certainly move him up. Maybe I could still put him in bone harrowing. But
And his weapon is like a giant, weird, barbed wire tenderizer hammer like a tenderizing hammer.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. His design and stuff is pretty good. And although he's actually kind of
to bone herring just on looks.
Despite that, I would say he's actually one of the more mundane looking enemies in the game, because a lot of the enemies in that game are just wild. But because of how he is more grounded in his normal appearance, I think it actually makes it work where he's more terrifying when he does appear. He feels more real, which is worse.
Yeah. I get what you mean. That's why it's explaining, like, even though it's kind of goofy, the Leatherface kind of hits that. Like, for some reason, it hits my brain like, oh, that can happen. I don't want to watch that.
Well, and the cool thing is this is a villain that is brought to life from a combination of a memory and unbridled rage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see all my unbridled rage.
It's kind of like Silent Hilly in the symbolicness of it. So I really like it for that reason. So for me, I'm going to put him probably in a Bone Harrowing, because he just was another one of those games where it was just an exceptional experience for me overall. Although I don't think the game necessarily met with rave reviews, the first one. The second one actually got better reviews. So there is two. Evil Within 1 and 2.
Or?
The gameplay, I think, is solid in both. I think the story in 1 is hard to follow, which makes it confusing for people.
I see.
But yeah, I'm going to put him in Bone Harrowing.
That's where I'll put him for now, too.
I'll let you start off with the next one. Good old Arnie. Yeah.
So I know there's debates, I guess, but I agree with somebody I've seen online where I feel like the first Terminator kind of is a horror movie for sure. If not, I guess some people put it in like terrifying thriller, or they think of T2 and Beyond, where it's more like action thriller.
I guess I feel like
like the first Terminator is kind of horror, in my opinion. I agree. So I added him to this list.
I feel like actually the other in T2, the other Terminator, the T-1000, that one is actually horrifying. But then again, I watched...
Have you
that
watched T2 a lot? A lot of people have.
I watched T2 a ton, and I still thought it was terrifying. But remember, I needed to preface this, is I watched T2 initially when I was like 4 or 5.
Yeah, I want to say
I watched it a lot as a kid.
Around that youth ghosty age as well. I think I actually went back and watched T1 after.
I loved it as a kid.
I want to watch more Terminator, right? I watched it fairly young, but not quite as young as T2. But so when I tell you, like, I actually I
still don't think I've seen 3.
In some ways, have more interest in T1, and I think it has more of a horror vibe. It really did. Like, it actually is like...
It has a darker vibe, I would agree. I feel like it has a more menacing vibe for sure. Although, is that because we don't have a protector?
Yes,
because T2 you have like
funny ha-ha moments at all.
Not even just that. It's like he also protects the main character in a way that just doesn't exist in the first film. And I wonder if that makes it a more scary concept.
I'm forgetting his name, but basically the guy who...
Well, it's just a dude,
who comes back in the future, and Sarah Connors, versus with very limited weaponry or help or vehicles or anything, might I add.
Well, technically, Terminator 2 and 2 didn't have any of that either. He just confiscated a lot of it.
Well, they do have the Terminator as a protector itself. That's a
well,
weapon.
No, I'm talking about him. I'm talking about both the men that are quote unquote the protectors in both the first and this one. I would actually say like they both start technically with nothing, but the Terminator can acquire things far easier.
Yeah. And it's his own physical capability as a Terminator.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Where the other guy is just a man.
Although T-1000 versus the other Terminator, it did feel like, what the fuck? This seems unfair still.
And like half a night to get a more ammo for his like shotgun or whatever it was, and make some Molotov cocktails, and hope to God they can trap him in this fucking machine shop, which is like, does anyone really want to take that gambit against a Terminator?
Why not?
And like a half like pregnant, scared 80s.
Well, robot, I could kill that robot, no problem. I don't know what you're talking about.
As your helper. Yeah.
The robot just push it over, just fall over, barely walk.
T2 shows off some more to Arnold and has some of the classic "I'll be back" and like funny Robo lines. But I would agree that I guess they do show him eventually like fix his eye or something in T2, right? In his hand. But the T1, like the way they do the practical effects, and you're really more scared of Arnold's like just blank face, is something else, I would say.
I get that from the T1000
compared
though,
to other Terminators. True.
Because like the T1000 is terrifying because it can transform into people you know and care about, and then just like blade you with its arm. Like it can have like a full Baraka arm.
True.
I feel like that's why I always felt it was scary.
They were used in the T2 one, like how even the Arnold T100 can like throw his voice into other people's, but I think it's used to best effect in the original one, where like he's just fixing himself and also phone calling, faking somebody out so he can kill them at the same time as he like takes off his own arm thing and eyeball in the mirror.
Yeah, true.
Like shows how like cold they are, and like how.
Well, they're just robots. Why would we expect them not to be cold?
Yeah.
I was more surprised by Arnie actually being a protector in the second one. When I saw that, I was like, oh, he's not a cold being. Because, I mean, when you first meet him, you don't know what he is, because he's, like, going to a bar in the second movie, and he just kind of wrecks the bar.
Yeah, well, T2, you can... Some people, like, do want to argue he has emotions, but some people argue, like, should he actually? And or is that programming because he was utilized by the future to send back.
It more seemed like he was trying to understand emotions that he may actually have been processing.
Yeah. Where the first one, there is none of that. It's just murder robot.
Yeah, I don't even in the first one. I still would say for me, he gets the creeping chills.
I kind of agree, although I remember when I was younger, and if I actually put myself in the mindset of freaking Sarah Connor having to like squeeze through the plate and hoping that you squish this, I don't know, titanium futuristic robot, it's pretty scary. So I'm like, should I at least put him in Bone Herring as an honorary place?
I'd almost classify T1 as like a weird dark romance.
It is true. It's a weird, dark, future sci-fi dramedy romance with horror.
But it's not future sci-fi because it's modern time in that time period.
Yeah, but the way that they come back, and that's the other thing too, is like how strong that robot is really supposed to be. It's pretty crazy. And they change that over the franchise.
Well, yeah. Well, the models change. They update. They get better. Theoretically.
I actually always like this is the love for the movie, how they reveal slowly like how he can take out his own eye, how robotic he is in the end, where he loses all the flesh and he's just a robot.
See, that's the big reveal, and they can't get that again. I think that's one thing T2 can't benefit from is like a big reveal. Like people know what they're going to see, and once they go to T2, they know what a Terminator is.
That's why I think they even had to do the upgrading. He's a liquid one.
Which is funny because it's kind of nanobody, actually, the way they unknowingly did that.
I'm gonna put him in Bone Harrowing for the rep of old Arnie in T100, but I'll think about it. Maybe he might.
If it was T1, if it was the T1000, I'd put him higher up. I'd probably put him in Bone Harrowing, just because I feel like that actor did the cold face so well. Like the training he did too to like keep a like he did so much track training for running for that movie that he could actually outrun the motorbike the kid was using in that one scene near the beginning. He could outrun it. He was going too fast. It's really impressive. I don't know. A man that fast chasing me with a cold face. Oh god.
Yeah, I know. I know you don't not everyone likes all of Arnold Schwarzenegger's acting, right? But I know
I
from the
love
director's
Arnie.
note
I love
behind the
Arnie.
scenes stuff, there's a lot of stuff he actually really did bring to this role. Like he was really
Oh yeah,
good
yeah.
for this
Oh
role,
no, no,
and
no.
a
I'm
few
not knocking
others.
him as the Terminator either. He's a great Terminator.
Yeah.
It's just he played two very different Terminators, one in one film, one in the other.
Yes, true.
And I guess I identify more with the nicer version of him than
Yeah.
older
Well, I feel like
version.
a lot of people. I know a lot of people who really go off T2 and beyond, actually, which is kind of interesting to me. Like some people don't even hardly watch the original.
Yeah,
like,
T1 is hardly watched. I
come
know, I
on.
know. I think it's underrated. I think people should watch it more if they
Mhm.
haven't. I do recommend
I
watching
agree. I
T1
actually
because
kind
it is
of
really
like it a
good.
lot.
I think the problem now for people, especially in it's a slow burn movie. It is not a fast burn.
Mhm.
It does not have the
Yeah, but
action pacing of the laters.
I liked it.
I
got
like slow
into
burn.
It.
I
got
know,
into
I
it.
know, I know. I'm with you. I totally understand why you like it.
I think a lot of people want also the Robo Love of the second one and beyond, which I kind of get.
Robo
It's just two
Love.
different kind of concepts. Well, yeah, he likes him like a family. Doesn't want to see him die. You know.
Thumb up though in the lava. That's iconic. I can't not have that. I need that in my life.
True.
All right.
All right.
A classic is coming up. Jason Voorhees. The classic campground murderer. The original teen killer. What a title.
Oh my. I don't know. But did you want that to be your freaking murderer?
What a title I have
Yeah.
earned, everyone. Teen killer. Yes, yes. This is exactly what I wanted all along. It's like get an award at a horror villain show. Like, oh, top teen killer, Jason Voorhees. Again this year. Congratulations, Jason. Jason. Sorry, Freddy. You're just not good enough. Fucking horror movie villain award show. That'd be amazing. How much do you know about Jason?
I believe I have seen all of, like the Jason and the. I want to say I've seen all of the Jason and Michael Myers things. I didn't always watch them in order though, and I don't watch them very often. So it goes like to the back.
I
of
mean,
my
did
brain
you
very
watch
easily.
like
They're-
a lot of the Friday the 13th series? Like the 1980 ones and stuff? Because that's what the main series
I
he
have
really
watched.
blew
Again,
up
I believe
in.
I've watched them all. But have I
Okay.
watched them multiple times? No.
Hard to say. Yeah, there's so many spin-offs too, I feel. Heck, he even has a crossover
Mhm.
film, Jason versus Freddy Krueger. Like,
Yeah, all the spin-offs, all the collabs.
there's so
He's
many
got them
spin-offs and
all.
collabs. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could talk about like the main thing is the iconic hockey mask. I mean, people can't see that hockey mask
Yeah.
now and not think of Jason.
True.
I think it sucks for the hockey mask because anyone wearing it looks immediately more threatening. I think, like in our
Yeah.
purview, like in our shared subconscious in society.
Yeah. It's so funny too because like Casey Jones from the Ninja Turtles wears it and he always looks a little more horror-ish too because he wears it. So it's true.
I guess the reason why I put him later in the list of like murderers here that we have, like so far we've only gone through like a lot of murderers
He has
mostly.
some
He has supernatural powers. He can have like superhuman strength. He has regenerative powers and like near invulnerability.
I feel like depending on the film, it's not always expressly stated, so you're always kind of guessing exactly how much he actually has. especially the original
They like
from
to
what I
play with the
remember.
idea that he gets injured and then they think they've won, they're starting to do stuff later in a different scene somewhere else, and then he shows back up again. They love doing that with Jason, I feel, where he comes back.
Yeah.
And that's where I feel like the regenerative powers come into play. Like he maybe was like stunned for a while by what they did, but it did not put him down. Jason is not a man to be put down.
Because if I'm remembering right, he kind of already. Or is he living at first and then becomes undead, or was he always undead from the start?
I think he's undead from the start because of his
Undead.
mom doing some weird shit.
Yes.
I'm honestly
And then they
having a
bullied him
blank.
in something in the lake as well when he was a child. I believe. I'm trying to remember exactly
Yeah,
the timeline as
because his
well.
mom is also a murderer.
Mm.
Yeah, like she, if I remember right, in the main film, like the mother is actually the main antagonist because he drowned when he was bullied
Yeah.
as a kid, I think.
Yeah, doesn't he always like hears her yelling at him, right, to do things? Is that
Uh-huh.
I feel like that's the right
Yeah,
word,
that sounds
yeah.
right. That sounds right to me.
Almost a little really old movie Psycho like in the fact that he always hears her. Maybe there's inspo for that in there.
Apparently he was alive, but like he
Um,
survived the drowning everyone thought he died in, which is what.
Okay.
But he's like still like a weird undeadish version of
Yeah.
himself, I feel.
So initially, I think maybe he was supposed to be alive. Then it's kind of questionable how he's so takey. But after the initial, I know he's supposed to be kind of brought back at the lake kind of thing for sure.
Yeah, and people constantly do, like, I think it's kind of a trope for them in this one where they think Jason is dead, like constantly. They do something to him, they think he's dead, then he's not dead. And it's like a cycle repeating itself over and over.
Yeah. He I can't remember if he's the first slasher, but it's definitely iconic in being like a leader in that trope of movie. So I always give props to that.
And there's always like a reason that the survivors can't like properly get things done right, I feel, with Jason. Like if I remember right, one of them, like he like gets the mask on and is about to kill the rest of the people there, and he gets like someone like stabs an axe into his head, but the night events were so traumatic that it basically sends the person who did the axing into a complete mess mentally, and they can't even like talk to the police properly. Like
No. Yeah,
stuff like
enough
that.
of his flicks recently to remember all the silly things.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many
the first
too.
one.
There's so many,
There
like
are.
Friday the 13th, part 6, you know, or part 7
it's
or
one of
whatever.
the mega franchises. For
Uh-huh.
sure.
I think there's oh god, there's so many of them. There's so many of those films.
Yeah.
I think there's at least 8.
And some
At
of
least.
it's goofy looking back, but then like knowing there's a leader in the genre, you can't be as mad when they use silly tropes because they made some of those tropes be.
No, there's Jason 10, right. Jason X, which is 10. Yeah, no, and then
There's
that's not
so
even counting the
many.
spoot-offs or like the reboot in 2009 or 10.
Yeah, dang.
Oh man,
Some of the- some of these
there's so
franchises
many.
are
I watched all of them at least. I
epically
know I
long.
have. I just they're all blending in my
I
head
feel like I
about
probably
like how.
definitely skipped some.
I mean, how could you not if you're not
Of
like
the
a
newer
diehard
ones.
fan, right? Like,
Yeah, I'm not like always a diehard slasher fan, particularly anymore.
I feel like I like
feel like
Jason more than
I've seen the
Ghostface.
original and
In concept,
and I'm
it's more
good.
interesting. And it's also unclear that the mother is the actual antagonist of the initial movie as well, which I like that kind of twist. I feel Ghostface twist or Scream's twist was just stupid. I mean, it was obvious there were 2 killers. I don't know. I knew that like right away when I watched it the first time. I was like, obvious, because there was no way it would work otherwise. A lot of people don't think about multiple killers in things like that. But yeah, I don't know. Jason's more
I
interesting
think the way
than Texas Chainsaw
the way that
Massacre
he-
2.
actually maybe in the first one he doesn't pop through any doors, but I feel like, or maybe I'm getting mixed up with Michael, but doesn't he pop through something at some point? He is super strong.
I think
he
they
can reach a
all
lot of
pop through
places.
things. They all
So I
pop
feel like
out
I'm a little more
things.
scared of
They're all
him
jump
than
scary.
others, because they
I'm more
make
scared of him
such a
because of his
strong
ability.
menace.
Yeah, well, because he's so strong physically too, comparatively. Like
Mm.
Leatherface gets the powers that I don't think he earned. I feel like Jason having powers makes more
True.
sense because he's like such a weird supernatural being, and it's also the setting. It's like a creepy camp, you know, summer camp story character, while
Yeah.
Leatherface is just stupid to
He's
me.
supposed to be menacing the people. Again, like some of the teen slashers that come out later, I feel like I actually will say Scream earns the reason why they're slashing teens, but some of them really don't earn the reason why they're slashing teens.
Oh,
But
and well,
Jason
as the
does. Like,
sequels
again, it's his initial
continue, it's just so
premise.
dumb. As the sequels continue
Yeah.
for Scream, I feel like the reasonings they come up for the murders occurring become less and less sensical. I don't like the Saw movies, which I did not actually include any Saw thing here. I didn't include
Oh,
Jigsaw or
I was
anything.
thinking maybe we would. That's fine though.
I forgot
just
to
a
be honest,
dude.
which is funny. He's
Oh.
a smart dude,
Oh,
a
well,
smart
next year.
until I actually think he.
True.
I
Again,
would, as an honorable mention, I'll throw Jigsaw quickly into the creeping chills, maybe bone harrowing category, mostly because someone that intelligent planning out a trap is actually a terrifying concept if you get thrown
once you're
into
in their
it.
trap, it's pretty scary. Yeah, because we're also just
The
humans.
sheer reality of it sucks. Like once you're there, you're like,
Yeah.
oh fuck, I have to dig out my eyeball to get this key, like to survive. That's horrifying.
That's another franchise I mostly like the first or second one only. And like the
I think I like the first three,
It
and
gets
then after
wacky.
that, it just becomes trash, like hard trash.
Yeah.
I feel like the first three actually
Anyway.
has a conclusion. Go ahead.
We can always we can add him in really quickly at the end.
Yeah, no,
Who
it's
wants to
fine. I don't
discuss
care.
him?
Honorable mention. That's all he is.
Yeah, honorable mention. Okay.
He gets mentioned.
I'm just saying I'm putting Jason Bone Herring just because
I'm putting him in
know-
creeping chills
because
for
when I was
me.
younger, I was scared of him.
Nah, bone harrowing.
I put him in Bone Herring just because I want to put him above Ghostface and Leatherface for me, and that's where they're at. So I might think
see.
about it. I might rework it because I agree. I feel like I'm less scared of him than I used to be.
I feel like he's in the same place as the Huntress for me, which is why I'm putting him in creeping chills, where
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to meet
But then-
either of them.
Maybe I will put him in Creeping Chills, but then Leatherface is getting downgraded to myth.
Meanwhile, both of them for me
There
are
we
freakish
go.
failures. They're just way down there,
That works.
living in hell, where they belong. Now, this is the king, I would say, of slashers, Michael Myers. Because this man
This
is
one
truly like
franchise-
invulnerable.
But why? This is one that bothers me. This is the one like the same way you have with Leatherface. I have like, why is he invulnerable?
I would
This is
say
dumb.
it's because he's a demon. He's not like actually human. There is a human backstory to him, but he's not like a real person anymore.
In most of the ones I've watched, he's a dude. So I'm like, why?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I give him credence because he isn't. It's like kind of like a weird ritual thing.
Yeah.
He-
I'm trying to think
and
of
the
all
mask,
films
too.
I've seen.
There is a history where
And again, a
they
slasher
treat
is
him as a human, but I
creepy,
don't think
but-
he's human. Out of all slashers,
Okay.
I think he's the creepiest, though. I mean, he is a bit, you know. He's just a stabber, and that's all he needs to be. He just kills people.
Yeah, he just stabs and chokes, and also Kool-Aid Man's through the wall. But again,
As you
like,
do.
from my perspective, often most people just classify him as a man. So I'm like,
But see, I
it's
feel
one-
like he
he's one of the
can't.
ones
He
where, like,
has
why
to
is
be
he
more than a
damaged so
man
that much?
because he has
Because he's
gunshots,
goofy.
stabbings.
That's what I yeah.
like-
That's exactly what I mean. It's like I feel like they want him to be a Jason or something with that has a supernatural background, but then still keep him human. But that doesn't make any sense. It's kind of like Leatherface. Like you're just a man. Why are you taking all these shotgun shells and falling through the ceiling?
The problem with Michael Myers too is that you need to realize with the movies is that he's gone through different timelines and different canons.
True. That's what I'm trying to remember all the movies I've seen. And again, I just like Jason, I haven't
Like
watched
there,
all his movies
there has
at
been a
all,
lot of
so
if I'm
I haven't watched
recalling
them recently
correctly,
at all.
there's been a lot of retconning about established plot line with him.
100.
So that makes it confusing and how it flows. If you think about, I don't know how much you saw of Halloween, the 1978 original film with him. I feel that is actually a bit more grounded. It's not as crazy about how much damage he takes
Yeah.
versus the murder, and he's just really scary. Like I feel like that he does it better than Scream. When you think
Yeah.
about just the original, maybe 1-2 films. because the second film, if
I'm trying to
I'm recalling right,
remember.
it picks up probably, like, if I remember it, like right after the first film. So you just see the continuation of what is happening right after that first film, which I like. It's not like there's time that has passed or anything like that.
Yeah. I was gonna give them a rewatch because I feel like they're blending with other films.
Well, because in the second one, he dies, I'm pretty sure, and then that's when the retconning starts going on with the next ones later. Is because I'm pretty sure the one of the characters blows up the theater that they're in. And you see Michael escape the explosion, kind of, but he's engulfed in flames and then collapses dead. And that's the end of the movie. There's not even a bait and switch.
He has a iconic look. I forget, his whole motive and backstory really is that he is crazy and wants to kill Halloween, right?
Yeah, I mean, he is nuts. I feel like the original films didn't go into his... It didn't go into his backstory as much. That's more the newer films that really focus on the family, his backstory as a kid, killing his family.
I know what actress played.
Yeah. I mean, the newer ones were fun, but I don't think they captured the same feel of the originals, even though I think they still performed well. The older version,
what's the actress's name? Was often in the old ones. Was the lady. She's older now, but she was the one he would hunt down.
I'm trying to remember. I'm terrible. I'm terrible at names for actors. Hold on. Fuck.
I didn't watch this franchise as much as I thought.
Sandy Johnson.
Like once at like a party, and then like was one and done.
Sandy Johnson was the original actress, and then Hannah Hall is the reboot timeline. But yeah,
Laurie Strode. She was played by Jamie Lee Curtis. Am I good right? Yeah.
Wait, what? I don't see that
for
at
Halloween.
All. I only see Judith
She's
Myers.
in a DVD. That's why I know.
Which character are you talking about? That might not be one of the main characters then.
She's in several. I'll send it to you later. It doesn't really matter for this purpose.
I'm just confused now. Oh no, Judith was the young sister he murders. So she's dead already. It's Laurie Strode.
Mm-hmm.
Hey. Now I'm following. Yep, Jamie Lee Curtis.
But I'm just trying to remember his plot and trying to help myself remember the films.
One of the later films is called The Curse of Michael Myers. So like the curse, see, like there is something weird they're trying to shoehorn in there with like supernatural ability.
Yeah, the way he's so strong, he keeps coming back. You'd almost have to think so. It's just like the initial premise doesn't say that. So
yeah, it's hard to say.
So it's so hard to say.
Yeah, like in that movie here, I found this. He is revealed to be inflicted with the curse of Thorn, which drives him to kill his family. See, it's the curse. When and his cult kidnapped a baby, where Michael ultimately turns against the cult and just slaughters them all. Nice.
Of course he does. Of course he does.
Nice.
Oh, slashers. Oh, slasher films. Just out here giving people the wanton, smooth brain murder that we want, I suppose.
Jeez, there's so many movies. Halloween H20, 20 years later.
Yeah.
Then there's
H2O.
H2O. Then Halloween Resurrection.
Oh god.
Jesus, the Halloween never ends until 2022 with the movie Halloween Ends.
Yeah,
2018 Halloween
of
Kills.
these other franchises, Halloween has some ridiculous listings in the
Yeah,
franchise.
no kidding. I feel it's harder to follow than even Jason. Like Jason, at least you can kind of get it from the
Yes.
numbers, and they keep that consistent overall. But like with him, it's just all over the place. Like Halloween 3,
I believe-
Season of
I
the
believe-
Witch, a standalone, disconnected film from the
I want
continuity
to
of the others.
say Halloween has some of the goofier spin-offs that people talk about. Like
But see,
one of
I
them
think
was,
that's why I like
H2O
it.
Has the rapper.
I feel
and
it's
one of them has
like-
him in the city or something.
I feel like it's one of the slashers that you can actually throw into any scenario and make it kind of creepy and work.
Yeah.
More so than the
I
others.
think
The others
it's
are really
funny as a
explicit.
franchise, but how I often think of them is like meh. So that's why I'm
Yeah,
gonna put in Dreadful Menace. Even though know
Yeah, I
other
actually am
people
leaning
probably would
Dreadful Menace
not.
too. I think I would have put him higher when I added him to the list, but after discussing it,
Initially,
I like it.
yeah.
I like Halloween. I like those movies a lot, but I don't think he's as scary as some of these other concepts we're going to be going over. Oh boy. I told you a tier list can take some time. We're about 2 hours in and we have so many more.
So many more. Sorry, I stepped away for a second.
Oh, did you not hear what I said?
I may have missed the very end. I'm sorry.
Oh no, the beginning. I just said, see, I told you about the tier list. We're about 2 hours in, and we have so many more to go through.
Yeah. We started. Well, we started giving us the initial 10 minutes off that we just started up. But yeah, you're right. An hour and a half. That's fine. We're having spooky fun.
So the next one is one that we're both now, unfortunately, familiar with. Pyramid Head, my favorite. I'm gonna go ahead and throw that sucker right into ass clenching. To be honest, both from my early
Yeah.
experience as a kid, experiencing Silent Hill 2 and just seeing him and being horrified of his very existence, to even now, after going through the remake, I still hate him. I mean, I love him in terms of a horror concept, but I hate dealing with him. He's tough and scary. But he creates an excellent ambiance because there's a lot of the time where we're just hearing him drag the heavy blade around. We're seeing the marks around the hotels or the apartments we're in. I mean, he creates such a vibe that just does not make me feel good.
Going into this and thinking like all the other things I've seen him, I'm like, he's pretty terrifying, but then sometimes I'm like, he's just a Pyramid Head man. But then remember all the powers he has in various franchises. I'm like, that would be pretty scary depending on what you're working with. And then after playing the game with you, where they do have creep you out, whether he's gonna pop out at you over here, and you don't have much ability to get
And
away
eventually
from him.
trap you and chasing you through halls and.
Yeah. Oh, in the end, he does just splunk himself because he is part of James.
Well, and then also the sheer
I
like
didn't know.
not understanding what he is or what he wants when you first start experiencing him. I mean, the mystery around him is constant.
Yeah. Of course, there's the movie version, which is pretty freaky. But I was also thinking in DVD, he has more powers than the typical game, where he eventually, if he thorns you enough, he teleports you into a cage, and people have to get you out, or you're screwed.
Yeah, I love that move. That's one of my
Very-
favorite things to do
very-
to people.
Yeah.
Cage them without their
Very
will.
Silent Hill-y. Now after playing the game, I appreciate that more. I'm really mixed on exactly where to put him, but again, after just playing right now,
I can
in
tell you when you're
the
dealing with
universe,
him,
and
you're
all
gonna
you
be
have is a
clenching your
pipe.
ass. I'm just saying.
exactly all we have is a pipe, and you have to get through the narrow hallway. I will definitely put him in ass clenching. I feel like I was gonna put him at least through bone harrowing to spine shearer. I'm just trying to think exactly where. I think ass clenching is good.
For me, he just is above the other two characters I put in Bone Harrowing and also Johnny.
Yeah.
Like the vibe he creates, even just visually, the ambiance too, as you're progressing through areas is stellar, which is why I like his effects so much in Silent Hill 2, especially the remake now. It is really well done. They really
Yeah.
and then like he's coming up to, like, you have a sense of dread when you see like his door, his red door, like it's his door. It's just like, oh, but why though? But why must James follow him? But yeah,
It's
Pyramid
funny,
Head
in the
high up
game,
there for me.
I feel like he actually does less to you, and like he
It's-
seemingly has like less powers as a DVD, but because you have so limited powers as James and everything he represents, it's really scary. So the way they have him pop out at you, and you just hear the knife scratching, you're like, oh god, or his big.
Well,
sword
and then there's that
scratching.
one scene where you're like hiding in the closet while he does whatever he does to those legs, and yeah,
No, legs!
exactly. It's pretty creepy as shit.
And it's pretty hard to beat him without himself beating to a certain extent. So he's pretty tough.
Yeah, the last with
monster.
the two, oh my god, that was definitely an ass clenching.
I think, although thinking about it, everything you told me, he might be that strong against James because it is James' issue to work through, which is still pretty freaky.
Well, even how they rehashed him, he's like a weird protector now of Silent Hill and like Justice in the movies, which makes it even weirder.
Yeah.
Where he's kind of Anubis in the sense he'll weigh your guilt, and that's how heavy his sword will hit you. Is with all the weight of your
that's
guilt.
Different.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like I'm just gonna think of him encapsulated in Silent Hill 2 because that's where I know him best, and I still think
that's
he's
his
up
true
there for
form.
me. He's just horrifying, and that's what makes him the ultimate slasher out of all of these that are, I would say, kind of slasher or like murderer adjacent.
And I would say he's more smashable than even Ghostface, so he has to go higher.
And we're getting into, oh my god, and we're getting more into like psychic non-normal powers as we've been progressing here.
Yeah, not normal.
Which leads us
He can
into
through more walls than most people and do a whole bunch of stuff.
oh, well, he can
The
do.
world around him is crazy.
It's kind of unclear what he can do, which is why it's disturbing.
Yeah.
The next one, though,
Basically in his realm.
is another classic character from the movies, Harry.
Yeah, Carrie.
You threw her on the list.
Hey.
What made you throw her on the list?
Yeah, I decided to. One, because I wanted to add some more diversity. Not female diversity. But maybe just, like,
I got you.
types,
Yeah.
genres
Stephen King is
Um,
classic, though.
of characters. Yeah, true. It's so funny. I was even thinking of putting like Cujo. I'm like, do you really just want to put a dog on here? Not really, but
Dog. Could've.
true. But I always liked the Carrie movie, even though it kind of makes me sad. That's the problem with Carrie. It's like it's a horror, and it does thrill me and like shock you, especially the first time you watch it. But like, it also makes me sad when I watch it, which is partially the intention. So, so I'm trying to think of how to describe all her powers from what we see, especially in the movie. She pretty much is telekinetic, correct?
Yeah, pretty much. Psychic.
Maybe
Classic psychic.
some other psychic abilities as well. I'm trying to remember exactly everything she has.
Could she like read people's mind? I don't think she could do that, could she?
I don't know if they fully demonstrate that, but they do have her stare at somebody and it freaks them out in such a way that pauses them before she even flips the car, and he just like freaks out. So she might have something that she can do in your brain, but I'm not entirely sure what.
Not my brain.
Yeah, your brain.
She makes
I
it
don't
go
remember everything
smooth.
exactly she is demonstrated. Because I know there's fire that comes out too, but I can't remember if that happens because she's knocked something or if she actually has pyrokinesis. I can't quite remember. I almost should have refreshed my brain. I was thinking she does, but I could be incorrect actually. But yeah, for seemingly being a normal teenage girl through most of it, when she's finally had enough and snaps, She becomes basically a psychic monster essentially and wreck shit. I forget in the end, doesn't she get taken out? I'm forgetting exactly how though.
I think she does get killed, but I can't remember how.
I remember it being kind of goofy. Maybe that's why I blocked it out.
It's been a
I
long
should look
time
it up
since
really
I've watched
quick.
Carrie, to be honest.
I watched it a few years back as a refresher, and then like, cause I like it. But actually, the last week.
Well, and I don't know
haven't
if the
watched it.
remake ends the same way as the original.
I actually haven't watched the remake. I probably should.
Oh, really? You haven't?
but
It has that one
I always meant to. but
one
I
horror
didn't.
actress. She's like in a lot of horror stuff. Can't think of her name. I'm
Oh,
terrible with
okay.
actress names.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. She's a pretty good actress. I don't like the way she looks in the poster. It's more like a sexy schmize as opposed to like actually being. The original actress does the face better. I'm sorry.
What, crazy face?
Carrie crucifies. Yes. Carrie crucifies her mother with kitchen knives and tools and sets her house on fire with lit candles. The house collapses and Carrie dies in the breeze. So, okay, that's how she dies. Never mind, she doesn't get taken out. It is a little weird.
She
that I feel like
takes
dies in this
herself
scenario.
out.
Couldn't she get out? But supposedly, although I think in the end, doesn't her hand pop up from the grave? So it's maybe suggests
Maybe,
that
I don't remember, to be
she
honest.
comes back, but you don't really see much of that in the movie past that. So it's just like a ooh question mark.
I still feel like for me, she's a dreadful menace, because kind of like Sweeney Todd, I just kind of pity her.
Yeah.
Because she was driven crazy by the crazy people around her.
Yeah. Yeah, her hand does come out. And actually tries to pull somebody into her grave. That's interesting. Because if that's like canonical, that ups her power level for me a little bit. I almost need to get that confirmed from like the movie to the book. There could be differences between like the book and the movies too. Stephen King doesn't like that, but that does happen on occasion. So
I think it happens
I
a
have to
lot,
double-check.
much to his dismay, I'm sure.
yeah. Like we already talked about Jack, but The Shining from the book to the movie, quite different in how things end and the character progresses.
Uh-huh.
Carrie, I can't remember how much of that is true. But yeah, so I feel like if she didn't immolate herself, or I knew the exact extent of her powers, like does she actually fully come back from the grave, I might put her higher. But because we're not sure, I agree she has to be maybe Dreadful Menace or Creeping Chills. Also, I'm gonna put her in Dreadful Menace because, to be honest, I wouldn't be mean to her, and so what would she do to me? She'd probably like be fine with me. We'd be chill. We'd be hanging. So
Oh my god.
I'm not gonna put her in failures just because I have respect for what I think her power can actually do.
But she
through the
totally
show.
failed. Despite all her powers.
True, that's why I'm questioning it, but I'm gonna keep it respectful and keep her in it.
I think she's better than both Ghostface and Leatherface, so I'm gonna just keep her in Dreadful Menace area.
Yeah. True, maybe I want to raise her above them. I'm trying to think. For how like scared of her I actually am, that's why I'm putting her down there for me. But I like her as
Yeah,
a
I'm not really
character. It's
scared
just
of
two
her.
different things.
Yeah, again, I think it's more like I feel bad for her than I'm afraid of her.
Yeah. And again, I wouldn't be one of her bullies, so like she wouldn't hate me.
Exactly.
Because yeah, it's all the bullies and the fact that she has like
Yeah,
a
she's
crazy
driven to
Christian
her
mother
insanity by the
that
people around
tells
her.
her insane things that
Yep.
this happens.
She's like she's almost
plus
as much as a
just-
victim as her victims.
Yeah. Plus, like, it's a weird Stephen King twist, which is probably one of his better twists, that she actually has psychic powers in the end.
Right? Yeah,
So-
true enough.
But yeah, I love, like, some of her iconic scenes. And it is, like, cathartic watching her just flip over the bully's car and stuff. I
I mean,
think
it
some of the
is-
stuff that's
yeah.
actually creepy in Carrie, too, is kind of creeping before you even see Carrie go off. Like, there's scenes that make you uncomfortable that even don't have anything to do with her, which is interesting.
Well,
in the
it's like
original.
it's the just normal like the bullying and stuff is always off-putting.
The bullying. I think in the original, I don't know if this is in the remake, you'd have to tell me. There's a weird scene where I I think kill a pig, but it's one of the bullies, and the way they do it makes you go like, ooh, like I don't want to watch that. That doesn't even have to do anything to do with Carrie.
Yeah, I think something like that happened in the remake, but I'm also still like, I don't know. I only watched it like once or twice.
Yeah. I feel the original 70 vibe just works for the movie too, so maybe I should watch the remake and assess.
Oh my god.
But yeah, that's where I put her. If there's anything else you want to discuss.
Nope, I'm pretty good with Dreadful Menace on my end.
I feel like in some ways, if she didn't kill herself, she'd be pretty strong against some of these other characters, though. And, like, she was like psychically tossing around. But I'll leave her in Dreadful Menace. Just have her spook factor.
Yeah, she's not that spooky to me.
We got the Chuckster.
We can do the two at a time here because they're both similar. It's Chucky
True,
and Tiffany.
And Fabulous Tiffany.
It's funny to me. I kind of want to put Chucky in Freakish Failure, and I want to put Tiffany in Creeping Chill.
I'm so split on this because as a little ghost chile, I can tell you I effing hated Chucky with every part of my being.
Well, as a child, yeah, I was not a fan. I would probably put him as a child in Spine Shivering, but I feel like as the industry went on and the sequels kept coming out, it became more of a joke. Like Chucky's a joke.
True. And also as I've grown older, it doesn't get me as bad, right? I feel like I watched this as a chile, like maybe first grade. So I watched this very young, and I happened to see it on TV. And
I watched it when I was 3.
This is this movie I've never seen. It's supposed to be scary. I didn't care. I was gonna watch it even though it's scary either. But there's just a certain scene that popped up on me, and I was all alone where it just gave me like unease, and I don't like his face, and I was like, I just hate this freaking doll.
My brother was conked out asleep. I was 3 years old, and I just wandered into his dark bedroom that was playing maybe a VHS, I think, of Chucky. And I'm just like, okay, plopped down and watched it. I was mortified after.
Oh no, poor baby skeleton. I think I got over it relatively quickly, but I always still hated him. Like, and especially when they did that baby sonogram from one of the other.
It's because he's
like,
so vitriolic, even to a
Not
child.
into you. Yeah.
I don't know. He's easy to hate. I'll give him that. Actually, I'm gonna move Tiffany down.
Like,
she's more of a menace.
And so I'm thinking. I feel like in my initial moments of him, I would put him in Spine Shivering, but after that very initial moment, and even like shortly after, I feel like he goes down to more to Halloween, maybe. Because he's so easily punkable once the heroes start actually beating his ass. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Especially when, like, sometimes he thinks he's carnage you, but once you know he's there, his scamper ain't saving shit. He's gonna get.
It's weird how he still has like strength, though. I always thought that was odd. Like he should imagine if he still had like a little like doll's strength, he'd be fucked.
Yeah. That's the funny thing is sometimes they kind of show them having doll strength, and then sometimes they're almost average.
It's weird.
Story needs.
It's like whatever this moment needs, he'll have. Like, oh, is he losing this scene? Okay, doll strength. Just God playing, just fucking with him.
So, I feel like again I would have put him much higher. And I feel like a lot of people want to put him in Bone Heroine, but because
beat by a 12-year-old,
how I see him,
Freakish Failure.
Yeah, see, just pick. So now I'm thinking Creeping Chills or Freakish Failure is like the categories I'm discussing in my brain, because like you can just kick him around and punt him. They burned him, and he just gets like.
Honestly, killing him might be a very fun pastime. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It's so satisfying. Watch him get roasted.
Hence Freakish Failure. I feel like when the monster's just that is fun to kill, not even like oh yeah, I'm getting you back. It's more like what a loser.
True. You know what? He is going to Freakish Failure. Fuck Chucky, but I'll leave Tiffany because
Tiffany goes into
she's
Menace.
Glamorous and smashable.
I also think
she's the Menace.
I think she's a little scarier than Chucky actually is, even in her doll form, because like she's a little more serious and cutthroat, I would say, than him. He's kind of like just crazy.
Yeah, she kind of seems aloof and goofy, but then she
gets
also
shit done.
really, I think, almost
She gets shit
sadistic
done.
when she wants to kill people.
Yeah.
So
An
where he's out here, I'm a
uncaring.
great voodoo master, and an idiot gets roasted alive.
Yeah, right. Was so much for being a master. You completed this whole thing wrong, bro. All right. Next one is another
I love
big
DVD.
classic. Wait, oh, yeah, DVD Tiffany. Yeah.
Tiffany, yeah, though she is fun to scamper and scare people as the little doll, though. So that's why I gotta give her the Gentle Menace. Just also rep the doll, rep the dolls.
And in a game sense, I could see it being more fun.
It is, yeah.
All right. Next one is a classic.
Alright, sorry, yeah.
Freddy
Freddy.
Krueger. Which,
Nightmare
for
on
me,
Elm Street.
personally, considering everything he is capable of doing and what he has done even as a normal person, goes straight into spine shivering. That's
I'm
where he's at
thinking.
for me. This man can't
Again, he's one of the
literally can't be
franchises
stopped.
I haven't watched as frequently. I think we recently
You
watched
just
one
can't
of
escape
them.
him. You can't. It's impossible.
Yeah, I know. Again, when I was like Chile, I was scared of his glove hand and coming out the car at somebody. I feel like I'm less afraid of him now, like knowing like there's tricks around his stuff. But thinking of his
Not
initial
exactly.
dream power,
Because the thing is,
pretty strong.
the tricks that they come up with, do you know they're working? Are they a reliable source to know if what they're doing is actually working against them or not? Because he could be
Yeah.
fucking with him. He could
In
just
his-
act like he's
in
dying.
his dream realm, he's could be pretty strong, especially if you're unaware.
Well, because he's not even
So-
alive anymore. He's a spirit in most of the movies. Like he was killed. Like he's dead. Hence all the burn
Yes.
marks. So you can't really fight something
like a
that's
demon
already
pact.
dead. Yeah, exactly. And also, not to mention his backstory of potentially being quite the pedo. Yeah, freaks me the
Yeah.
fuck out. I
he gets burned
despise.
alive.
I hate
They
Freddy.
do end up beating him like in each movie. figuring out his
They
gimmick,
think they beat
right?
him, but then he always comes. There's always a scene that makes you question whether or not they're still dreaming or not.
Yeah. Also, you can say he can be beat and put back in his place for this time, but a demon can always re-raise him, right?
I think
Or
you're mixing him up
something.
with something else because that's not really how it works.
I thought he did have a hell pack. That's why he can come back to dreams. Maybe it's a later franchise thing.
That might be a
He
retcon
also has
thing.
very many movies. Yeah.
Also, I'm putting him up there due to the film's capabilities of the original films because they freak me out a lot.
Make him
Plus, my
spooky,
brother
yeah.
had a Freddy Krueger mask and a claw that was freaky, and he'd scare me with him. But like the horror, when they in the 80s, they with the tools they had, they made some really incredible shots
Really great, yeah.
of
Really great
cinematography. So
ability.
I really just appreciate what it's done for the horror genre and what they
I will
created.
put him in ass clenching for now. Just from like how I used to feel about him, and also I'm thinking about his powers. So even though I haven't watched him like directly as much in a while, besides the one time, I feel like now sometimes I like Chucky, like to make fun of him too and watch him get pwned, but not to the same level as Chucky. So I will give him his respectable ass clenching. That's just me wanting to make fun of him. Like I don't think I could actually easily beat him. At all.
I feel like you can't beat
realistically.
him because most of the movies that I know that I've watched, there is no really beating him. They think they beat him, but they usually didn't.
Yeah.
If anything, he was just subdued temporarily, and even that I would question. Like the original movie, it looks like they won, but then it really quickly turns out no, they didn't. Because there's aspects of the car that makes it look like all of a sudden the car changes. It looks like his sweater, all sorts of stuff.
Maybe I'm forgetting exactly. I thought that was like the second movie. Again, a
I
lot
don't
of these
think
mega
so.
franchises, I've watched them, but I was never like a mega
They all
fan,
blend
so I never
together
went
over
past them
time.
a lot, and they blend. Yeah. I'd say I'm mostly into spiritual horror, which we'll get into. Do you have any more to say about the Fredster?
No,
He's in
just
DVD
that
too,
it's a
and I
great
kinda like his
concept
gimmick,
though,
although
like
I don't know if I fully get it.
a nightmare
fun.
demon that kills you in your
Yeah.
nightmares. Pretty
I don't
neat.
like looking at him though. That's his problem. He is not
Well, you're not
smashable.
well, oh my god. Yeah. Well, he'll still smash you.
Downgrade him to Bonehead.
Consent or not. He's a terrible man. All right.
True.
Killed his own wife too.
Yeah.
The next is a classic in a different sense. This one is going to be interesting to grade.
They're more spooky papooky. Yeah, I love
They're
them, but
fun.
they're more on the spoopy papoopy.
But would you want to face them in any kind of altercation? And who we're talking about, guys, is the
True.
Addams Family.
Yeah. Okay. I don't think my mic will pick up the snap. Snap. Da-da.
Yeah.
They're spooky and they're you know them. You love them.
You can't not
They're
love
great.
Addams
They're
Family. They're
amazing.
fantastic. I love them
If
so
anything,
much.
they're more heartwarming when I think of them.
They are. They're very wholesome, surprisingly.
They are. It's wonderful.
In like the weirdest
I
way possible,
mean-
they're wholesome.
I know. I love it. It's a good showing of what really matters in being wholesome. The care,
Yeah, what really
the
matters.
honesty in teaching. Yeah.
Yeah, teaching your son what best weapon to harass your sister with is, you know.
Sometimes their powers are also kind of undefined.
Well,
like,
yeah,
by
they
the time
have
you go up
weird
against them, it could be
survivability,
pretty
though.
hard, I would imagine, actually, because like the one kid could stand getting shocked and everything Wednesday does to him. So like, what's that about? One of
They
it's
just
kinda
have weird
Frankenstein-ish.
survivability.
And Morticia and like people on her side are kind of witches, kind of just weird nighttime horror people, question mark. It's so, at least in the movies, I know there's like more older comic strips and stuff like that, but in the movies it's undefined exactly, but I would imagine it would be hard. I feel like it might be harder than Chucky.
I feel at times I would get creeped out by them, though, you know, like just certain things they do or just how they talk, or especially certain characters, like I would say,
Like they
Uncle
actively
Fester.
actually wanted to kill you for some reason.
oh yeah, like, or like when Morticia was like talking to Fester in the graveyard in the movie, in the 90s movie. Like, I don't know,
Yeah.
there can be like weird moments where it's like, okay. Oh my.
Well, yeah,
But-
because she talks about like how they mourn their dead, but also how they used to have like wasn't like hunts or something of their enemies or something. I can't remember exactly her.
Yeah,
exact
yeah,
line.
it's like that, something like that, where they hunt down their enemies and stuff. I was like, oh my god.
So I'm like,
I say creeping
It's
chills,
the-
but in also a fun way. Like they give me creeps, but I love
Yeah.
them. I love them.
I was just sure Dreadful Menace or Creeping Chills.
They are
I do
menacing,
love
though.
them.
Yeah, they are quite menacing.
I might leave them in Menace for now and decide.
Yeah,
but
I think I
love
think
them.
I might put them in menace.
But again, we'd probably be chill. We'd come over for spooky tea parties. It'd be amazing. Shock our enemies. It'd be fun.
All right, the next one is
Learn the romance.
yeah. Well, Gomez and Morticia could teach
Morticia and
classes
Gomez.
apparently.
Exactly.
Imagine paying for like a goddamn class online and just load in and realize the teacher's like Morticia.
Oh, that'd be amazing.
I just got this
That's so
laptop doohickey thing
amazing.
to work so I can tell you how to best lure in a husband into your web.
Exactly.
Goddamn.
Oh man. Wish we lived in that reality.
Yeah, that would be a pretty peak reality right there.
It would. All right.
Next one is one I know of and have watched the movie like once, but it's not like a big one for me. But I know some people actually get quite terrified of the concept. It's Christine, the killer car. Another Stephen King.
Do I? Oh, I think I know this, but I only think I watched this with a friend and partially through another person like commenting on it. It's one of those movies. So I
For Go
haven't
ahead.
watched this a lot, but I
It's
isn't a
old. It's
car in a truck
1960.
at some point?
It came out in 1983. It's only this car. It's not a truck usually, I don't think.
Oh, maybe I'm thinking of another
Like
movie
it's
that
this
also has
specific
cars.
car model.
Is there
Because
like a
it's this
sequel
car
or
itself.
a spoof off where it's multiple cars? Then oh my god,
Maybe.
I might be getting them mixed up.
Not that I know.
Goofy, then
of,
we were even original. That downgrounds the movie I'm thinking of in my mind then because they're the original.
But
Okay,
back in
well, maybe I don't
1983,
know
it
the
made
specific
21
one
million in the
then.
box office.
Dang, slim
Not
pickings.
bad. But yeah, it's specifically supposed to be like this car, which is a 1958 Plymouth Fury.
Looks badass. I'm like, I'd have that car.
Yeah, would you? Oh my, it would be a lot to take care of now. I mean, 1958 car.
True.
Woo! No gas mileage on that sucker.
So Christine is randomly running over people, I assume.
Well, it's like killing people in any way possible. Like it's like a cursed car is like the whole like idea around it. That has an attitude.
Okay.
It literally is named Christine. And like if I remember right, the movie like starts out with you seeing it being made and it slams its hood shut on a worker's hand. While another worker is later like found dead
Ooh.
inside the car after dropping cigar ash on the seats. It didn't like that. How dare
Nah,
you
you gotta
taint?
keep Christine's
Yeah.
interior plush.
Yeah, how dare you? How fucking dare you?
I mean, that
Um,
was that one's okay. I give her that one. That was rude.
But yeah, oh yeah, you forgive that one. Yeah, that one's fine. The poor worker whose hand was just slammed by the hood, though. Rude.
That Christine, naughty.
They're
Okay,
they're
naughty
they're
for
like
that
your
one,
doctor. They're
Christine.
trying to make sure you're working right.
Yeah. She's like, get your hand off my hubcaps.
Funnily enough, there's even a Supernatural episode where they make references to Christine. Oddly enough, where they think they maybe found like a cursed car. But yeah, like one of the main characters essentially gets the car, and he like is restoring it. So it's like the car had kind of come down a bit, had aged, and he's restoring it, and he fully restores it. But unfortunately, after they fully restore, if I remember right, it like gets jealous of him, like of them, like he's kissing a girl he likes in the high school, and
Some jealous girlfriend car.
and it basically it causes him to have a severe injury. I think that ended like his football career. I can't remember exactly.
No,
Something like that.
Christine.
But then anyway, like for some reason, the girl starts expressing jealousy over Christine too. Like, because maybe he's like caring for it a little too much or spending too much time like repairing it or something.
Repairing that damn car.
And I think hold on one second, let me just okay, so like while alone in the car, Leia nearly chokes to death on a hamburger as Christine briefly locks her doors to keep Arnie from saving her. So she starts choking on her food and Christine just locks herself so Arnie can't help. And
Not
so
choke, bitch.
So Leia goes home and she vows never to get into his car again. Later that night, though, other characters sneak into the garage and vandalize Christine. Arnie, angered by the destruction, breaks up with her
Abuse.
and assaults his father when he confronts him about Christine after dinner. Jesus Christ. So even the guy's going crazy. Arnie returns to the garage alone and witnesses Christine repairing herself.
She's
Over
cute.
2 evenings, the car kills other characters and all the gang members that desecrated her that one night, blowing up a gas station in the process. Christine drives away in flames and returns to the garage, where she crushes the dad, I think, to death against the steering wheel. By morning, Christine is back in perfect condition when the police find the body. State police detective questions Arnie about the death of Darnell and the gang members, but the car's pristine condition and Arnie's alibi convince the detective he was not involved. Leigh and Dennis conclude that Christine is responsible for Arnie's downward spiral. They plan to lure Christine to a garage and smash her with a bulldozer, but Christine surprises them by emerging from a pile of scrap metal. They flee on foot while Dennis battles Christine with the bulldozer. I'll stop there. So yeah, it's a crazy film. It's a pretty crazy film. Crazy car for a crazy man.
It sounds funnier, but still goofy. But it does. Sound
still
better
sounds
than what
fun.
I've seen. So
I'm gonna put Christine in Creeping Chills because the idea of a car, because everyone gets in a car so readily, and then like the idea of a car can just like take the wheel, so to speak, and start crushing shit.
A few things I was thinking during that description is like, one, have you ever loved a car this much?
No, the answer is
because you love cars.
No, probably this is my uncle's favorite horror movie, probably because he loves cars.
Yay. See,
like
I can totally
cars.
see that. Thinking the era this came from, I could see this totally being a genre because like a lot of dudes would build these classic cars.
Oh yeah,
So
he did that all the
a
time.
hobby
Like
for
he would restore cars and stuff
So-
in his youth.
I think it technically really hits on that.
I don't think it's
I see
much
why this was
scarier
made.
than
It's a good
Creeping Chill
gimmick.
though. But yeah, I think it's a good concept.
No. I would say typically you could easily bulldoze it, throw a bomb at it, anything.
But it repairs
Be
itself.
prepared. But true, the fact that it's so intelligent and creepy, and then like its own owner kind of defends
It's
it,
like a
and,
demon
no one
car.
knows in time. It has a bit of like a ambush factor, and it can repair itself.
Well, and it's questionable if the owner's
smart
even
to
in
cause
control of their own
explosions.
faculties too anymore.
Yeah. So that actually is like, especially if there's one human without a plan, that is more of like a menace than you would think.
Oh yeah, 100%.
'Cause, like you can't go. People think you're crazy. Like this car just tried to kill me. They'd be like, "What?"
Christine
Like,
goes
a lot
right
of
next to the
convincing.
Terminator. Ironically, both pieces of metal that kill you.
It is so goofy in some parts of it though, like the guy defending it. It even hurt the guy, so he has no football career, but he still defends it. Like I thought, like
Well,
it'd
that-
be
because
overplayed
no
like,
football-
everyone realized it's bad.
But no
But
football
it's got-
career
it's got
because
a-
that means he has to spend more time with the car.
Exactly. The freaking yandere girlfriend aspect of this is amazing, and I was not expecting. I was gonna say too, like earlier, like, you know, she shouldn't have hurt the person checking her up, but she's like, she can repair, so she's like, get your freaking filthy mitts off my hubcaps and engine. I got this myself, bish. Just feed me.
Okay, spoiler warning for those who haven't seen Christine right now. Just mute for like about 30 seconds. I just have to say this. So at the end, Arnie does get killed. He reaches out to touch Christine's grill one last time, and Christine responds by playing Pledging My Love by Johnny Ace on her radio as Arnie dies.
So Christine wins. Oh my god.
Well, no. They managed to get her with the bulldozer after that. And then they
And
turn her
bulldoze.
into a
The love denied.
cube, basically, in the junkyard.
No, Christine. Don't let them cube you. Run, Christine. run.
Unbeknownst to the
love.
characters, though, Christine's grill twitches slightly as they drive away.
Well, exactly. Because he found her and had fixed her up to initially. So how magical is she? Can she just like eventually reform? With
Yeah, over maybe a long
essentially?
period of time, potentially. Yeah, it is great.
I was gonna put her in like. I was thinking, was this card gonna be in Failures and Menace? But because she's so repairable, maybe she could be in Chills.
I think Creeping Chills because she's just she's an ongoing menace. If anyone were to like find her and put her near enough parts, she could probably just repair herself. Like
kind of almost like a weird Twilight Zone or SCP type of thing.
Yeah, kind of SCP vibes for sure.
Something.
Yeah,
So,
a
yeah,
demon, I don't know, demon car.
And because I respect her freaking yandere love, let's go, Christine. You get the chills.
Oh my god, yandere love. Oh god. Yeah, what's the tagline say on the poster?
Hilarious.
How do you kill something that can't possibly be alive?
Yeah, exactly. I'd say you explode her, but then like again, if it's like a weird spiritual thing, she's gonna come back. So that actually does give her a chill factor more than you would think than just a goofy movie.
Another duo one I feel is the next two we can go through. We've got Slimer. And we've got Marshmallow.
Yeah, the Marshmallow Man. And
Two
I'm
iconic.
forgetting the name of the
Goes.
deity's name.
Yeah, fuck the
that's
deity. Who
in the
cares?
Marshmallow Man.
All
Well,
that
that's technically
matters.
what it is.
Nah, all
It
that
doesn't look like
no.
Marshmallow Man.
All that matters is Marshmallow Man.
All that matters is Marshmallow Man. Because technically, it's that demon or deity, whatever you want to call it. But because they thought of Marshmallow Man, that's what he comes out, and he has limited powers because of it. That's the backstory to Marshmallow Man.
It's pretty funny though.
It is amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
I feel like they got really lucky with that. Like,
Yeah.
with that outcome. I mean, you got
Yeah.
this guy
Well, you're
over
supposed to think
here.
of nothing, but the one guy couldn't help it. He had us just think of the Marshmallow Man.
Gotta think of the Marshmallow
But all the things he did think of, that was better.
True. I feel like who are we gonna talk about first primarily, Marshmallow Man or Slimer?
Maybe Marshmallow Man, because we've already kind of dived into it there.
Yeah. Marshmallow Man, I think, is fantastic. I think he would actually be pretty creepy to see. Like, if you saw something that big approaching you in
Yeah.
a city,
Yeah,
no
he's
matter how
huge.
cute he is, it would be like, oh god, no! Please don't step on me, Marshmallow
True.
Godzilla.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it is, Marshmallow Godzilla.
Actually, I think for
He's
me,
a kaiju marshmallow.
I feel like it's a good descriptor to put him in a dreadful menace. You dread seeing him. He is a
True.
menace, but man, do I love him.
Could you have been stronger, oh demon or god from another dimension? Sure, but you ended up Marshmallow Man. The funny, squishiest monster ever.
The best.
Who
The
hopefully
best.
just gets exploded by like 3 or 4 nerds with their little ray gun things. So
They're guns that rip things at a molecular level or capture them. Like, come on, don't
true,
undersell
but I'm
them.
saying like true. But I'm just saying this gotta cross those beams and get them.
Somehow that worked.
True, I am underselling them. Because he totally could, thwap them with this giant marshmallow hand. I guess I shouldn't undersell that too much.
Yeah, it's
Also,
called
they
being
gotta put him in
squished
Dreadful
like a
Menace.
fly.
Because I wonder, like, if they couldn't have stopped him, like they got squished, would other people be able to stop him? I feel like
Nah.
yes, but maybe
Well,
I'm wrong. I'm thinking
Maybe
that, no.
not, because I don't think so, because he's supernatural in origin. Like, couldn't he just repair himself theoretically?
Yeah, I don't.
Like, I don't know if you could just, like,
actually. Maybe he should be
Fucking,
more higher.
I don't know if you
than-
could just call in the jets and airstrike him.
That's what I was thinking, but maybe I'm wrong, and maybe he should be creeping chills for me. I don't know.
You might
I'm
have to
gonna go with
nuke
Dreadful Menace,
him.
though.
And even then, I don't know if that would work or not. See, that's the problem, is you don't know enough.
you-
Like, that's
Well,
questionable.
He explodes into marshmallow at the end, so could you just roast
True.
him?
Yeah.
All
Oh, that
the
would smell
unanswered
so good.
questions.
All that marshmallow. Oh, yeah.
It would. It would.
quick kids,
People just, like,
get the
licking off
chocolate
shit. It's like,
and the graham crackers. We're making s'mores with rain. Marshmallow rain.
It's so funny. He's supposed to be so terrifying, but we just feasted upon his leftover marshmallow. Yeah, just leave him in menace.
Hey, don't let it go to
Maybe he
waste.
should merit higher.
Well, I don't know. It depends how creepy you think he actually is. Slimer, for me, actually ends up in freakish failure. I'm just going to throw him down there.
No, I can't put my boy in failures.
But he is a failure.
Boy.
All he had to do is, like,
True.
eat, like, a normal amount and not be caught. Or just, like, move around more and not be caught. But he's constantly caught.
I liked him, but also thought he was a little gross when I was young. I only made
He's
him
gross,
mildly
true.
stupid, but he is mostly there to be a little buddy and helper, to be honest. So I'm gonna put him in failures, but not because he's actually like a failure, but because he's just a bro.
He's just a freakish bro.
Ultimately, he's just a silly ghost, and I can't hate any silly ghosts. I'm a silly ghost with
Oh my god, yeah.
fairy things, so I can't.
Well,
be mad.
we're
He
starting
wants
to get
eat
into the more
delicious treats
demony
and
ghost
slime.
undead. As you can see with
He
Slimer
just
here.
wants to eat He just wants to eat treats and slime, and I'm one.
I do find
I'm
his
one
like mouth
creature that can
disturbing.
relate.
I imagine if he just gulped you though.
True.
Nah,
But
man.
as a boba trail leaving wisp who likes to steal your snacks, I'm realizing I'm not that far off from Slimer in a lot of ways.
I know. I thought of that when I
So,
met with it.
you know, I love him.
Yeah, not
He's
far
after
off,
my
huh?
own heart.
Oh god. Well,
I do love silly ghosts. I'm so happy now that I talked about Slimer.
oh my
That tells
god,
you
that's
everything.
hilarious. Alright, well that's Ghostbusters. Both of them not high on the list, but both of them loved.
Ghostbusters.
Next is an interesting addition. Emily from Corpse Bride.
She might have to go on the bottom too, just because
She is a
I know
failure.
everyone's gonna be scared of her. But and you were asking for random characters, like even like Jack Skellington.
Yeah.
Like who's like another good character that I love. In
It
this
definitely
genre,
fits
and I
the
love
tier
Corpse
list, I
Bride.
think. I love her too. I
And
love the
I mean,
movie.
She is a skeleton. You know, she's kind of like you. So I'm like,
Nah,
she
she's
does
more
have
she's more
powers.
zombie like. She ain't quite there yet.
She does potentially, with her group, had the ability to pull somebody down into the underworld. She can come up and menace the real world. So there's more to think about there. And
Nah,
honestly,
freakish failure. She rose up from the
Aw.
dead to get a husbando and failed.
she
'Cause
didn't
of-
fail.
due to a
She knows what she was doing
misunderstanding.
was wrong.
Well, she still failed at her initial
And then
goal.
she released herself.
Nah, she's still down there.
Well, she could have succeeded. She just decided not to because it was wrong. I ain't saying she failed. How dare you?
In terms of horror,
Get
she
her
failed because the monster would just do what it wanted to get what it wants. She proved she wasn't a monster.
Well, true. That's where, like, she's not really a monster. That's why she's kind of questionable to be on the list, but I love her, so.
Nah, she
And her
belongs down
skeleton
there.
friends.
She belongs on the list, just low on it.
Yeah, I'll put her down there too, just cause, but no shade to Emily. And actually, like, if she wanted to be more of a menace, I feel like she could be, but that's not her jam, okay?
Shade. Yeah, I think any of the dead in that movie could be a menace, apparently, because apparently they can just hang out up in the top world whenever they feel like
They
it,
just
for
pop
fuck's
the
sake.
heck out of there when they feel like
I
they're
know,
having a
like,
wedding.
honestly, we're lucky that they
So-
aren't taking over the planet at this very moment.
Nah, the dead are chill. See, people, most dead are chill.
Yeah, that's why you hang out with us.
All
Alright.
Bride, and I feel so bad for Emily. Love the song.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure. Story-wise, I do feel bad. Another person to
like
feel
the
bad about
animation.
story-wise.
True.
Ringu Sadako.
Yeah, Sadako, I believe. I sometimes get her name with the Grudge lady because I.
They also call her Samara, I think, in the English version.
In the English, yeah. I used to watch more of like The Ring and The Grudge when I was young. It was, I say, like spiritual horror, especially Japanese spiritual horror, was more my jam.
Oh yeah, if we want to compare the two series, Sadako, as far as like Ringu versus The Ring, I think Ringu is scarier. I think they do it better.
Yeah, they probably did a slightly better job.
I don't like. I think The Ring's really cheesy. I don't know. Ring's so cheesy.
The Ringu probably is better.
I feel like she can hit bone harrowing for me. She gets a B. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I'm thinking.
I mean, the idea of something having a curse on you that definitely occurs no matter where you are 7 days later is a terrifying concept, 100%. Especially if just from watching a video, which I think is actually only grown more terrifying in modern day actually than when it was originally created. Because think about this, is like one video going viral on the internet is far worse now than like a VHS being passed around.
Yeah.
Like if I would say it's scarier now in concept than then.
Yeah, it's been a while since I watched Ringu. I might have watched The Grudge more recently. She generally, I know The Grudge can start showing you stuff in your area even before it actually initially gets you, so it can mess with you. Where I feel like she mostly pops out after the 7 days.
No, they both fuck with you. I would say it's different degrees though, because I feel like The Grudge isn't a hard, like The Grudge. There's no pace. Like you don't know how long you have. You just know it's gonna get you. So I would argue The Grudge is worse, which is the next one anyway. So we can kind of compare them both together here.
True.
So Kayako, The Grudge, or Ju-on is the other Japanese name for the series, I believe. Terrifying. I actually think the Ju-on, for me at least, goes straight to spine shivering. Because the concepts around it and how inescapable it truly is just like, I'm
trying to remember if there's versions where you can get away with it from either of these.
No, I've watched all of them. You can't.
You have to.
I've watched all of them. You can't.
Maybe I'm getting it mixed up with another one because I could have swore there was somebody who did get away from.
They alluded to it and then immediately backtracked it with the end scene.
Yeah.
So you didn't get away from it.
I know from other horrors in this genre that I've watched, sometimes there are ways, but you have to know what you're doing and go get.
Well, yeah, some, but this particular
a Shinto
one.
priest immediately.
See, that was the thing, is they went to that exact, like a shaman, and all what ended up happening is she destroyed one curse and created the exact same curse again with another person.
Yeah.
So it still exists and it's still occurring. It's just now a different trigger area, because it's usually like the building that it happened in is the trigger. So with the original,
you can pass it. You can pass it if you get somebody else to watch it before you have to get.
No, that's not how it works. No. That's it's 7 days no matter what from when you watch it, and then it doesn't matter. No, definitely not The Ring. There's no delay factor there. There's a delay factor with another one that is like an STD demon, sexually transmitted demon. As the one movie called Follows. That one definitely transfers and delays. The Ring does not.
Maybe it's only the American version, because in the American version, if you copy it and give it to somebody else, you're not as likely to be killed. But maybe that's not.
I think that's a
Ringu.
retcon, to be honest. I feel like that's a retcon, because I do remember there being a story like that, but it was a more modern movie, and I don't know if it was directly related to The Ring or not, but it was a very modern film.
I just quickly Googled
concept.
it, and this is what it's telling me, that this is The Ring. It's if you get somebody else to watch it.
So if it went viral, what would happen then? Because I remember one of the plots of the modern ones was it trying to get it to go viral on like the internet, and I kind of hated it. I felt like it was really stupid, but
that would make it more powerful. We're actually kind of lucky it's just on a tape and that you can majorly show to
Well,
somebody else. 'Cause,
but
like,
no, because if you share it with people, then like, what does that mean if it's viral? Like, who does it go after first? No one, anyone, someone, occasionally. Like, it becomes
well,
stupid.
that's why I thought it gets the last person in the chain. As my thought was. Just not everyone knows to even do that or wants to because they want to kill somebody else.
Just seems dumb to me. I don't like it. I think the concept lives better with the VHS tape and that technology.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like it
Oh, for
just doesn't
sure.
work as
I'm
well
just
with
saying.
this.
Be able to get rid of it.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with Ringu in Bone Harrowing and Grudge in Spine Shivering for me. Because the Grudge, you
I'm
really
not
don't have a
always being-
timeline. It fucks you over constantly. The moment you walk into the house, you're just mostly screwed. Even like police investigators that worked on the case are like start disappearing over time. I mean, they just visited the house to clean up like the body.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. DBD has the Onryo, which is the Ringu Sadako. I don't always get like enough curse marks from the tapes on people to always be killing them, but I do love her and I attempt to play her.
Ah, yeah.
I'm forgetting everything she can do to you. Often she eventually comes out of the tape and basically just gets you, but I know sometimes she'll...
It's like insect torture, like kind of in a sense where insects start
Yeah.
bugging you. Food, like all of a sudden you take a bite of food, it has a bunch of maggots in it.
Yeah, like psychic attack you. Because I'm trying to think of where I want to put them. Because once they come get you, it's pretty scary. I know in the past I was can be scared of these movies, but then I also just kind of like the vibe of revenge and like weird horror.
See, I would like the
drama
Grudge
plot
more if
of,
it
like,
was
a lot of the
more
Japanese horror.
your proper revenge.
So,
But it's like
trying to think.
unmitigated anger and hatred, just targeting anyone.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, it like starts as their own like grudge, spiritual revenge, but because it like lives in the place, it can get anyone who's there.
It
Really,
will
the
get
house
anyone
desperately
that's
needs to be
that
bulldozed and
goes there.
cleansed.
Yeah, for sure. Needs to be gone.
I'm trying to think, cause like when I sometimes just see them, I'm not spooked out by like their appearance, like I am some other monsters. As like some people I know are very spooked
It
out.
depends
by
on the
them, but
pose
I'm
they're
not.
in that's creepier.
It's more what they could do to you and how they're gonna get you almost no matter what. And it's hard to know how to get rid of them in time.
I don't know, it's pretty freaky if you, like, you know, you see them in your hallway through the door, you run to your bed and hide, cover
Yeah.
yourself with your sheets, and all of a sudden it's with you under your sheets. Like, yeah!
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of all the scenes. Like, The Grudge has the weird cat boy who sometimes randomly start being around you and meowing at you.
that
and
is
then,
weird
yeah, it
too.
starts, like,
I felt like that had a good
touching
effect.
you in your bed.
You fuck that shit.
I'm also just thinking, like, I'm trying to remember exactly how you die in Samara's, but I really remember how you die in fucking The Grudge.
Oh, your
really
face
vividly.
is like, they don't really go into it too much exactly how you die
Especially
in
if you're,
Samara.
sadly,
Your
the
jaw
people
is
who
like
get got
massively fucked up.
in their
though.
own house, yeah, right away. But there's some people who almost make it more and try to figure it out, and they die in the house. But then, if you make it that far and like say get Sadako or not Sadako, what's her name again? Either way, the Grudge lady to stop coming after you. Because if you actually make it long enough in the house, she comes down at you at the stairs in the house, right?
Kayako, and
to
well, and
come
if
get you.
if
She doesn't
you know enough of the story of the rage reasoning, she
Yeah.
even becomes more sadistic, where she actually makes you
Yeah.
relive one of the positions of the family members of the original
Yeah.
crime. So like some
Well,
of
she
her
doesn't-
victims make you go through what she went through when she died.
Yeah. What's the funny thing is, like, compared to the other ones, she's like, I'm Freddy, I'm gonna come down these stairs and slash you or whatever. She actually just hobbles at you, like she's injured herself down the stairs.
She still has like
And her
her
classic-
injuries, quote unquote, and she's moving like
I
a weird
could do the
spider,
noise, but
broken neck
unfortunately, I
person.
don't think my Nvidia will pick it up. But I can do that noise. People, I used to do it all the time to freak people out. but she comes down at you just unstoppable. Like,
Oh,
again,
yeah.
like, you
Oh, yeah,
think
you
she's
can't
scary,
stop her.
But because she's so unstoppable, you're just freaked out actually that she's coming for you.
You can't shoot her. You can't do anything. You can't even like a Sean
But
can't do
I
shit.
believe if you know how to like, or you happen to do it where you cover your eyes like she did before she died, she'll stop. But then unfortunately, the final boss actually comes out, which is actually the husband killer. And as far as I know, most people have not defeated him. So then you die like she did. And that's
It's
probably the
actually
worst.
Kayako. No, it's Kayako is the main form of the rage. Actually,
I remember when I watched the Japanese version, some people did get her to stop coming, and then they got killed by the husband.
well, the curse is all
Rewatch,
one
I'll show you.
thing. The curse is one thing.
True.
It's all amalgamation. That's why the boy makes cat sounds, because the cat was drowned with him. Like, they're all
I
one
know.
being.
Trust me,
No,
I
no.
extensively watched The Grudge and read some of the comics.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, differentiating, like, you're not beating anything by getting her to stop. The curse is just cursing you.
And people
more.
think they are, though. Like, when you
Well,
see
of
her
course.
stop, like, some people get killed by her there, but some people actually don't. But like I said, you think, oh, they somehow maybe got her to be sympathetic and leave you alone, but nope, now the husband's coming down the stairs. In the attic, just like he did to her.
Nah,
Like,
that's
no.
that's not what happens. You cover your eyes, and then all of a sudden, from behind you, hands reach out, grab your hands, and uncover them. I've seen that scene. I'm pretty sure.
I'm gonna borrow a DVD from my sister, and then we're gonna rewatch.
Oh my god.
We're having a grudge nerd off.
Well, the rules of Ju-on Grudge versus the American Grudge also differ.
Oh yeah, I've definitely watched both versions.
Well, I'm just saying the rules differ between the two of them. They're not quite written the same.
Una lore, I've been a lazy butt, but at one point I was learning French and Japanese. I've been a lazy butt, didn't finish. But my sister went pretty far in Japanese, and I used to watch things with her. That's why I'm like, I have been shown this film in quote-unquote educational purposes.
Oh yeah,
And
educational purposes, folks. Yeah.
So I'm trying to think where I put them. Again, like initially, I just like their stories, and I actually kind of like their looks. I'm like, oh, that's cool, and I like the drama and the mystery around them. But then, thinking of how they get you, I'm like, I probably gotta rate them pretty high, because they do spook me out. Most of the time I'm fine, but I think one time I was thinking of The Grudge in the middle of the night, like nothing better be coming up like my blanket. So maybe I'll put The Grudge and Spine Shivering.
Yeah, The Grudge is like the proper name.
Clenching.
Ju-on is like more meaning resentment curse.
Mm-hmm. Although really, they're both pretty equally unstoppable if you don't know what to do.
Actually,
I feel like my ranking is good.
I feel Ringu is more stoppable than the Grudge.
Yeah. That's why I put The Grudge higher.
Yeah, Grudge really gets to me. It freaked me the fuck out. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's why I like some of the Eastern spiritual horror where there actually is a way to stop them. Like I've seen ones with evil dolls.
Yeah,
and
I
various
partially
things, and I'm
hate
like,
it because like there's no way of fighting this, so it's like annoying in a sense. Like it's just
yeah.
the inevitable at this point. Like, oh, you're gonna die. Sorry, not sorry. Like
Or it's like it's so hard. I know some of it's supposed to be like maybe it is, but it's
it
so
makes it
to
hard
know
for
what
me to
do
care about the
in time.
characters in the movies actually because I know they're just dead. They're dead meat. I'm more interested about
And
learning
especially-
about the curse itself usually and just
Especially
going
because
through
there's
it.
different versions of like The Grudge where they go over various characters, and sometimes there's characters like, ooh, she's gonna get the bully of that girl. That's cool, but then they eventually potentially can get the victim.
Yeah, they get the
"Ooh."
victim first, then the bully later, or not the bully at all.
Yeah. Nah, she's got to get everybody she's equal. to.
Well, yeah, she
Everyone
doesn't
killed in the
care, but that's
house.
the thing is she's uncaring about that. Like the curse does not give a shit
Mm.
who you
True,
are
true.
or anything. It just wants to curse you.
Which I've seen in various games, anime, and movies.
Oh yeah,
that genre. I don't know exactly what you call that genre. I just call it spiritual horror, but like,
supernatural horror.
yeah.
But yeah, I think
love
they're
like
strong.
Hellgirl
They're definitely
and various
strong.
animes and stuff. So, yes, very strong. Actually, a Grudge is the first thing I'm considering putting in spine shivering.
I have Freddy there, but I might move Freddy to ass clenching. I'm still debating.
Yeah. Also, just personal likes and stuff. So.
Well, the next one is one that you have seen but may not remember very well. Bagul is his name.
I feel like I am remembering this, but I also might be getting it mixed up with a kind of similar movie.
It's the main villain of the Sinister movies, where remember, like the first one was about the author watching the films of the house that had the murder happen in it.
Child, right?
Yeah, so he actually possesses a child. Like he kind of convinces them to murder their family and then come with him, and then he feeds off the children.
Yeah, wasn't the ending film we watched of that essentially supposedly like resurrecting that through the sister or something?
No, that's the
Final
second film, so there's
Is there
3
one film?
films.
Okay.
You missed. I don't think you watched the third, or if you did, I think you maybe weren't like watching it.
Yeah.
Because the third film, I actually think the third film is better than the second film. I think the second film kind of. Well, I'm trying to remember. Hold on. Is there only 2? Am I mixing myself up? I know. Oh my god.
For sure.
Hold on. Give me a second.
So much horror. So much luck.
But what do you think of the concept of
smooth.
like a demon god that feeds off children and feeds off of energy put into him through imagery?
That is pretty crazy, and I kind of like it. I really like how they do it in the movie. My question. But actually I did kind of like the book writer, like detective one, although I think it maybe got a little goofy at times, but
You definitely
one was-
did. I feel like it could have been better, but I felt like it was decent. It wasn't like the worst horror movie I'd ever seen.
Mm-mm. And some of the plot and the premise is actually good. I feel like that would be pretty creepy.
Yeah,
Because
the first one
I don't
ends with
remember
the
exact
daughter killing
mechanics.
everyone, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And then... Okay, yeah.
Because
So there's only
basically
2. I
Kills you and
remember.
gets your family to. He kills you, eventually gets your family to kill you in a weird way. It always often looks strange or like a homicide or an accident, right? I'm trying to remember exactly.
Yeah,
mechanics.
it looks like a homicide, but they can't find the killer, and the child that we
And a
know
child
did
is
it is
missing.
missing, but they don't know the child did it because it almost seems implausible in
Mhm.
certain scenarios. Not to mention the police
Yeah.
don't have the films of how these things occurred. It's pretty messed up
forget-
nonsense.
Is it just because you're in the house or because you've seen the pictures of him?
So
I know
it's
exactly
a
how it-
specific thing. So once you get exposed, so you go to the house where the previous murder happened. That house is now
Okay.
touched by Bagul. You live there for a while, and it torments the family and befriends one of the children or all the children.
Mm.
And it starts fucking with the children in a different way than it does the adults, but it does fuck with them, and it does that because it wants them to move. It doesn't like repeat performances, so it wouldn't want the murder to occur in that house again. It's scaring them enough
Okay.
that they move away, and that's when the next murder happens. So that area can be also touched by Bagul. It's kind of like spreading his influence.
I see.
That's what we learned in the first one. The second one I actually think is quite good in the way they try to do it. It's not like, I wouldn't say like the best horror film ever, but I like the idea of it because instead of like the first one, you focus a lot on the dad who's like looking at the films, the mother's interactions with the dad, you know, that kind of stuff. The second one actually focuses more on the perspective of the two boys, the brothers, the children, and how it's
Yeah.
actually affecting them. and we see the flip side between how it would affect the adults versus affecting the children. It's pretty good. I think they're decent.
I'm pretty sure I'm remembering. I'm just wondering if I'm blending it with another.
Well, the funny thing is the main
remember.
character of the second one is the police officer that helped the author in the first one.
Mm.
And he's a great actor too.
I think it is a pretty spooky premise, but I actually kind of did like the plot of how they were finding the tapes or whatever. But I keep remembering at some point thinking like, this is goofy. Why aren't they doing more about it? And just like.
Well, what can you do against a god
like
creature? Do you know what to do?
True. No, well, I'm trying to remember. There was something that is like, or wasn't the police suspecting them of doing something? I can't remember. There's just some part where I'm
no,
like,
the police didn't. No, the police didn't like the author because he had done previous investigations that had shown the police in a negative light. So the police just didn't like the author for that reason, because they were like, "Oh, you're investigating another murder in our town. Are you gonna assess us? Are you gonna judge us for our police work and say we did a bad job?
Just the once.
A bad job." See that's where the animosity from the police came from.
I feel like he should be higher than.
I think I'm gonna throw him in bone harrowing, or it was kind of going towards ass clenching, but I'm close. It's hard to say. The children thing does make it spooky. No, I remember he's trying to get you to move, so he is harassing you quite frequently.
True.
Like he was up all night holding a baseball bat at one point. Like,
what if you're just like a squatter? Like, I'll never move. I don't want to move anywhere else.
That'd be great, because then he would be like, well, fuck.
I forget, was there any other... I don't think they have any way to stop him in the movie, or at least they fail to.
He fails because, again, they don't... the author didn't realize that it was the moving that would trigger it.
Yeah.
So they moved back to their old home, or an older, nice home, or whatever the fuck. They moved back somewhere. And that's when the little girl goes on her house renovation painting frenzy of blood.
Yeah.
But I do like Bagul's design. It's kind of weird. I'm just gonna put him
in bone harrowing because the concept is creepy, and it sounds pretty hard to stop, and like it'd be hard to even understand what's going on fast enough.
Yeah, because like normal families, like he was investigating, so... like he had the intent of trying to figure it out. If you just moved into a house and this shit started happening, you'd be like, "What the fuck? I'm getting out of here," and then you'd be murdered too. Like,
yeah, and there luckily happened to be some video or like pictures there for him to even investigate.
Well, but see, that's the pictures that Bagul, the photos and films he was looking at have like some kind of supernatural property to them, because he even burned them. True, and they came back, and they came back.
Okay. And I think he maybe should be higher by concept, but because I'm detached from it, I can't quite remember how scared I was. I'm gonna put him in bone harrowing, but
he's also kind of funny. The author did something that Bagul liked in the end, which is really ironic. Is he like spliced all the films together, so you could watch it in like one big reel. You made this feature length. Thank you. Yes,
you edited it for me. Oh no.
It'll be great when you're added to the reel from your daughter.
They gave him like a backstory, which I kind of like, of being always a child leader, but in some ways that's also kind of vague. So that's what one reason I'm downgrading him to.
Well, he takes them into his own realm too, like abducts them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird, and they're like on his side too. It's very creepy. I feel like that adds the creepiness value up too, is like the children. But moving on to the next one is something kind of similar in concept, the Babadook.
You know what? I knew it was called Babadook. That immediately came to my head. I was about to say it, but I'm like, do I not remember what that actually is? But I know the name, so I must know it. It's one of those weird brain moments.
I mean, it's an improvised word that they made up from the Serbo-Croatian word for boogeyman, which is Baba Roga. But yeah, he's pretty creepy of a creature. It's also more of a play on like potential mental illness as well, like talking about that, and like representation, like the theme and symbolism. But like it's really talking about grief. I think is the main thing about the Babadook, and how grief can be a real monster. And it's really like symbolic of. I don't think you watched this with me. I'm pretty sure I watched it on my own.
I'm trying to remember if I've seen this, so maybe I haven't. I weirdly know the name. Maybe it's just
it really delves into like dealing with like death and how it can really affect people's mental state. Creepy monster though. It's hard to describe because he has like different forms, but it's like the anxiety that you feel like this monster lurking around you, causing all these problems. And it like almost it's like an isolating kind of monster too. It like isolated her, the way it would like scare her and attack her. It would bring her alone and alone. It would cut off her connections in life.
Okay, what's the plug? So first, I feel like I maybe I watched it, but then I look at the pictures and I think I haven't. I'd have to watch a part of it.
I mean, the overall plot is a very, very exhausted widow and single mother of a 6-year-old is dealing with what her husband was killed in a car accident while driving her to the hospital while in labor. So a lot of trauma there, a lot of heavy experiences. But anyway, as he's 6, Sam begins to display like behavioral issues, problems at school and in life, and he becomes like really hard to deal with for her. Like she's just struggling as a single mom to deal with this boy who's kind of lashing out, and he's become kind of preoccupied suddenly with an imaginary monster, which he even like builds pseudo weapons to fight it. And then eventually one night he asks her to read the pop-up book called Mr. Babadook. It describes a titular monster that wearing a top hat, the Babadook torments its victims. Amelia is disturbed by the book and its mysterious appearance because she never bought that book for him. And while Sam is convinced that the Babadook is actually real. So it's a pretty interesting film. It's kind of, again, more mental space to exploring. Like, it's hard to tell if these attacks are real or if it's just Sam or if it's her even. Like, who is the real problem here?
So stuff's just popping up at her, or she's seeing things?
Yeah, she's seeing things all the time. And she's hearing things, too.
Okay.
Strange events start to occur, such as Amelia finding glass shards in her food. She attributes the events to Sam, but he blames the Babadook. Amelia rips up the book and disposes of it. At her birthday party, Sam's cousin bullies him and pushes her out of the treehouse, inadvertently breaking her nose. He later has a vision of the Babadook and suffers a seizure.
Ugh.
Amelia finds the Mr. Babadook book reassembled at their front door upon returning. New words in it taunt her. The book now contains pop-ups of her killing their dog, Bugsy, Sam, then herself. Terrified, she burns the book and runs to the police station after a disturbing phone call she received. However, she has no proof and leaves when she sees what looks like the Babadook suit hung up behind the front desk in the police station. That night, the Babadook attacks her, and after the attack, Amelia becomes more impatient and feels isolated, shouting at Samuel and having more visions of the Babadook. She also exhibits violent behavior, including cutting the phone line with a knife, and has disturbing hallucinations in which she sees herself murdering Sam. So this is the kind of vibe you're getting with this movie. Pretty intense stuff.
Yeah.
Pretty intense stuff. I think it's actually quite good. I think it's worth a watch if you haven't seen it. before I go any further into
Okay.
like the plot.
Yeah. So it's like spooky, not say ghost, but like
Psychological horror
psychological and
with like a
potential
supernatural tinge
monster.
to it.
Or not.
It is a creepy monster. Like
Vibe.
what you're seeing in the photo here is the pop-up book version.
This weird little top hat and is that a nose thing? Can't quite tell.
Yeah, the real version of him is a little more disturbing.
Okay.
Do you have Discord in a place you can see it right now?
Yeah.
I'll just send it to you directly so you can get a...
In some ways, that's worse than creepy. In some ways, the photo is creepier to me.
Well, there's a lot of different iterations of him too, because he's like an artwork, right? So like,
Yeah.
sky's the limit with the Babadook in terms of like how he can appear.
Okay.
He just looks
So you just
honestly
like the
demonic.
moms.
He torments anyone engulfed in grief.
Okay.
Because the idea
That's
here
pretty
is like,
freaky.
the idea is the Babadook is slowly possessing her.
Okay.
Yeah. Interesting concept. I think he's a really cool monster. He goes for me into actually the bone harrowing. He's not quite ass clenching for me, but I think he's quite up there in terms of concept and design. Could the movie have been
that's where
executed
I
better?
think
Sure. But
from the concept, I think I'll put him there too, off your description.
oh, you're well acquainted with this one because of me forcing you to watch them. The Nun.
I was thinking add to the list, and I was like, I don't need that on the list. You put it on
Don't worry, I got you covered.
The Nun.
The Nun. What's wrong with the Nun?
Those freaking.
I didn't even choose a picture of her that's her. It's like the painting of her that she's holding from behind, like menacingly.
Mm.
It still looks like her pretty much exactly, but yeah. I don't know. I think the Nun is actually kind of terrifying in the ways they use her sometimes. Sometimes.
Yeah.
I feel like other like Nun 2, I feel like really fell off comparatively to the first Nun movie in terms of the scary factor.
Am I making the Nun movies mixed up with that one other stupid
The Conjuring,
Christian horror movie?
they're related.
That and the that
They're
one,
made by
what's
the
the
same
one
people.
with? I'll have to look with freaking old fat. Oh God, I know his name.
I'm making a
Anyway.
ranking change. I'm gonna move Samara just because it's the name I know her really by to ass clenching. Because I mean, if I only have 7 days, I'm gonna be clenching my ass. But the Nun goes into bone harrowing for me in terms of just her overall. I think her design is good. I think certain cinematography tricks they use to make her appear are good. Do I like the development
True.
of the character overall as the series continued? No.
I think my problem is I don't know if I like the plot, and so I was like, ugh.
I feel like the initial
And the
movie
characters in
is
it.
less about like it's not about like a parish. It's like more the nun is like a demon harassing a family, which is fine.
Yeah.
That's a better
Maybe I'm getting
plot.
the movies mixed up too.
But
I may have
Nun
paid
2
attention
and I
more
think
to
a
number
3
2,
now.
and I might be doing her disservice. Yeah.
She did suck in 2 and she sucked worse than that. If I'm remembering right, I think there's a third one. Meh. That's where I'm at
I
with
feel
that
like
one.
I'm trying to remember everything she does, especially in the first one. 'Cause
Well,
it
she's
is
trying to
pretty
possess a
strong.
child, primarily.
Okay.
She's harassing like a poor British family.
Yeah, I think I'm remembering number 2 when they're in like the.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about, the chapel or whatever.
I'm
Monastery.
remembering that one more strongly, unfortunately. So it's her plus like all her weird demony powers in there.
Yeah, the first one I think is based more on an investigation done by Ed and Lorraine Warren.
Yeah,
So it's
unfortunately,
it's
I'm
tied more
remembering correctly. I'm trying to
closely.
remember how
That's tied more closely to
spooky and
Conjuring.
all her powers.
I mean, she's a demon. It's traditional powers that you would know from any kind of like ghost, exorcist, like possession story, throwing shit
Yeah.
around, fucking with their minds.
Sometimes I thought she was just like goofy and meh, but it also can be the mindset I watch certain horror movies.
Damn, goofy.
I
don't know,
think
she
probably
definitely
should be
is
Bone Heron,
kinda
but I'm gonna put her
scary.
in Creepy Chills because I
That's
was just
fair,
kinda meh
that's
when I watched
fair.
her. But
That's fair.
again, maybe I'm not giving her just desserts because I'm mostly remembering that second movie, which I was
Well,
side-eyed.
we all know that the next one on the list is the most terrifying. The nun can't even hold a candle to the leprechaun.
Straight to spine, shivering baby.
Yeah, is it? I'm gonna throw him in freakish failures.
Freakish failures, sir.
But I'm pretty sure he
You
fails in
know.
every movie.
Oh, he kills a whole bunch of people before.
Yeah,
he
but
kills.
usually
What
not
are
the
you
person
talking
he
about?
wanted to initially kill. It's usually like bystanders
True.
or random people.
We did like a big like rewatch of these movies, or I'm already forgetting exactly. How
I know,
many
I
people
forgot
he
a lot of them
made
because
for
they
kill.
really blended together eventually.
The first one's probably the best, although already goofy, but they get goofier.
They
So much
do.
goofier. They get so ridiculously goofy.
We might have to rapid
his
fire
initial
some of these, just
concept-
FYI.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No,
I
it's
love
fine.
But I'm down to be here for a while too, so it's good. But I was gonna say like, when I was little, I did not like his face or his little fucking look.
I
freaked
mean,
out
he
about
is
him.
weird, that's for sure.
And I mean, he is technically a special magical fairy thing that's small, can pop out at you, has magical rules about his gold where he can always hunt you down.
Fine,
Take
dreadful
So I want
menace.
to give him. So I want to give him some props there, but I'm trying to remember exactly how. Again, try to go back to the original film before it gets ultra goofy. Exactly how strong he is, because that would decide if I want to put him from Creeping Chills to Freakish Failures myself. I'm gonna put him in Dreadful Menace just because I'm not fully recalling, and he did spook me out. Like I don't like him,
He is weird.
but as I watched it, as I'm older, he has less of a spook.
He's
When I
great.
was younger, I might have put him in Bone Harrow, but now I'm just gonna put him in Menace.
Bone Leprechaun and Bone Harrow. What? Oh my
He was
God,
so creepy. I did not like
have
his face. Just
standards.
like Chucky.
Nah, have
In
standards.
the scene I saw of him, maybe I didn't fully understand as a kid, like the way he chased them down and it was like murderizing. I was like, oh, I don't like this.
I don't like that little man murdering people. It's scary.
Yeah.
That little
But-
gremlin.
As of now, yeah, he's downgraded.
Damn,
for
downgraded.
sure.
The next one is one you included, which I'm kind of mixed on about caring about at all, personally.
Yeah, it kind of depends on which version you go with.
Krampus. There's so many different versions of Krampus.
Krampus. But you know, he's a good, cool monster. Good showing. Good showing.
Good showing.
The
Yeah, I mean,
golf
I
clap.
kind of like Santa,
Princess
like
golf
the
clap.
play on like making Santa like or Christmas is scary.
I mean, some versions of him are so mild to just helping Santa spank you to
full on,
versions,
like, murdering your
where he
entire
sucks you
family.
to hell if you don't get away in the whole neighborhood.
Exactly.
So, range,
His
there's a
powers
range.
are weird and indescript. I'm gonna throw him
Yeah.
in Dreadful Menace because I don't think he's a failure. It's hard to call him a failure when he succeeds, pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah, and he's pretty scary. Is bound to get several people, and it's hard to say you fully kill him because of he's a supernatural creature.
And true, creeping
I
chills
would
if he actually
probably-
shows up.
Yeah, and I'm thinking of the one movie where he can really get you through the snow with all his little helpers, his weird, like, freakish.
Oh
weird
yeah, I forgot
Christmas
about that.
helpers. So I'll put him in. I was thinking Dreadful Menace or Creepy Chills. I'll give him Creepy Chills because I can like an evil Krampus if it's done well and fun.
Okay, I'm throwing him into creeping chills as well, I guess. because
How
he
do
would be
people feel
creepy
about
to
the
deal with.
holiday spooks? Sometimes I like them, and sometimes they're goofy as a.
I can like the twist, like Killer Easter Bunny or something, but I feel like it has to be done
I
well
don't-
to actually work.
I don't think I gave you the picture. I don't think he made the cut because I thought it was just too goofy. But there's the gingerbread man.
Oh,
who
yeah,
just is a giant gingerbread man who comes to people. There's so many things in that. category, like
Amazing.
Giant this, giant that, goofy this, goofy that. All right.
The next one, I'm sure you recognize it.
Trying to.
You don't recognize. I know you don't recognize.
I'm like, I do not.
Because Silent Hill is on the brain. This is a creature thing from Silent Hill 4 called the Twin Victim.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty freaky looking because it might be hard to tell in that picture, but like, if you were a whole person, you would like be the size of its shoulder. It's quite large.
Okay. What do it do?
Well, basically, the description of it is that it appears to be a large set of sleeping conjoined twin infants wearing a tattered, dirty smock and what looks like a scarf, both of which bear a feathery texture. Along with pale skin, they have enormous, adult-like arms on which they stand. Their arms come out from underneath their smock, as if they're a pair of legs.
Hmm.
Yeah,
That's
not great. Yeah, so basically they're a manifestation of the. It's funny because we actually read about them. Remember we heard about Walter Sullivan killing Billy and Miriam Locane in that one article? In Silent Hill 2. Well, this is what this is what's left of those two children.
Damn.
The main theme here is like it's like a demented level of attachment and misunderstanding. It's mostly just a representation of just like being too attached to something. They're pretty just creepy overall.
Okay.
They chase the player around.
Yeah, like what's their tech?
Like initially
freaky.
when you go into it, they don't attack you unless you wander too close, and then they lash out.
Okay.
But otherwise, they're pretty much just indifferent and like just stare at you. But yeah, after they are triggered, they'll like run around the room really fast and continuously harass you until they're killed. It's they just suck. They're really creepy, and they have like a childlike infant like squeal sound. It's not comforting, that's for sure.
Yeah, I feel like I'm gonna put them in creepy shows because they sound spooky but also kind of goofy to me. And also I'm used to so many weird creature ghosts, but I feel like if I actually played the game, it might be an ass clenching.
I'm gonna put them in creepy chills as well. I don't think they're as scary as like Pyramid Head. But they are just kind of gross and weird. Like, oh god, why did you happen?
Gross. I don't want you around. Okay.
Yeah, please leave. All right, next one's all you.
Yeah,
Tomie.
alright, come on. Yeah, it's Tomie from Junji Ito, I'm pretty sure. I'm probably
Junji
butchering the
Ito.
name. I've seen different versions and it's been a while. I probably could brush up myself on Tomie, but I'll give you a basic kind of spread. What I need to get him to watch more because Junji Ito stuff just has a weird curse
Vibe.
SCP Twilight Zone vibe in some of the episodes. It's just strange, okay? But Tomie is like I believe an ongoing character. It has various stories. I probably haven't seen them all. But often she's a very beautiful like high school girl, as you see there. But then she
Sort
can
of.
randomly grow. Well, yes, but she doesn't normally start out that way. As the story progresses, sometimes she can like grow another random weird face, and it can be a more angry face. Sometimes she's more of like an annoying harasser of somebody in the story. Like in one story, she wants to get this one girl caught for selling photos, and uses like her beauty to and like her being the good girl to wile people into believing the girl getting suspended first. And she has like lackeys, and so like, and they go crazy, and like as she was being called ugly, that face sprouts. And she's like, what? And then when she sees it, she's like, oh, get it off. And like their own friends like can't get it off, like kind of like cut off her own head.
Oh God.
But as the girl's like chained there and like trying to get away, eventually that weird body gets up, grown another mini head, and like laughs and giggles away. And another, she's being seen as like a whore and a seducer, even though she's just like, people just happen to like her, but she doesn't want to like them back. And so they kind of go crazy and murder her there too. I've seen various versions, like a long time ago. I've watched a really long time ago. I watched movies based on Tomie. Sometimes you're mad at her, and sometimes you're also like, oh, she's the victim here because she's pretty and she won't say yes to people, they're gonna harass her. So it really, depending on the story, can go either way. But either way, she starts off as somebody very pretty who goes ugly of her own accord, or something happens to her. But the weird and sometimes she doesn't always directly attack. She gets people to attack for her sometimes, very often. Although I think a few times she does attack directly. But she's always either scheming, or somebody goes crazy and schemes for her and or against her, or both. Like the guy wants to kill everyone because like she drives like her not wanting him drives him mad. But one of the main things is, as I've discussed, is I don't know if she's fully killable, and she comes back in multiple times. So maybe kind of SCP-ish in that way, where like I think at one point she's murdered by the whole group of kids, but some part of her is like given to somebody else, like an implant, but the person has to go to the hospital because they're feeling bad, and when they open them up, it's a Tomie head growing from the part that they had taken, like as it, like, implanted into them.
Yeah.
So very freaky, can regrow from her own parts. I'm not even fully sure how defined that is. Like, it's because often the story will end there where she's like hello, or like getting her own head back, or like regrowing her own body. So it seemed like a normal like thing, and maybe they're having social commentary or something, but it's very quickly weirdly horror-ish, especially in its ending. I'm trying to describe it the best I can. Maybe I should have wrote a piece because it's very hard.
It's fine.
I feel like some of it you have to witness and experience some of his stuff.
I think I'll throw her in bone harrowing just from that description.
Yeah. Because she's so comebackable, and I feel shows up in multiple places.
Well, and also
like,
just clearly mentally disturbed. I mean,
yeah, I feel like maybe initially be like, she's weird, put her in Menace or something.
Even the mentally disturbed people like in Uzumaki, they at least still feel like victims of the craziness rather than like perpetrating it. But it sounds like she's like perpetrating it.
Yeah. Sometimes often she is, although sometimes, like I said, she's not. It sometimes just comes back on her. So like that's why some people debate like what each individual story is even kind of saying, and like, is she a victim or not? How mean is she? Like, but the fact that she's like so unstoppable and almost like a weird SCP curse, I'll put her in bone harrowing too.
All right. Oh, your favorite, Annabelle.
I feel like I only watched this once and kind of half-assed. So
even referenced in the Conjuring movies. I don't know. It's just a creepy demon doll that gets people to do bad stuff, like deals to steal away children or something at times. Like,
I'm not remembering how creepy this movie actually was to me.
For me, she only reaches Dreadful Menace because I think it's just a.
Okay.
I think it's an overused, poorly
I was
thought
thinking
out
Creeping
concept.
Chills or Dreadful Minutes too. I don't
I'm
think
sure
I'm
people
doing
will
it
put her a
super
lot
well,
higher. I know a lot of
but
people
I'm
would
not-
probably put her like ass clenching or even maybe spine shivering, but she does not reach
Well, I know
that
some people
for me.
like those movies more, and some people are also more scared of dolls than I am. But
I hate
don't
dolls,
remember
and
it
she's
just,
still
getting
weak.
Me.
Weak sauce.
So, but in fairness, to everyone, I don't hardly remember this movie because I don't think I liked it that much.
She
so
could
I'm
maybe
gonna put her
go
in
into
Dreadful Menace
Creeping
too.
Chills to be
That's what I was wondering.
at most,
if I
but
remembered her more. Because I don't, she's going to Dreadful Menace.
the next three could all actually four really could all be related. Like she goes there,
True.
Slappy goes into Freakish Failure, beat by 12-year-olds.
Yeah.
Legit 12-year-olds with no weapons or violence. Literally just like stopped.
Slappy.
Like he's worse than Chucky.
Lame ass. I feel as a child, I have a personal hate of dummies. So as a child, would have went to spine shivering, but what I know of his plot now, and as an adult, I probably just punt him like Chucky. So I agree.
Yeah, he's even weaker than Chucky too. Like he's such a bitch.
As a child, dummies. Although I don't think Slappy specifically, but there's some other stories that use a dummy kind of like Slappy that freaked me out more. They would get more of an ass clench to this day, maybe, but he goes in Freakish Failure.
What do you think of Megan?
Megan, maybe Chill or Below. I'm trying to think. Some parts of that movie are goofy, but the concept is kind of interesting and fun. And
It
as
is
a robot, it
kind
could be
of
strong and
creepy,
scary,
but
and you may not
nothing
suspect her.
That astounding.
Yeah, I think in the end, it mostly ended up being more interesting on the drama and the funniness of what she was gonna do. So I guess I'll agree. I'll put her in Menace. I know some people might rate her higher just because they don't like the face itself, like the uncanny face. It doesn't bother me that bad.
It doesn't bother me either. It's closer to human than doll, even. Like, it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Not really my
And
thing.
at some points, they have a real actress. Like when she dances, it's a real actress breaking it down. So while it's funny, it's like it moves
That's
pretty well.
hilarious.
So it's not uncanny enough for me. We can
It's the
see along if you
weirdness
wanna go
movement.
down.
We also now have
Yeah, the weirdness
Freddy
movement.
Fazbear, your favorite.
I watched the movie. The last two Halloweens, I meant to play it for stream. Still haven't.
Movies
So I'm not a huge FF person at all. I didn't hate the movie, but I didn't love it. But I'm also not.
I also
like,
know
like said,
I know
a
some of the
game-playing
lore,
fan,
and I feel like the
so-
lore wasn't followed very well, and they didn't make the movie. The movie should have been rated R. I'm pretty sure it was like PG-13 or something. It really
Yeah,
needed
maybe
to.
they should have had.
It could have been
someone
more
else to
grave.
kill, and maybe it needs more spooks or something.
Well, no, because like you
It
know, like
had-
these things are horrifying because what happens in the game is you are a security guard for the night shift, kind of like they should.
Yeah, I know. I listened to some on that.
Then you
These
get you
videos, I
stay
know
there
some.
till 6 a.m. But if you're caught, they shove you into an animatronic suit with all your fleshy bits. It should be
Yeah.
bloody as hell, to be honest. Like
That's how they ended up killing the guy in it that way. But I don't think hardly anyone else has got, or maybe one other person has gotten that movie. So maybe in the end it didn't have enough to show off. The
I just feel
horror
like
of it, actually.
they could have. They just went in a direction that was more trying to sell to kids.
They're trying
I
to keep
guess.
mystery and suspense
Nah.
about having
I would
plot, but then
disagree.
because it also, I think you agree because of the rating, maybe they didn't show off a few more kills. Which, if it had been higher rated, it could have been.
Because I think again
So,
it should have been rated
yeah.
R because the topics in it are pretty intense. Like while it looks like a kiddie thing on the outside, like Chuck E. Cheese animatronics, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the Bite of '88 or whatever. Then there's also
I
like
only watched it once.
a
so
murderer.
maybe I'm remembering.
Yeah, go
But how
ahead.
much did they even show off the other animatronics? I know
Not
there
a
was few in the
ton.
movie, and there's certain scenes specifically had it, but I felt like there should have been almost more jump scares with them, or like
Yeah,
something
there
that
should have
person had to
been.
get around.
I feel like the
more,
entire
something.
premise of the story was just off base overall. The Nick Cage movie where he's like taking a break, drinking a soda, and then totally wrecking
It's so
everything
goofy, but
is way better.
It hits such a it hits more of what you want to see from the horror, but also it's, I don't know, some people might say it's so bad good, but I feel like it hits a goofy vibe. I don't know how to describe it in a way that I actually enjoyed watching way more.
Oh
than
yeah,
the
I thought it was very
Freddy's
good. It was very fun. I enjoyed it a lot.
Yeah, him playing the arcade in the break time and him drinking.
Gotta play that
real
pinball
quick and then like wrecking the freaking ostrich.
Yeah, and so with that, Freddy Fazbear makes it into the ever-growing list of dreadful menaces.
Okay, yeah, I was wondering, based on the actual game, is that where you'd put him too?
Yeah, even the game itself. I mean, the game. If you just go by like the first game, you barely have any lore to go off of. It's just all jump scares, pretty much.
I feel like I was only going up to chilling, but again, since I'm not as much of a player, I'm
chilling
for now.
I'll put it up at chilling because I think they deserve that for like the initial game experience. But it does get stale over time. Like eventually, you're gonna be like, "Oh, I don't give a fuck." Yeah.
Okay.
It is an extremely hard game though. Sure. Like there are challenge modes, especially in the later ones, that make it extremely difficult. Like it's hard, it's challenging,
yeah,
almost like a puzzle.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all I got for Freddy though. Now
I know some people are like, "What?" because they love FNAF, but
I know I just don't care about FNAF all that much. It is not not on for me.
Yeah.
So we got Hocus Pocus Witches.
Yeah,
we got the creepy witch with the kid that turns into a mouse that I can't remember.
Is it the head witch, the high witch? I can't remember.
Yeah, I have no idea her name
title, though.
The high witch, and then we have
Meg Knucklebones.
Yeah, Meg. From Legend.
Yeah.
These are the three big ones.
I'll say the sisters are more in a cutesy, spooky movie and they're thwarted. However, I'd say some of their powers, if they weren't goofy, are pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say they could be.
Movie, so
they could be pretty menacing. They could be pretty menacing. I wouldn't say they're complete failures. I feel like they are spooky to a point. They do what they're intended to do.
They can eat children, suck your youth. They come through timelines. They act again. If it wasn't kind of spooky, you'd almost wonder how these children would win. But it is a spooky kids movie, and they're goofy. So yeah, Dreadful Menace. They are fun though. It's a fun movie.
I feel like the hag really freaked me out in Legend when I was young. Like I'd consider. Yeah, I would even say. I would even say it was ass clenching for me when that first appeared. Because I was like, oh,
I think when I first watched it too, probably. Yeah. How's he gonna get out of this? Although I also kind of find her funny, and the more I've watched it, I mean, she's definitely more creepy than the Sanderson sisters. And like, there's way more you think she can probably do, and definitely eat him.
Yeah, true.
But I feel I'm trying to think, because she is really, we only know so much about her powers, and she's easily thwarted, but she's pretty big and creepy. She is for sure. I agree. When I was young, the first time you see her, you're like, you are more ass clenched by her.
Well, because she's just so nasty too, like rising out of the swamp and stuff. I mean, she's not a sight to behold, so to speak.
Hey, she's just having her swamp dip, okay? She's a swamp witch.
Yeah, it does wonders for the skin. I mean, look at her.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you think she's fair, Othaya?
Do you think it's all natural, or maybe it's Maybelline?
I love her line of like, she's like, "You don't really intend to eat me, Miss Meg," and she's like, "Ha, indeed I do, Jack." I love it.
Indeed I do.
She's such an evil. She's just an evil queen. Iconic.
I love Legend. It's a great movie. Underrated. Only thing I really like Tom Cruise in.
Meg. I feel like it's gotten more love now. All like the fantasy stuff.
Oh, well, it's just so fun. It's just a fun adventure.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of where I want to put her. Where are you putting her?
I'm putting her in ass clenching because I think she deserves
Oh,
it.
yes.
Hey,
I'm trying to think if I was.
something that nonchalant, just saying, I do indeed intend to
It's
eat you.
true.
Like, I was like, oh.
I'm trying to think because I think initially I was kind of scared of her, but I don't know if I was ever completely scared of her. And I have a weird love of hags sometimes too. I find
Could
them
put her
goofy.
in bone harrowing.
I think I'm putting in bone harrowing.
Yeah, maybe
Just
she
'cause
doesn't
is
quite
thwarted
deserve
by
that
distraction
slot.
and a stab. Although she was stabbed, it might be like a hero sword.
I will
Maybe
put.
she should be an ass clenching if that's how you personally feel.
I don't know. It's a bit of both. I'll debate. The other witch,
And
I kind of put her in creeping
High
because like the way
Witch.
she turns
I
him
might put
into
her
a
in
rat
creeping.
or mouse is like pretty terrifying as a child.
Yeah.
Like,
They have a few different spells. They have potions. That turn you into a mouse. They have an whole organization so no one knows you're there. They turn you into a mouse. They're gonna catch you, eat you for your youth and candy.
yeah, not
Pretty
great.
creepy, especially on my first watch. You're not sure exactly how far they can go.
Yeah,
They
not
are very
good.
menacing and evil. I think Creeping Chills is good.
All right, we're on to
Also, the way you're not always sure you can break her spell.
true. Yeah, you have no idea if you
In the end of
can
that
not
movie.
be a
The
mouse.
movie has a lot of
like-
good plot twists. It's actually a based movie.
Yeah, I need to rewatch it. I haven't seen that in ages.
All right, we can move on.
Next
Oh,
one
go
is
ahead.
Jennifer's Body.
Yeah, I added her just to add some more crazy female demon rap. Also,
And
and just a unique character. I don't like everyone
Straight into
discusses.
freakish failures for me.
How dare you?
Sorry, I felt no
Hey, she
fear.
gets to
I
eat
felt
many, she gets to eat
anxiety.
many a person, and the only reason she stopped is friendship.
The only thing to look forward to in that film is the credits.
Damn! I like Jennifer's Body. It's like a cult sleeper hit. I think there's a lot of fun things about it.
Uh-oh. Okay, good. Whew.
I'm trying to think, should she be Gentle Menace or Freakish Failure? Because the way the movie's played and who she targets, I'm not always completely scared of her. Maybe as much as you should be.
I feel
But you
like
also kinda feel bad
she's
for
a
her.
really
She's
bad
sacrificed, and You kind of want to
monster.
see her eat certain people. So, why?
True. I don't know. I feel like, well, exactly, you think she'd be more focused or something. But she, like, cares about the dumbest shit that a monster really wouldn't care about, I don't think.
Well, she's a weird hybrid of like undead demoning girl who's slowly becoming more demony, I suppose. And she learns
I
that she can hurt
guess.
herself and what she wants to eat. 'Cause at first she doesn't even quite know what she wants to eat. Just a quick rundown. She's like a girl who gets sacrificed by a band who sacrifices her to Satan because they want to be popular. So they like stab her and throw her in like those water mystery holes where we don't know where it comes out. Or they want to. They throw the knife in there. And so, but because she wasn't a virgin fully, she came back as a demon thing. And starts to keep herself feeling good.
Hunger.
Like it either makes makes her happier and look better when she actually eats. So she actually kind of is driven too.
Freakish failure.
But yeah, friendship and her best friend stops her. I guess I will put her in freakish failure, but I'm debating where she goes in Dreadful Menace, but I will put her in failure, I suppose.
I just don't
Fun
think her
movie. I
concept is
like it.
interesting enough. I think it's a fun movie. It's just not a
I actually
great
really
one.
like the concept of the movie, and I find parts of it funny, but I don't know if it'll hit everything for everyone or if there could be improvements. I don't know.
It's
We can-
terrible. That's- I'm
we can move
kidding.
Dang.
It is not high on my list of great horror films. But moving on to more people that devour their prey, we've got a trio here. Well, actually, four.
I see.
Nosferatu
Yeah.
is one. Then we've got Christopher Lee's Dracula.
Like a classic Dracula. Or
The
more
horror
classic
of Dracula.
anyway.
Yeah, pretty much. And then we also have, I don't know if you're familiar with this one as much. It is called, where is it? Just Fright Night vampires, which are a little
I've seen
different
Fright
than
Night.
standard.
I'm
And
trying to remember all the
then
rules between the differences of them.
I can't remember the exact rules of them, but they are freaky looking. And then of course,
Yeah, more a monster face.
Dracula from Van Helsing.
Dracula. Epish.
Exactly.
Yes, Van Helsing.
Gotta have the Van Helsing representation. But let's start with Nosferatu, eh?
We do love Van Helsing, personally.
Oh, I
We're
fucking
Van
adore it.
Helsing enjoyers. Yeah.
So much fun.
All right, we can start with which one?
Nosferatu.
Nosferatu. Yeah, Nosferatu. I'm trying to remember. There's certain versions of Nosferatu I still need to see. It's been a long time since I've seen the original. In fairness to Nosferatu, so I'm trying to remember all the deets. You can give me some deets. And how you feel.
I need to give you deets.
No, just how you feel deets and why, because it'll probably spark.
Nosferatu for me is mostly a visual thing in terms of how creepy he really is. So I probably throw him into like Creeping Chills because he has like the really long, weird blade fingers and like the just strange facial expressions and movement that I don't like. So I feel he isn't quite a dreadful menace, but he also doesn't get much higher than that for me because I feel like just due to the time limitation
stuff. So I'm gonna put him there too.
Yeah, there is I think a new movie that came out this year called Nosferatu.
Yeah, eventually we'll have a Nosferatu run. Try to get all the Nosferatu movies. I'm gonna keep him creepy and chills though too because he is one of the inspos for the Nosferatu clan in.
Of course. How could I forget? Vampire Masquerade over here.
Yeah, the Masquerade, baby.
That is not. Oh my god.
They get even creepier, and like hide in.
They're even
like,
worse than
places.
The original concept. They're like way more deformed.
They can be, yes. It depends on their age and what unfortunate deformities you roll.
Oh god.
But the way they would like skulk like Nosferatu and want to hide underneath things like a more classic ghoulish vampire and such.
True.
So I'll give him a creeping chills. I think that's respectable.
All right.
What do we think of one of the more classic Draculas here?
I think it looks great. Although I don't think I've actually watched this movie with Christopher Lee. I probably should. Because it's called The Horror of Dracula. The Horror of Dracula.
I've watched certain old versions of Dracula and certain campy ones and the very classic Bram Stoker's one, but I don't know if I've seen this one.
I should see it. We should see it because I think it would be great, especially with Christopher Lee as Dracula. I think it'd be wild.
It's gonna be good or slightly cheesy, but I'm gonna like it either way.
But still good because Christopher Lee. I mean, he just has that power.
So we're going over like basically a more classic Dracula in general, or specifically him, 'cause I haven't seen it.
He is more classic though. It is more classic in general. I would say he still falls in Creeping Chills. He isn't quite bone harrowing.
Yeah.
Classic Dracula, I don't find that terrifying per se.
Sometimes I don't. Bram Stoker specifically, depending on the story, maybe can go into bone harrowing or ash clenching.
Yeah, depending on how.
Dracula, or how he's coming
I actually would put the
that,
Fright Night ones in bone harrowing just because they're so vicious and like wild looking.
Yeah.
It like the Fright Night one focuses on their hunger more.
Yeah. If the master vampire in that one too has gained enough of a mob, they'll come after you. So it's pretty creepy.
Not great. Like hive mind nonsense going on.
Yeah, they're crazy now. And they almost like to torment you to make people think that you're more crazy, like that Mitchell kid.
I'm also gonna throw the Van Helsing Dracula into. I think I threw him into bone harrowing because when I watched it as a kid, like. He was terrifying. I mean, he was suave. He was charismatic, which also is terrifying for a monster to be charismatic in that way.
There's so many parts of that movie that are a little camp and a little goofy, so you want to put him in menace or chills. But when you think about all the stuff he actually can do, he probably
And what he
shouldn't
is
have done
attempting to doing, like
To do-
resurrecting dead
yeah, all his
babies, like
children.
dead children things, like
and not caring about who he kills. Really,
how cold
yeah.
he is. I mean, yeah, I think the actor did a really good job of the Van Helsing one to make it like that. But yeah, so
I'll think about it, but I'll put him there too.
so I have Fright Night and him in Bone Harrowing. I have classic Dracula and Nosferatu in Creeping Chills, and I think that's a pretty fair assessment of vampires overall. I feel, because I don't think they're too. I don't think I've ever been ass clenching or spine shivered by vampires, to be honest.
I feel like I have, particularly in youth, and if like particularly like I was reading Bram Stoker. I feel like I can, depending on the scenario, because sometimes I think we're so used to them, we underplay
I don't
what they can actually do in the right scenario.
Bram Stoker's
They're just a
Dracula
normal
is one of my
human.
favorite books. I have like a copy of it on a shelf next to me that I've like annotated to hell, because I used to annotate all the time when I read. And I don't know, it never like freaked me out
These
as more as it
babies.
intrigued me,
Well,
like the
once-
mystery. So what? So do
True,
half
it
these
has a-
other
it has such a
monsters.
blend.
So do half these other monsters.
I'm like trying to tell you, he has a wolf form and a bat form.
So do a lot of vampires. I mean,
I wanna
much
say
to
he
Edward's
kinda counts on
dismay.
this too. Dracula, depending on the version.
Notice
Oh,
how I
there's
didn't
just so
include him
many
on the list.
vampire powers.
Throw Edward into Freakish Failures, honorable mention, everyone.
Yeah. Mixed in some ways, I feel like some they should be elevated or lowered. I'll think about it, but I'll just keep them where.
What
I
do
have
you
them
think
To, but
of the general
at the
concept
moment, that's how I'm feeling.
of werewolves?
Okay, yeah, we got werewolves.
I figured it would be perfect
Again,
to follow
depending
up
on the movie, particularly when I was
Dracula.
younger, I actually could be very scared of werewolves. And I had somebody
Really?
IRL jump scare me as like a 3-year-old child with a werewolf mask. So
For
And
me,
that
it
could
actually
be-
kind of comes down to how they like show the transformation. I feel the transformation can be
Mhm.
really fucking like, oh.
depends on their
Um,
powers and the scenario they pop out at you, because depending on how fast they can transform and where you're stuck at them with, they would be very, and their speed and strength stats, it can be really scary. And like how well they can track you. Some werewolves can track you very well, depending on the story. So it's like
I put them in
have to,
Creeping Chills.
fisticuffs. I wouldn't want to fisticuffs a werewolf.
Well, no, it's like
Let's be
saying you
real.
want to fisticuff a bear, though. I mean,
Yeah, true. Although it's slightly more intelligent and more actively against you than
maybe
a
it
bear.
depends
Although,
on the
depends bear.
version. Well, it depends on the version of the
True.
werewolf too, how intelligent they actually
We
remain.
did. There's
Like Harry
there's
Potter,
Also like a
they lose all sense of
Yeah, there's
intelligence.
Yeah, true. They're more just like if you happen to be in their area. That's what I said. There's such a range in werewolves too, because there's all the way to like turning into a wolf, to being just a wolf man, to being what I kind of chose this picture out of, was where you're like I think a lot of people
Basically,
like,
Van
like,
Helsing
more
werewolf.
of the fantastic, yeah, werewolf man thing.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah, probably
If you're
for
fighting
me, it's
it.
one of the scariest, unless you. Some of the other ones can be scary too, depending again on the exact stats. Or
I don't know.
how
It does
they
not bother
act,
me
but
that much.
This is one of my
It goes right in
favorites.
creeping. It goes right into creeping for me.
Have you seen American Werewolf in London or American
Yeah,
Panther, that
uh-huh.
franchise?
I
that
think they're
franchise
kinda-
sometimes used to like get
I think
me
they're kinda
jump scared
hokey.
and creeps.
Oh.
I actually like. I know the Howling 2 and all those other ones reviewed goofy, but the original Howling also kind of had me a little bit.
Oh my god.
So I'm trying to think, do I
Nah.
want bone harrowing or creeping shells? I've also read comic books too, where like, if, as a normal person,
It sounds
you're
like
stuck with
werewolves
like,
just
like
are like more of a
Silent Hill
sticking point for
with
you.
2 bullets, and you gotta like kill them get out of their den. It's pretty scary. I don't know.
Nah.
I'm gonna give them bone harrowing.
Just
Go
kill the
werewolves.
damn large dogs and get over it. All right. So this next one is one you may or may not recognize at all, depending on your exposure. But his name is Mr. X.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if I'm recognizing it.
Mr. X is a primary antagonist of Resident Evil 2. and one that actually kind of created the whole concept of I'm a big bad that's invincible, that is going to literally follow you around while you have to do everything in the zone.
Oh, no.
Like way worse than Pyramid Head in terms of tracking. Like, imagine if Pyramid Head tracked us the entirety of the prison while we're killing other monsters and dealing with everything else. Yeah, that's Mr. X. He sucks. You can't get an achievement for shooting off his hat, though. He is pretty scary.
Picking up like meh.
I think he just leaves it, and then he's just chasing you without his hat, which actually makes it worse.
Again, probably super scary because I can't play it. I'm not entirely sure, but knowing what I know of Silent Hill, I probably would be ass clenched. From his look. Because I'm not sure, though. I wonder where I want to put him, as I have not played that one. Like I only played one or two of these, and one of them I played with somebody, so I didn't get to play. Like sometimes I only got to watch, kind of thing. So apparently I had to play way more Silent Hills than I thought. I have to look. I have to figure out which one I actually played.
Oh my.
I'll put him in Creeping Chills just because I'm not sure, but I'm wondering if he probably would be ass clenching for me. I'm gonna assume so.
Well, and he was under the control. But... he was like a hitman, tyrant, which is like a classification of like a T type that is under the control of the Umbrella Corporation that they sent in after the Raccoon City. Like, you've heard of Raccoon City, right?
Yeah, I'm flipping the game name. Sorry. Yes.
So Raccoon City had like a huge outbreak that Umbrella couldn't control of the T virus, which allowed zombies to be broken out and all that jazz. And they sent him in to recover a G virus sample from a pendant that a character had on them and kill any surviving officers and civilians found in the Raccoon police station.
What does he have powers like that one guy? Where exactly are
his power? I mean, he has. I mean, obviously, insane durability. Like, you can't kill him, no matter how much you shoot him. You can't. You can maybe like slow him down a little, but you just can't kill him.
All right.
His official name is T00, like Titan 00 or Tyrant.
Okay, I'll put him in bone here just because.
But Mr. X is like a nickname. But yeah, he's just a pretty scary type. But he has like a different state eventually too that makes him worse. It's hard to say. Resident Evil characters are kind of weird. Like, his powers are kind of nondescript. It's just, he's very, very tough. He's very strong too. Like, he can move a helicopter like with one hand. So he's pretty big too. He's very tall.
Yeah, I got that from his picture. I'm not sure if I know this next one either.
I think I'd throw him in Bone Herring as well. He's actually not as bad to me as Jack from the 7th Resident Evil. I think Jack's is worse, which is saying something for Jack, considering he's not a giant tyrant man. All right, next on the list, is a following tyrant called Nemesis.
I know him a bit more.
He was shown more in the movies as well.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of an altered version of Mr. X after shit happened. I would actually put him in ass clenching, because he has a lot more. He's like considered a bioorganic weapon, and he has like these weird parasites infected within him that make him highly intelligent and powerful. And there's more than one of him technically. There's like 7 or something. So not great.
He's multiplied.
He's nicknamed in one of the things as Pursuer. So yeah, not great. You don't want the Pursuer coming after you.
Yeah, might put him in Bone Hair and ass clenching too. I know him a bit more, and I also see him in DVD, although I'm not, again, an expert. I feel like he's creepier to me.
It was like he's like a failed concept. Like what Umbrella was trying to do with the Nemesis series was they were trying to create a clonable super soldier to sell to the military. So that's what he like is born from, is that concept.
Yeah.
Much different than Captain America.
Like, we did accomplish making him beefy.
They did do that.
Wrist.
They did do that. Next one I think will be a speedy one for me. It's Vecna from good old Stranger Things.
His powers are pretty crazy too, especially if you're not kind of like dream psychic like him. Like.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. He would probably kill almost anyone instantly. But he still only gets bone harrowing because he's an asshole, idiot, human. At the end of the day.
Yeah, originally. Although weirdly, he's like apparently now the story we finally got.
I still don't know how he survived in that universe, personally.
Yeah, how you survived. He was the thing that initially even kind of contacted it with his weird spider love. So he's like the initial like starting point. So maybe he has some like affinity for it, but still, yeah, not really fully explained.
Yeah, it's confusing how he's like not even human anymore. I mean, like, what the hell happened?
Yeah. I guess maybe he's had too much affinity for it, so he's find a way to become one with it, which seems like it would be hard because there's so many weird creatures there. But maybe it has to do with his imagination too.
Yeah, like, what does he eat? Like, how does he even eat? I mean, it's weird.
In some ways, I like the addition of him. In some ways, I almost like just the mystery of the weird other world before he.
Yeah, I don't like that he ended up being from our world, like the human world. I feel like it would have been more interesting if he was a being that was intelligent from that world that was humanoid and could talk and do things. I don't know. That's why he only goes to bone harrowing. I'm trying to think, should I count in the creatures that he let in from the first few seasons? No.
Like the thing he made to come eat them, the freaking demigorgons. Because if I do that, it makes them even more ass clenching.
I don't think he made them. I think he just directed them.
And she helped open the gate again, but
yeah. Well, he needed her to do something initially too. He needed her still to do something to start it all.
Yes.
So I don't know.
I know. I'm trying to think of all his powers, especially in his own realm, but even outside of his realm, he can, once he's done certain things to you, he gets pretty strong. Like, he can like just lift you up and crack you once he's like infected you enough in the one season, right? I'm trying to remember exactly how that works.
Yeah, it was like timing wise too. I don't know. But yeah, not great. Not great. Definitely not something you'd want to see.
Yeah. I might leave him in ass clenching. Just because that series made me clench, but maybe I should move down to bone harrowing.
This one isn't strictly horror. Mind Flayer.
They're freaking gross.
I'm actually gonna put them in ass clencher because fuck that fate.
Yeah.
Fuck that fate.
Yeah. And like, if they weren't evil, I can maybe be okay with the squid face, because squid octopus faces are my favorite. Although I like octopuses in real life. They're smart and kind of cute, but because they have that disgusting ass fucking worm thing that goes in your brain, spine shivering. No sir.
Yeah,
no,
spine shivering is it? Yeah, true enough. That too, but not just that. But are you sure you're good with eating brains forever?
True, they do.
Like your diet is completely restricted.
Make you crazy with their brain power. Yeah, I do. they're a cool like villain and interesting like concept, like another. Like,
Oh yeah,
sci-fi
100%
concept.
great concept for a terrifying mind race. But oh, no, thank you. Stay away from me. Ah.
Do not like.
Yeah, I agree. They're
No, I don't like
they're
worms.
straight to spine shivering. I agree. I actually do move it up. I was gonna put them ass clenching, but I feel it's not enough for what they do to you.
No. Yeah, if you get a bad rule, go to the realm where they're invading.
The next one gets an ass clenching for sure.
What
And this is the better Leatherface. So I was mocking Leatherface as like a fucking bottom tier face maker, body stealer, part stealer. Because Jeepers Creepers. That's what the next one is. Jeepers Creepers.
This is one of the ones I always think I've watched, and then when people describe it, I'm like, did I ever?
Nah,
watch
you
this
never
movie?
watched it. I don't think.
I think I've seen a part of it and never finished it when I was younger, so I think that's the problem.
Jeepers Creepers is
Just made me
fantastic.
realize I did that too.
He's like centuries, potentially even longer, older monster that steals parts from people to prolong its life over time. That's how it's kept itself going forever.
Okay.
That's the general gist. And he can fly. Like, it's almost impossible to get away from him once he has your scent. Like, he hunts you down because he can sense when you have a part he needs, like an eye or a heart, whatever.
Oh no.
Yeah, not great. Not a great man. And also, I have the picture blown up on my stream, but that face he makes is horrifying. Because he has like these weird like crab flaps that come out from his face that are usually enclosed around it. He can also mimic people's voices.
Ooh.
So he can like bait you out and stuff. Like, he is terrifying. Terrifying. He terrified me, especially when I watched it.
I'll have to be right back.
Oh, right now? Okay. We'll take a quick break, guys. We're actually going to be anyway, because I want to grab a snack anyway, so. She may not have heard that, though. I'll make sure to give her a message. But we're going to take a quick break, guys. That's a good time to take a break while we're talking about this horrifying fella, the Jeeper and the Creeper. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. We really appreciate it. And we'll get back to it in a minute. Treasure Goblin. Treasure Goblin. Get back here. You ain't going nowhere, bitch. Get back here. Get back here, you son of a... Get on the floor. Bleed. Yeah. Oh man, that was nothing. Damn it, I was hoping to give me more. Although he gave me a lot of money. I'll take it. Yeah. Oh. Well. Just give up. There's a stone right here.
Back to my natural state.
Dead.
I just saw that we were leaving him, so I was like, oh, let's just put him out of his misery.
What do you get from salvaging a horse other than meat?
Hey, I'm hungry.
Oh no. Run, horse.
Oh, I've already proven I can outrun a horse.
You have. Oh, no. That's so ridiculous. Holy shit.
We're getting hit hard. Hostile UAV in the area. Hostiles launched a cruise missile. Enemies taking Echo. Securing Delta. Enemy UAV active. Our UAV is orbiting the area.
on, civilians, go.
Calling in reinforcements.
Hey, fuck off, Terminator. These are my civilians now. I have to care about them.
What's... Oh, tank.
Oh, my game? Game?
Don't worry, they're not after you. It's after me.
Oh, good.
Oh, it's
Grenade
after you
fixed
now.
it. No, there was some jankery going on with my game. Oh! Death. Come on, you know you want to spawn a demon for us to kill.
Ow. Maybe I knocked me off my horsey.
There it is. He's falling frozen.
What was that?
That was amazing.
Skeletons? What can they do? They're just piles of bones on the ground. They're
They're
already
already dead. Hey, what's up, Bucksama? Hey, man, skeletons can do a lot against ghosts, it would seem. I'm doing all right. Because I am a skeleton. I don't know if you've ever played this, Bucks, but Sea of Thieves is a good time. Oh! Grenade. There's no way. What? What? That grenade was so improbable. Oh, we can cross the river here. Perfect.
No mercy.
Take the power of ice and turn it against our foes. I'll combine my magic.
No mercy indeed, Percival. No mercy indeed. Yeah. Oh. Oh, can you clip that? That was awesome. I shot him in the back. He turned around to look at me, and then he died. Try and be more conscientious of saving frequently. I remember that needing to be a thing in these kinds of games. That's an ancient door.
Maybe there's another entrance.
Or maybe you can help me pick or lockpick it. Nat 20. Heck yeah. Wait, what? Why am I like in a I'm in a permanent falling animation. No. I'm bugged. I'm about to die. Yep. Wow. What a bug. Oh, what the? What? Okay. That was the game saying, fuck you. Wow, we didn't even kill all the clerics. They just pieced out. They're like, oh no, we can't deal with that.
I don't get paid enough for this crap.
We didn't get paid at all, Jim.
My point.
That's like the third guy. He's like, wait, we get paid?
Oh gosh.
But
You should res me instead.
I would like to.
After they like me.
At least it says progress on Reddit. Hey, unique! You had a premonition there for that. No! I am not staying close! Whoa. Jesus! was amazing. Thank God from He's gonna explode!
I didn't know where he was going either.
I know, he's just flying away somewhere. That was amazing.
They call me Rocket Man.
I mean, this. I almost fell to my death. Oh, that's 2 archers. No. No. Damn it. God damn it. That's what I get for muting in 2 places. Huh. What? Pain, so it's like not a big deal. Like this character won't go away or anything. It's very big deal. And you don't have to re-roll it after this, so like you'll still have access to everything you have right now until you re-roll.
It's the Queen Root.
Oh,
Yep, and it just climbed out of the giant flaming anus.
that's one way to
Our UAV is orbiting the area.
No way!
You weren't one short.
True enough.
Friendly cruise missile deployed. Hostile SAE near your position.
My problem is I look up at the map while I'm running to see where you're at and run in that direction, and then I die.
I'm not usually in a safe position, I won't lie.
Failed. Return to base.
Fair.
The enemy took Bravo.
Using drill charge. Flashing coming.
Good job. Move that he does. That little spinny thing. Yeah. Oh, he's using a giant version of what I'm using. Okay, it's another one of
Yeah.
those guys.
Oh, at the
buzzer.
I appreciate all of your sacrifices, my minions. He also gave a shitload of souls, too.
Yeah.
Hey, you're alive, Death. Good work. But, a lot of progress.
Got a bone to pick, penance.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not. Am I walking like on the. Like,
Wow.
Ah,
You are just sliding. You have a hoverboard.
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Oh no, I fixed it. Shit.
How dare you?
It was glorious for 30.
Unlimited power at your
Encounter clear.
Spin to win, man.
Helicopter, helicopter.
That's great. Jeez. Oh my god. It's 5 p.m.
We gotta get it. Something else.
Or sell the flashlight. Can we sell the flashlight?
We
damn it. Okay, oh, hi. Hi. I don't know where Una is though.
I thought she was with you. Not in the distance.
God damn! Right again! Yeah, anti-material rifle. Look, it's still walking.
I hope that counted for your mercenary kills. I really hope that counted. Because I feel better about life.
That was they sounded boy. What the What? Excuse me? What the Let me in! Alright. I'm on veteran, and that's how stupid he was. Jeez, apparently. Oh, nope, they're back. Midair! Oh, that was incredible. Oh, that made this whole match worth it. As a weapon.
Oh gosh, why are there so many things that like to impale me with spikes?
It's gonna get away. Oh.
Oh gosh!
Oh no!
But it didn't get away. Ha!
I can do this though. That's so cool. Speak friend and enter. Oh, lie, that's what it's reminding me of. Goddamn. I did it! I did it! Oh my god! Fuck you, tank.
Confirmed. Juggernaut destroyed.
Oh
Mission
my
wall climb
god.
is a success.
I
Climb until
won.
Rusty.
Darkest Dungeon's pretty unforgivable. It's at least very punishing. I need to play the second. Oh. Excuse me, sir. Could you not? Oh. Just fucking dies right after killing me. Asshole. My bleed got him. Killing him was the point.
I can't!
You're so close.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my god, they were like slowing you, everything. Jesus.
I was
Alright.
slow and cold.
That was all bad. So much bad.
You're like pulling yourself
Ugh.
through layers of sludge and
Oh
poison.
my god. Rogue and Necromancer next to you. Looks like you're an ad for McDonald's and we're there to kill you.
Don't
least you have an grimace.
Yeah, he got turned into a shake.
Oh shit. You give me credits. Fuck you! Just die! Please. No health, all credits.
Oh, right.
We are back. Mostly.
We have snacked and refreshed.
Before this last bit here.
This last bit here, I have talked Maya's ear to death. And that is just the tip of the iceberg of my rambles.
Yeah, the rambling. Jeeper creeper. These ears are fine. They're not falling off yet. Yeah.
Yes, we were talking about Jeepers Creepers. So is he a special creature?
He is
human
not
man
human.
who just
Yeah,
turned himself?
he is not
Okay.
human. He is like some fucking horrific Cthulhu monster. Like, he is not great.
Trying where I want to put him since I am not super acquainted.
We should
You said,
definitely
he
need to
takes
watch
people's whatever
these.
body parts.
Yeah, and he can sniff out what he
Yeah,
needs from you.
I think I get Jeepers Creepers mixed up with this other kind of Scarecrow movie, and maybe that's why I didn't think I liked it as much. But I think I'm just getting two movies mixed up, and that's why.
Well, what about the
So I'll
jingle?
put him in Bone Heroine.
Have you heard of the jingle?
The jingle?
Yeah, there's a
think
Jeepers
so.
Creepers song. Hold on, maybe you can like listen
put
to
him-
it for a
I'll put him in-
moment.
Okay. I put him in Bone Heroine just because for your description, but I'm not entirely sure. He can move up or down for me. Probably stay there though. Oh, I don't think I have your stream up. Are you gonna play it in?
No, I'm sending it to you, so you can just pop it open if you
Okay,
want.
okay, okay. Ooh. This is hitting.
Jeepers Creepers, where'd you get those peepers?
Where'd you get those peepers? Yeah, I know that song.
Exactly, yeah, because he's stealing people's fucking eyeballs.
That song predates the movie, right?
It does, 100%, uh-huh.
That's what I thought, but it's used for him. Okay, okay.
It's good, though. It works well.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, he's pretty terrifying. The thing is he only has like a very specific period of action. Like, I'm trying to remember, it's like 22 years or something. Every like 23 years is the only time he hunts. So
Sleepers it.
you got to be real unlucky, kind of like It, where you're just there at the time period where he needs to feed.
Yeah.
Kind of. Unfortunate.
That can sometimes be an interesting concept of how it's used.
It's well done. It's
I'll
creepy
have to-
as shit. We definitely should watch it though, because he is an ass clenching for me.
You don't like how those flaps move? You don't like what those flaps do?
No, I don't. They be flapping too much for my liking.
All right, that
Alright.
leads us into it.
It does.
We have two versions. of
And
here?
we have the new and the original from the original series / movie. So we have the original It from the 80s, and then we have the new It from the 2020 stuff or 20 teens.
I've watched these a limited amount of times, but I feel like I've watched the older one more. I think there's things about the newer one I didn't like quite as much.
Yeah, this may be
people have
unpopular
flaws
with
and
with
pluses
the
and minuses.
kiddies. I think I like the first one where he's in it more. It made me clinch more. So straight into ass
It
clinching.
did.
While I would just put
I
the
don't-
new one into bone harrowing at best. Maybe even creepy chills, to be
Yeah.
honest. He didn't scare me. They relied too much on creepy CGI for my liking. Where it became clearly not good.
The pacing of the creeps and exactly what he did, and just the vibe that I think Tim Curry can be a goof, but then Tim Curry can give off weird, freaky ass
Yeah,
vibes.
yeah,
So
weird
there's something about the
vibe.
pacing, the exact way they did the original, and Tim Curry that
It just
kinda did
nailed.
freak me out more when I watched
Uh-huh.
it.
It was like
Yeah.
it was like slowly cooking you, just like he cooks them with their fear. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, that was his explicit reason for terrifying people. He liked how it made them taste. He thought people.
Mhm.
Its whole thing is that he prefers people who are scared and primed with all that delicious fear sweat.
Yeah. I moved the new one down to creepy chill just because I didn't care.
Yeah, I think I'm almost with you. I think
It
the
did do some interesting things with the
Go ahead.
monster, but I don't know. Something about it just doesn't hit. It doesn't,
I'm not
hit me
knocking
too much.
the kid actors, but even when the second part with the adult versions, I did not hit. It just didn't hit for me as much. I think it was it was like an okay film, but it wasn't. It again.
Yeah.
I think the original hit me harder when I watched it, even though it was I think longer or no, I think between the two parts of the new one, they are slightly longer than the whole of the old one. Because I think the whole of the old one's 3 hours.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly.
because I think the two new ones are at least an hour and a half each, so that would make it longer.
I'm trying to think too. Maybe it could be suffering from the fact because I saw the first one first. But I didn't even, if I didn't
True.
have the first one in my mind, I don't know if I'd be as spooked out by this new one.
No, I don't think I would either
As
because again, the
the old
over
one.
reliance for me personally, the over reliance on CGI takes me right out of it because I can tell it's CGI. It no longer looks creepy to me. It looks like a graphic.
Yeah. Some of the pacing and changes in what they chose to scare you with too just don't work as well for me.
Yeah, I agree. I
So-
agree. So creepy chills for the new one and ass clenching for the
Yeah.
original.
The change-
You can't decrown the original. Sorry, old new one.
The original one, they try to make the new one creepier, but I'm telling you, the original clown Tim Curry
Oh yeah, he was
is
fucking
just the kind of
crazy.
clown.
Yeah, it was
if,
like, oh.
if you're a nice man, I don't want to say hello.
Yeah,
to
no
you.
thanks,
Just,
no
I'm
thanks.
sorry.
You can stay over
No,
there making
thank you.
fucking balloons and handing it to my child when I'm at
Exactly.
least 20 feet away. Although clowns don't bother me in general, but yeah, like I just wouldn't want to interact with that
It's hit
clown
or
in
miss, and it
particular.
could depend on the vibe. I could be more scared of a clown when I was younger,
Ah, okay.
especially depending on the height. It's weird. Okay, we also have these other little clowns we can do really quick.
Oh
one's
right, killer
gonna
clowns from
be
outer space.
outer space.
Did you ever watch
I
that?
watched this once. I did watch it once. I think we watched it together as a goof. As a game now, it's so funny. I remember them. They
can't
are
believe that.
creepy, but there's a certain amount of goof to it.
I'm gonna
too.
put them in
Remember all
bone
the
harrowing actually,
kills.
because like they're hard to defeat because they're not just clown. They're like aliens actually. They're
Yes,
not
they're
even from
alien,
Earth
Yeah.
because from outer space, right?
They make them into
So-
candy. Is that what they do?
They wrap you in
a
a cotton candy cocoon, and then they bleed.
Mm.
They drink your blood. They bleed you dry. They squish you.
Oh God.
Yeah, not great. Which is why they go into bone harrowing for me, because the fate that you experience is terrible. What some of them did in the movie is they go up to the cocoon, they stick like a funny looking straw in it, and they just start drinking. I mean,
Yeah, see, that's the problem. I think I didn't like their face, and they did creep me out. I can see when I was younger, they really freaked me out. They'd probably be ass clenching if I was younger. But then there's also so many goofs.
Oh, I love the
to
movie. It's so
movie and the
funny. It's so
genre,
funny.
where
The
it makes
movie's
me, like,
hilarious.
like the fact that they drink you with a straw.
Yeah, it's just
So I can
creepy
see
as
some people
shit.
putting them
But see,
lower
they're
or
clowns.
higher.
They're supposed to be goofy. Like clowns are goofy inherently, right?
Yes.
So I feel like it's a great blend
I think Bone
between
Harry
it
is good.
creepy and scary, and it still doesn't decrown the old It. And I think they're actually more creepy in terms of what they actually do to you than the other It.
Mhm.
So that's kind of funny place where they ended up in between them.
Yeah.
But yeah, not the best clowns to me in the back alley.
Get that game on sale, make you play it now that I know it's.
Nah, that game is
Him
literally
crunching
just
to
a DVD.
Okay.
It's not worth it, unfortunately. The game didn't do well either. I don't think it was developed very well. Too bad.
Okay, Obi. You can move along to this.
Oh yeah, move along here, folks.
Oh
Nothing
no,
to say.
no! If you have more to pontificate on this for the
No,
crowd, please
I
tell.
don't. No, I don't. How about Creature from the Black Lagoon? I had to include this because I feel like this is like the father of a lot of monster hunter, like monster
it's
hunter,
a
monster
classic
stories. Yeah.
monster.
Mm-hmm.
For
Although I don't.
sure. It's
Go ahead.
It's been so long. I know I've seen part of this movie, but it's been so long. And
His
I should
design-
give some of the classic monster movies a refresh.
His
as
design
well.
gives me more derp than creep.
It does, particularly in the stock photo. Like if you see it like hiding with the fog, it works a little better. But I do agree
True.
it's a little chonky derp. Like I expect him to bust out and twerk.
Although at the time,
Okay.
people were horrified by this.
Yeah, true. People's
Perceptions were just so
literacy and, like,
different.
what they've seen in perceptions, yeah, it's really very different. Very true. That's why sometimes it's hard for us to go back and critique older things because
They had
some
their
things
place
very
in time.
easily freak other
Kind of like
people
what my
out.
argument was
Yes.
with Ring, where the VHS concept is what made that work. I feel it doesn't work as well in a modern let's post it on
Mhm.
YouTube sense. Like it just doesn't work.
Yeah.
It becomes too
I forget.
nuts.
Didn't he mostly want to capture a chick? I can't fully
Yeah.
remember the plot.
Yeah,
I've
yeah,
seen
yeah.
too many goof
A
plots
chick
in
kind of
this.
loved him too. I think she kind of did love him a bit back.
Mhm.
It was kind of like a weird monster romance.
The predecessor for The Shape of Water.
Yeah, pretty.
You've
Oh
seen that.
God, not The Shape of Water.
I feel like I'm gonna put him in Dreadful Menace.
What a twist!
I don't remember how many kills did he really get. Oh wait, what?
Nothing. I was making a. Don't worry about it. Night M. Shyamalan always having a twist.
Oh yes, the twist. Only once or twice has it worked, but the twist.
Damn. The next one actually kind of flows well with the Creature of the Black Lagoon. It's a death angel, otherwise known as the Quiet Place monsters.
Oh, that's what they're called. I couldn't quite tell what it was from the picture.
Yeah,
either.
apparently they're
Spooky.
nicknamed
I
Death
see it now.
Angels.
Why? Who
I
knows?
guess because they send down I don't. Whatever. I'm
Okay.
overall not impressed by this monster for several reasons, and I'm actually gonna argue that while it is creepy that it can hear you and attack you very quickly and all that jazz, I'm still putting them in the freakish failure category because somehow no one has figured out they're stopped by high frequencies. That doesn't make any sense to me. We would definitely have figured that out like almost immediately with how much audio stuff we use. Not to mention military testing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. They can be shot and killed, apparently, with shotguns if you stun them in this way. And
Yeah.
another stipulation as to the monster's design and making no sense is that I know there are some animals in real life that have good enough hearing they can hear our heartbeats if we're close enough.
Yeah.
They can't with their super hearing.
Yeah, when I watched this film once on a whim with a family member in the theaters. The first one, they are spooky enough to freak me out, and like
Yeah, there's no
it's a
contesting
fun
that.
ride. But the more I remember, even at the end of that movie, the more I thought about it, I thought it was kind of derpy. And then now with the second movie,
The
the
second
plot and
movie
how the
made it
picture
so much
works and
worse.
how we haven't won, oh, very derpy. So,
The second movie's so
not
bad.
derpy
I don't
it's
know. I
kinda
think
dumb.
the second movie's complete utter trash. I hear the game is performing well, at least in sales, but I don't know if it's because it's Halloween that it came out in, and everyone's just like, "Oh, this is kind of creepy," or it's the
I feel
gimmick
like,
that
of
you have
course,
to
if
be
you're
quiet.
1v1ing them, they should be bone hairy and chilling, but the way they end up working in the
I just think the
films,
monster
because
design is
the films
flawed.
annoy me and they're derpy. It should be like being Dreadful Minutes, but I feel like I actually would be more scared of it. Maybe I'll give it a chill.
Nah, fuck it. I think it's a failure
The
of
plot
a
just-
design.
I'll think about it as well. I'll leave it in chill, but I'll
That's
think
my
about it.
argument. That's my argument. I just think they're a failed design. They're trying to
It's
make
more
like
plot
a.
and what they do with it, I would say.
It's
beyond
like a
the
less
first initial
scary
premise.
xenomorph.
True. You are selling me. Maybe I'll put it in Dreadful Menace.
It's like
I'll still
if
put
a
it up to your failure,
xenomorph
but-
ran through a copy press machine at like 10% quality. I don't know. That's the vibe I get from it. Is it like it's basically just a xenomorph that's worse. I
Yeah.
think a xenomorph honestly would kill these things because xenomorphs not only can see, they can stealth like no one's fucking business. Like they could
Yeah.
sneak up on it and then just just totally eviscerate it.
And xenomorphs can be shot, but ultimately we need really high-powered stuff. Where this technically really can be blown away by a shotgun, so the fact that we haven't shotgunned more of them,
Or any
It's
other
goofy.
heavier weaponry beyond shotgun, like which we
Yeah.
do have. Like,
yeah.
not to mention AI aiming with like there are automated weaponry and that exists in the real world that they would not be able to avoid. Like
It's
I don't
menace
know.
because if you were alone and you had to be ultimately so silent and a big creature will come get you, it is pretty scary. I'll give it that.
See, the reason
but-
why I'm putting them down in the bottom is again because if that was true, again they should be able to hear things that they don't hear for whatever reason, because plot. Like
Yeah.
that's what bothers
True.
me about their design. I think they just aren't a very good monster, or they're like they're not fleshed out enough or thought out well enough for me to actually approve of in a way
Or
that
again,
I
like,
enjoy.
another one of those, it should have been a one and done movie. At
Like a
most.
silly one that like
But-
Leprechaun is silly, but it's a fucking leprechaun. It's like
Yeah.
magical and stupid, but like this is an actual monster that functions
You
on a
stole me
biological
gold.
level, right? See, that's why I
Yeah.
think it fails for me. You added the next one, which is a creep show dude,
Yeah,
which
how about
I'm
Sound
actually
Showing from Creep Show?
I don't know what that one is that you sent, to be honest.
I'm forgetting its name.
It looks
but
like the
is it
first
thing in
Mimic.
The box.
The thing in the box.
It kinda
Yeah.
does. It's one of those things too. You can choose. I'll give you a little rundown. You can choose where to put it based on like maybe you have to watch it again to know how it makes it feel. But how you just describe it, I guess. It's in a so Creepshow has like a lot of one-off stories, right? In their
Yeah,
collection in the
yeah,
film.
yeah.
And so I want to say, is it a scientist or something who's going to work on something in his lab? I can't remember. I know he has more than one friend there. And basically this box, I can't remember how, but this box there is unmarked. And for some reason, I think it gets somebody, and then they keep getting worried about what's actually in it. They almost get trapped, but I think the one guy ends up just feeding somebody to it, and eventually chaining it and throwing it into the ocean. But it's something just hiding in this box. At first, you don't even know what it is. The chains just start rattling, and when they open it, they're scared, and it can close and lower the lid on its own. It peeps at you through the hole. I
Does
don't
it
think
ever
their
climb
Harmon
out?
Hand in there. Yes, you do see what you kind of see in that picture, where it's kind of like a baboon thing. Well, at first, before you see it, somebody puts.
But I mean,
their
does it
arm
like
into
get
to kind
out
see
out
what's
of the
going
box,
on,
like
and they lose
fully?
their whole hand. No, it doesn't. And in fact, it almost like it at one point when somebody gets close enough, it jumps out and like pulls them in. It starts like basically probably eating them or ripping them
Ooh,
apart.
it sounds
into the
like
box.
it sounds like a Like one of those endless bags
and dragging him away to a corner.
But-
Yeah.
with a thing living in it. I'll put
Yeah.
that in Creeping
And,
Chills. That's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah. And like at one point, I think he even sees the other guy, and before as he's getting away, and he kind of lowers the box and looks at him. The box lid. I think eventually the guy is so mad at his wife, he feeds his wife to it. But then
Actually, this
he's scared of
does
it,
sound
so he-
familiar. This does actually sound
Yeah,
vaguely
he tries
familiar.
to basically rechain the box and throws it into the ocean. You think, oh, that's gonna die in the box, but the last thing you see is the eye just staring at the box, like uncaring.
It probably doesn't
So-
give a shit.
Gorilla SCP, Unstoppable Dreadful Horror in the box? Question.
I mean, the funny thing is if we were grading it as an SCP, they might get the safe grade
Yeah.
because it's not hard to contain. Like as long
Especially
as
when
you
it
leave it
wants to be.
alone, you just it apparently
Yeah,
it doesn't
it's one
crawl
of
out of
those
the box.
things-
Like,
No, it wants to be in there and wait till it wants to get you.
well,
so-
exactly. So if you
everyone,
just
like,
left it in a
because
sealed
it's such a-
room,
True.
you couldn't kill anyone.
True. It's one of those things that's a mystery. It's just a horror show episode in the movie.
Yeah,
so
it
who
doesn't
knows
make sense.
exactly
Yeah,
how
yeah.
it works, why.
I like it. I like
So
it.
I can see
though.
some people putting. When I was younger, I probably would have put in a spine shivering or ass clenching. At this point, it probably would be creepy chills or bone herring. I might put in creepy chills just like you.
I think it's just kinda creepy.
For poke it. But when I was young, I actually kind of was scared. It was ass clenching probably for me. A baboon.
Next one is my
gonna
favorite
lie.
villain of all time.
Yo, you added
Venom.
Venom. Okay.
Because I would say he's pretty horrific, let's be honest. A symbiotic humanoid that actually does want to eat humans,
Hmm,
depending on the version.
yeah.
I just like
do have
his
some
psychotic
Spider-Man
behavior.
knowledge. It's been so long since I've looked into the symbiotes, though.
The symbiotes are
They
pretty.
actually make him kind of derpy cute.
Well, yeah, he's
starts out as more of a-
hilarious.
Yeah. I know Carnage is worse. Carnage is younger though too, so
Carnage is ooh,
Yeah,
yeah,
don't they-
Carnage is worse. In general, symbiotes aren't great, but Carnage actually doesn't give a shit.
yeah. I forget exactly their full drive. They have some crazy powers though, for sure. You can
I mean, part of the
Outside
problem with the
thing.
symbiote is part of their drive becomes part of whatever their host's drive is too. So it's kind of blended. Especially with the Venom symbiote in particular, because the first host was Spider-Man. So like,
mhm.
I always thought it was interesting because it is almost like a tsundere love, where Spider-Man rejected the Venom symbiote, and ever since it's felt spurned. Because
True.
it really obsesses over Spider-Man, because Spider-Man truly was one of the best symbiotic like pairings for him, like genetically speaking. So
Yeah,
losing his power, losing his genetical like capabilities as Spider-Man really upset the symbiote.
I know he had to use the bell tower, right? The loud noise.
Yeah, it
you
doesn't
know?
like sound. I don't know if that's always a weakness of the symbiotes, but it
They
is
may
a
have made
common
it
one.
have to be a very special sound now, as opposed to just any like loud sound. But yeah,
Yeah, it's pretty common, I think, as a main issue for them. But I also like when he takes over Eddie Brock, just like how he becomes, especially older versions like comic book and stuff versions. I have not watched the recent Venom movies at all, which Venom is my favorite. But I just, after the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3, I was so jaded. I was like, I don't even trust them to do it right. I don't.
I've only watched the newer Venom movies once. I had fun with them. I don't know that they're to everyone's taste or like rewatchability, but they're fun, at least. They at least show off the power better. That movie was atrocious. Like, why would he be in there as Venom? Levels of like what?
It's not great.
But the newer movies at least show his abilities off, so it's at least fun for that reason. I mean, it is a pretty strong creature, so I feel like he should be an ass clenching, but I always just think of him as derpy cute.
I put him as
Like,
bone
wish I could
harrowing because
do
if he
them.
is a villain, he will do anything to like not only take you but like freak you out. Like he has a kind of a sadistic nature that makes him a little more tortury too. Like certain,
Okay.
yeah, he like, but he's also very powerful. Like people, I think, underestimate how powerful Venom really is.
Yeah, something like he has like a really strong ability. So it's like I know if I ever kind of face him, it'd be pretty hard. But like as I'm just thinking of him, I get like more of the chill vibe level. But if you're actually fighting like a bad symbiote, like and throwing all his powers, you probably should. You probably do have him in a good place, but I might leave him in chills.
But like some of the things that he does is bad. Is
you're
he
right.
he
He
eats
can do a
brains,
lot,
like
really.
specifically.
Yeah.
He likes to eat brains. And then the symbiote wouldn't always stay with Eddie Brock, like in the comics and stuff.
Yeah.
One time, the symbiote actually paired with Mac Gargan, aka Scorpion. Yeah, and Scorpion's also crazy as fuck.
True. It depends on which way you want to lead him.
Like he didn't go
Could've been
mad like Brock.
worse.
He actually lost himself and became like a cannibal. Like,
Oh no.
yeah, he came full on like crazy Scorpion. Pretty cool. I think there was like an alternate universe version where Venom actually killed Uncle Ben even.
Oh dang.
Yeah, he does some
I know I
pretty
used to be
serious
a little
stuff.
more afraid of him with his big old tongue when I was younger.
But see,
I'll think about it. I might boost him
Oh, come
up.
on.
I gotta boost him up.
my
Alright.
my tongue.
Oh, your tongue.
I kind of I'm Venom-esque. I'm kind of Venom-esque.
Yeah, you with the big tongue. Yeah.
And I think one
definitely
reason why I
goes
think
in
he's at least bone harrowing is that you can never know, like, even when he starts working with Spider-Man, it's still like, can I trust you? Probably
Yeah.
not. Probably not. It gets
I just think of
confusing.
him saying, surf the web, and it makes me giggle. I love derpy cute Venom. Although, that might not be the most serious version.
And then,
Are we ready for the next?
yeah, we can go to the next one, I suppose. Which
Oh,
is,
no? Say whatever you had to say.
no, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he broke Black Cat's
is-
face, by the way, at one point, like her entire
Oh,
face.
did he? Oh, dang.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm not remembering. Oh, no. I'll have to look into his lore again.
And I think there's one story
that
where
my
he
bum
actually
bum?
ended up creating Carnage itself,
Okay.
which is actually pretty terrible. Okay, moving on to Slender Man. Everyone's heard of the Slender Man.
I have heard of him. I've heard some stories, sadly some IRL connected stories.
What?
But I'm not a big Slender Man aficionado.
Well,
Oh, yeah, you haven't heard of that
No, like the
Attempted
girl.
murder case in the name
Was
of
it?
Slender Man.
Yeah, no, it's just stupid though. That's just
It
just
is.
someone
It's really
using an
crazy.
excuse of like
Of
a
course it
fictional
is.
character to do something terrible. I didn't go to
But I haven't really played enough
Jail.
of the Slenderman stuff, and I don't read a lot of Slenderman stuff. It never really fully attracted me, so I'm trying to think where I put him.
I'd put him at
Probably Bone Harrowing or Creepy Chills.
like, for me, it's Creepy Chills at best.
Yeah, I'll do
Personally,
that too.
because I think his design is creepy. He's extremely tall, and he has like weird tentacles, like almost like shadows flying around behind him,
Yeah.
and like a pure white face. And
Yeah, I know.
his main thing is generally stalking, abducting, and then traumatizing people, generally children.
He just wants to give you some trauma.
He's the
just doesn't
trauma
think the joke
dump
goes
in
too
the
far.
wrong way possible.
What if he was literally just a slender man and people were like, why is he so scary? He's like, just
He's just too slender.
That'd be funny. Yeah.
Yeah, usually the games that have been made around him have you like collect like a certain amount of pages of like artwork done by children depicting
before
him.
He gets you right.
Yeah, you gotta collect him before he
Pops
gets you.
up.
But the only way you can stop him from getting you is to actually like actively look at him, I think, if I remember right. Or is it
Yeah, I
not
find that
look at
spooky,
him?
But
It's one of the two. You can either not look at him or look at him. It's not great either way. But yeah, that's Slender Man.
Stare that bitch
Just
down.
creepypasta dude.
I feel like maybe there's creepypastas who really use him to good effect, but meh.
He has a lot of supernatural powers though, like because of his mythology
Mm.
has evolved without an official canon. It's kind of hard to say exactly what he can do.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm sure there's probably a creepypasta out there that can be super spooky, right? Especially since you're reading it and get into it.
There's also like something like if you're close enough to him, it can trigger something called slender sickness, which is like a general rapid onset of paranoia, nightmares, and delusions accompanied by nosebleeds.
Not the nosebleed.
The fact that he hasn't done
Like something
anything
to
like
pass
even
out.
touch you and you have a nosebleed, I mean that's pretty
Yeah.
bad.
A terror is pretty good. Or dread, or monsters that
Alright.
bring like a malaise, which generally like the Ringu and
Mm,
Grudge
mhm,
definitely
mhm.
do. But let's move on to the
To
King of
Oogie
Halloween,
Boogie.
baby.
No, that's Jack Skellington.
Oogie
How
Boogie.
dare you?
True, but he's a favorite in my heart. Okay,
Yeah, you love
Spine
Oogie Boogie.
shivering, his jazzy
Despite all the
moves.
despite him being a worm, you love him.
He does have bugs inside. In his
No, he
booger,
is a
but it's just
worm.
cute,
He
okay?
is a worm. He's like the little worm at the end. That's the real him. He's just in a suit.
I believe he's like the amalgamation, maybe a thought more than a real full
Oh
creature.
my god.
I have such lore for Oogie Boogie in my head as a
Oh
boogeyman.
my god.
Hey, he's the shadow on the moon at night, filling your dreams to the brim with fright.
At best, he gets dreadful menace.
How dare you? Do we need to watch his jazzy dance one more time and see that booty twerk?
Oh yeah, that totally gives me creepy chills. The jazzy dance.
Fine, maybe
think
he's
he's
not
cool.
spine shivering, but he's spine tingling. He gets an honorable mention as the bestest ever.
Oh yeah, does he? Okay, fair
I-
enough. Yeah, spine
Making you
tingling.
just jam out.
Oh my
I
god.
love Oogie Boogie almost as much as I love Jack Skellington. He's so goofy, he's so jazzy, he's got that
He's got the
performance
vibes.
riz. Yeah, he got the vibes.
Yeah.
Loves a little casino and how he'll just cheat for himself. When he gets snake eyes, he makes it 11.
Oh my god. Well, speaking of eyes, we have the Pale Man next.
I was just gonna say really quickly, I might put him in Dreadful Menace or Freakish Failures. I'm trying to think.
He's not a failure. Well, he is a failure, but not in the same sense.
In a
'cause
way, I might give him. I have honor to give him a menace though, because
he's just a menace. He's just a menace. You know, he's a menace to
and
society.
naturally, because he's from Halloween Town, he is a menace. He's actually
supposed
just what
to
he
be.
is.
So you know, it's just what
I
it's
love
just
you,
who he
Oogie.
is. Oh yeah. Oh,
Honorable
God.
winner.
Get back in your cell, Boogie. He's like in prison.
He would be quite menacing to normal people. Remember, it's Jack Skellington, the Queen of Halloween, who wins.
The
Or the
queen.
king.
The
King-
queen.
The Queen. Well, Sally's there. She helps. She's basically
Yeah,
the
yeah.
queen.
Well, she is the queen. Like he definitely needs her because damn, Jack. See one new thing and you're like,
Alright.
oh, what is this? But yeah, the Pale Man. Look at this man.
Yeah,
Eyeball
this
hands.
This bro Chacho.
When's the last time you watched Pan's Labyrinth, which is what this is from?
It's been a while, and last time it was up somewhere, I meant to watch it, but didn't get around to it because I do love Pan's
It is
Labyrinth. although
really good. It's one of my favorites.
Its ending, depending on how you interpret it, can be kind of sad.
It depends on interpretation.
But it
I
is a
would
great
argue.
movie. I feel like sometimes comparatively to other creatures, this guy is not scary, but in the movie, and also just thinking about how he looks and how you would encounter him actually is pretty creepy. Definitely not a failure.
The design
he's,
is
like,
so
if you-
otherworldly, I guess is how I would describe it.
Yeah. So he has his hands or his eyes in his hands. I forget exactly all of his powers. He might have some like speed or strength, but I don't think he really attacks you till you attempt to take from his feast, right? Which you might be
Yeah,
lured into.
And he's considered well, yeah, it's like he's like called a creature, I think, by the fairies in the story.
Mm-hmm.
And the ambiance of the room too, I think, was a big deal because the paintings of the Pale Man were showing him eating live children one by one,
Yeah.
and the children just begging for mercy. Wasn't there like
Yeah,
a
he
pile
can
of children's clothes in the
see
corner
grabbing.
too?
There might have been. It's been a minute since I watched. I really should give it another watch. So many of these movies need. Some of them don't. Some of them need to be on the trashy. But
Yeah,
some of these
some
movies,
of them we
just really
realize we never need to
watch.
watch again. The others, maybe we do.
Yeah. So yeah. And when I watched it, I was a little spooked out by him. So I'm trying to think. Menace or Chills?
The
They
description
boned
of
me every
him
time I watched
is
them.
has an immense appetite for small, defenseless children. Oh
Yeah, if
God!
you touch something or he notices you, he'll make that like face and come look for you to try to grab you and eat you. I'm probably right. Kind of like a dark. Human,
But see,
which-
the Pale Man grew extremely
Food
fat
trope.
due to eating so many children, but was forced into a slumber
Ah.
and could not eat them anymore. This led to him rapidly losing weight and becoming very slim, which is why his skin is like kind of weirdly stretchy.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's cool.
So you could be lucky to have a break where he's fat. Dang. I can like the dark, weird fairy creatures or like creatures that eat things. I'm trying to find more dark fairy creatures. I had one other, but maybe I'll save him for next year. I wasn't sure how he'd stack up on this list really. The Pale Man works in that category. I'm putting him in chills, I think.
Yeah, I think he's
He's
chilling.
freaky. I feel like you can get away from him.
If I, yeah,
but
as,
I
well,
don't
in
know,
the
if you're lured in,
the main
though.
the main thing is you aren't supposed to eat any of the food at his banquet. That's what triggers him. So as long as you don't
Yeah.
eat anything, you're fine.
Of course, depending on how you're lured into his realm, right? Like, I feel mixed between chills and bone herring, but
No, I
I'll
think
leave
she
him
had to
chills,
go
I
to
think.
his realm to get like an item. I can't remember what it was though.
Yeah, it's been
Like
a
she
bit.
had to go there for a reason. It wasn't like he lured her there because he was asleep when she went there, like in that deep slumber.
He's pretty freaky. I wouldn't want to meet him.
Yeah, no, he's definitely not in my top list of vacation stops. No matter how good the feast looks. Ooh, another classic horror monster. We've got Frankenstein.
Frankenstein. Yeah,
He looks good. Unfortunately, I have to put him in freakish, but he is not a failure. Nor is he a menace. He honestly was just a victim. If you read the book, Dr. Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, going by the book.
I'm going
and
by the
most
original because
classic
that's what I
version,
like. He is a
I feel
victim.
mix of the bottom three categories because he does start killing people he really shouldn't, in my opinion. Because he's mad at Frankenstein. So
He's mad at the world because the world has ostracized him and has constantly attacked him. You attack you
Yeah.
poke a bear enough, it's gonna attack back.
and he thinks he's abandoned. So again, I do feel bad for him, but I feel like he should have killed the kid or like the girl. Really.
Well, one of
But,
those
like,
was an accident.
True, I believe. Or I can't quite
Yeah,
remember.
and they
It's been
just
a minute
blamed
since I
him
watched
for
this
it.
too.
I don't even think it was him.
I'd say he is stronger than most normal people too, but realistically,
I think if he had
dead, so he kind of can
If-
living dead, whatever.
yeah, if he
You
had
can't
a
take maybe
chance,
shot, but I don't think he's actually that much stronger than
like
anyone else. He's evading them.
He's just large too. He's just bigger than normal. Like he's a larger person.
But like, I feel like would a few bullets take him down? I can't quite remember.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he's like super durable by any means. I mean, he might be more durable than a standard human, but not like by much.
So yeah, the version he can spook me out, but mostly I'm kind of like, again, in between maybe these two categories, how I feel about him.
I don't really even think he's a menace because everyone thought he was a menace, which made him become one.
It doesn't really, he never really creeps me out as much as other things like even Dracula or werewolves. So maybe I will put him down in freakish failures. I agree. You convinced me.
I just don't think he deserved what he got. That's all I'm saying. Like if he had been able to like thrive and like actually learn things and study and be treated normally.
Those other old movies, those classic horror movies too, he's often just kind of derpy, scary, and just looking for a bride. Which I guess, again, to people in the past would have been more scary, but to me it's just like,
yeah.
Alright, we got to him.
Satan!
In all his majesty.
From Legend. I love him. I love him. I actually will throw him in Creeping Chills. I don't think he's bone harrowing necessarily. I didn't think he creeped me out that much.
No.
He didn't creep me out as much as Meg did.
I'm shivered about his position, but I agree that overall I'm more in the chill about what he could do.
He is the strongest creeping chill though, in my opinion, because he throughout the entire movie, even his manipulations of other things to like convince her, the girl, to like try and love him and stuff, like all of the constant creep mode, like throughout the entire movie, anytime he's around. Creepy motherfucker.
I'm gonna put him in Menace maybe, just because I feel like he's too hard trying to get that. He's too.
Oh my god. Dreadful.
He's too thirsty.
He's too thirsty. Oh my god. Yeah,
so I think it kind of makes him a little.
Is that what you think?
He doesn't flex his D powers as much. You know, that's what I'm thinking.
Although he maybe should have.
Great acting. Yeah. I would have won. If he did. But yeah, I love the devil guy from Legend.
Yeah, he's great. I love him too. Creep.
Yeah,
all right.
The seed.
The next one is kind of hard to tell what it is exactly. Check. And I don't want to give you too much because they may actually remake it now, but this is from Silent Hill 3, known as Valtiel. Yeah, his name means attendant.
Ooh.
Or valet.
Nice. I'm sure he's not.
He's appeared in a variety of ways in Silent Hill throughout the time, but essentially Valtiel is like, how do I describe him? He's known as the governing quote unquote angel in the Order of Silent Hill, which the Order is the cult.
Okay.
He is insane. Like Pyramid Head is actually connected to Valtiel.
Okay.
Because they both have similar powers and like they take different forms depending on the viewer themselves. Like a further connection is that Pyramid Head is stated to be the shape of Valtiel's reason for existence, whatever that means. It's a pretty interesting monster because of what it does in Silent Hill 3, where it's, I would say, most prevalent. But yeah, like to describe him to you, he's like humanoid, you know, but his head vibrates and twitches extremely rapidly, obscuring his facial features, so it's really hard to tell what you're looking at. And although there are not many features to behold, as his face is primarily blank and leathery, his head has like a lip-like object on the back, and an ear on the left side of the head. He is also in like a butcher's apron, gloves, and stuff like that. And he usually has a symbol on his shoulders called the Seal of Metatron. Because he's considered an agent of God.
Oh.
Yeah. He's super intense. Despite his demonic appearance, he's super intense. Because the crazy thing is, in Silent Hill 3, he's like he appears a lot before the protagonist, your main character in the game. And in many instances, he's like seen doing something, like turning a valve or somehow like allowing progression, allowing the continued cycle to move forward. Because he kind of is a symbolic meaning of protecting like rebirth and new life. It's very weird.
Okay.
He's a very weird monster. It's hard to describe him. I'm trying to think of the best way to describe him. Like, although it may seem like he does, he basically has like no concern for your character at all. But rather, I don't want to give things away necessarily. Shoot, maybe shouldn't have included him. He cares
Yeah,
about
somebody
Heather,
else
but
will
not
understand.
Heather. That's the main
Okay.
thing.
He doesn't seem to attack you then, right?
No, not exactly. Like,
So I guess I might just keep him.
you shouldn't think of him as
I
like
don't know how scared I would be of
like
him.
some people would want to call him a guardian, but he's not really like your character's guardian or caretaker. But he is
Okay.
merely making sure she dies in the way that God intends.
That's kind of spooky, but
Well, it would creep you out more if I gave you a very important detail that I don't want to give you.
yeah. Well, also while you're playing, you don't honestly know what he's doing at first, right? So I kind of get that. But I'm trying to think of what do I know now. Where would I put him, knowing he doesn't necessarily?
Well, this is cryptic enough. You might piece it together. Oh, hey, what's up, Fry? We're doing a tier list of like what we feel is like creepier characters throughout horror genre and stuff. And right now we're talking about a Silent Hill character, Valtiel. And so this is a cryptic bit. So should your character die, there's a random chance of seeing Valtiel dragging your corpse back to a thing called the Halo of the Sun, intending to resurrect the Mother of God.
Am I?
Yeah, it's pretty intense stuff. And remember, 3 is like a continuation of stuff that happened in 1 to a point. So it gets kind of weird. But I think you would really like that character and be really creeped out by him if you knew the full picture of what he's trying to do.
So right now I'm struggling between like the bottom or Menace, but like again,
I'm
if I
throwing him in
knew it,
Bone
it might be
Harrowing.
More. Okay. I'll put him in Menace. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, that's
I
fair.
have to
That's fair.
experience.
All right, next up is Pinhead. Good old Pinhead.
Probably ash clenching or spine shivering for me.
I hope you have you're having a
but
good Halloween, by the way, Fry.
I know I've only watched so much not Pinhead, Hellraiser, but I've heard a lot of discussions on it, and I have watched it a bit ago. I watched the new version. It could be a lot of gore and just crazy stuff in there. I know you haven't watched it
as much. No, I need to see it again because I honestly
Yeah.
don't remember a lot of it.
Hi, Fry. Thanks for the follow. Come in and join the wisps and the fairy lights. That'll just lead you to Boba.
That's fair enough, Fry. That's fair enough. I know. From what I know of Pinhead, though, I feel like he's at least bone harrowing, maybe even ass clenching.
Yes.
If not full on spine shivering. I'm not sure though. I feel like I just don't know the
Yeah.
character well enough. Although I know the world around Pinhead and like the god and stuff.
It's what's called a Cenobite. Yes, and I think originally it was obscure, but eventually it's hinted at some kind of fallen dark creature, angel, whatever kind of creature that just kind of hates life.
It's an old god
Kinda
that loves pain.
Makes these creatures in a realm, and they wanted to bring in more souls into it, essentially. So if you open the Lament configuration, which is this box, depending on how it's opened, you'll release something. So really, you don't really want to touch this box.
But what if you
Your
win the
ending
lotto?
fate. The problem is, I think most fates are bad in some way, and one of the highest ones, as I think you saw in that movie, is you get to become a Cenobite, which, yay, I guess. But yeah, it's really sadistic. One of his classic lines is, please no tears, it wastes such good suffering.
Oh my god.
and such like that. So they really do enjoy all kinds of misery and pain. It
Fry
is
says
what is
if
the
you
highest
open the box,
form
he
of
comes. I learned
existence
that
for
from
them.
DBD.
Oh, I'm probably not doing it perfectly well, but actually I've gotten some like crazy kills off of playing Pinhead. It's actually so fun. I like the mechanic as far as like I'm at least teleporting to people. But yeah, in DBD, sometimes your box will spawn, and if they don't find it first, they have to start trying to solve it really quick with like a button mini game.
Oh god.
But you can potentially warp to them. And yes, he said, he's like, you've summoned me, I've come. So yeah, exactly.
You've
It has a pretty
summoned
fun
me.
mechanic.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't touch the box
Yeah, they have
is the main lesson.
Yeah, they often have a lot of chains and everything to come and like grab you and hurt you. And there's various Cenobites with different things happening to them because they've all
But don't they
had
think it's a gift?
some pain they've had to endure. They do think it is. So in some ways they might know that they're getting you for your soul, but in some ways they actually do think you want to experience this because again it's like a heightened existence that they think is better, is this suffering. So I think Pinhead originally was a man who got turned into a Cenobite and then like literally did have all the pins inserted into him and stuff like that. So it's all stuff they've experienced and now want to share. I'm probably not doing the complete greatest thing, but
Please
yeah, I
don't
wouldn't wanna
share
be a
me.
Cenobite.
Don't share this with me, please.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I wouldn't want to go that way and have my soul stuck in there. No, thank you. So I'll
I'm
put a
good,
mask on Train.
thanks. Yeah, I threw him
Even
in
initially,
spine
if you look at
shivering
him, you're like,
actually.
Yeah, you look at him, you're like, what the hell is that? But when you know what they do, it's not
Your
so-
fate is just done when that happens, when he comes out.
Yeah.
All right,
So,
moving
I know a lot
on.
of people were scared of that movie. What in the heck is this?
What is this nonsense? Next is a little inclusion because it kind of follows in with what's following. But a head
Okay.
crab. This is what I was referencing with Half-Life earlier, where these things like will jump off people's heads. Like they usually jump on them and like take over people's
Okay, that
head,
was what I
like
was thinking of.
brain
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
stalks, and they like control them.
It's pretty freaky for me.
They are gross. They're kind of reminiscent to me of what's also following the head crab, which is the
How about put him in bone harrowing?
yeah, I say that's fair because like
So it controls you like a parasite, kind of.
yeah. So I would say Half-Life 2 has like one level that is like it feels like a full-on horror level, and it's just a town filled with them. It's just the worst. They're just little guys. Yeah, alright, yeah, is that all they are?
Are they just trying to make friends?
Quick
Don't
description
come
for you.
something.
Head crabs are a parasitic species. Upon sighting a humanoid host, a head crab will leap for the victim's face and affix themselves to the
No!
head, whereupon they will use their beak to break into the victim's skull and dig their legs into the victim's upper torso.
Definitely bone harrowing. Don't like it.
Yeah, pretty
don't
not
like-
good. Not good.
I don't
Not
like bug
good.
creatures though.
Yeah, and it's called a head crab. Like already the name is just like, ugh. And there's different ones. There's like
Yeah.
armored ones, poison ones.
Yeah.
No thanks.
Most
I'm
parasites
good.
I do not like. No, thank you.
We'll swiftly move on to the next one then, because this will be your favorite,
Which is ugh.
which is what are they called? Face huggers. A good old face hug.
Nah.
Wraps its tail around your neck and strangles you.
Is the next thing the alien?
Following the face hugger, yeah.
I'll bring him out too. Ugh, this punt combo. I don't know how much I fully like the face hugger. I don't think the alien really needed it. I think the alien was already pretty OP. That's my two
Well,
cents
no,
on the
this is
franchise.
how they exist though, and this is how they become stronger. Because depending on what the egg is put in, they become even more powerful.
Yeah, but don't they have their own little mouth thing they can do? I can't quite remember. It's been a minute since I watched the original.
What do
Aliens,
you- what do you
too, 'cause It actually
mean?
does creep me out.
What,
original
the
Aliens, I'm gonna put in
xenomorph?
Spine shiver.
Or the
Yeah.
well, they just have a secondary mouth inside them that they use to like stab people. Like it's not really like doing anything.
Okay, for some reason I thought they could get you with that too, so it has to be face hug then to put the egg in then.
Yeah. You have to get so a face hugger comes from a so the queen xenomorph, when a queen is formed, they lay an egg, and from the egg hatches a face hugger, which then seeks the nearest organic like creature it can find, and then latches to it, sends in an egg so a full xenomorph can be reproduced.
Okay. I feel like there's one spin-off movie where they kind of mess that up, I think, just to quicken the scene and make it a scary scene. I think they kind of messed that up, so I got like a false idea. I have one in ass clenching and spine shivering, but it grosses me out so much. I think they both get spine shivering. I do not like it.
I feel like the
one
the egg thing and
One
like
of the
implanting it in
things,
you and then
ugh.
you're gonna have it burst out of your chest. Actually, yeah, I think both Xenomorph and the face hugger get spine shivering. I think those two fates are pretty terrible. I do not want that to happen.
I don't
I
like
don't
any
care. It's a
about it.
little
I
guy
like the way it
fry.
looks. I like
Stomp
the
them
way-
all or
I
burn
like
them
the
all with a
way- I
flamethrower.
don't like the way it I don't like the way it reproduces. I don't like to fight it. Like it's bugged like nature.
I like that it's stealthy and
I like
also
nothing
very
about
visual,
this.
and also the fact that when it is coming from a human has like higher intelligence than us because it uses that to build upon itself even further. Like no. Well, that's how in
Its
one
blood is acid.
that one movie is like one was born from a predator. Like that one is truly
Yeah.
horrifying.
In some ways, I kind of like the sleek design they got of it, and like in DBD, even though I'm not the best.
Oh,
at it,
yeah,
I'd
they're
like to
super
play it,
sleek.
'cause, like you're like look at me on
Pet
all
them with
fours. It's
fire.
so funny. I'm gonna get my prey. So it's kind of fun in that way. But whenever I actually watch the actual movie or think about it, it's so gross and so
The
creepy.
the chest burster part I think is almost worse.
Yeah, it's like its reproduction part is like what makes it truly ugh, for me. Because if it was
Yeah,
just a
it
creature that was
sucks.
hard to kill, like a werewolf, it'd be weird. But like, it's also all the stuff that goes with it.
Not great.
I was just like, no.
Definitely better
It makes it
days.
such a bad body horror thing. Because one thing if it just ate you.
Oh yeah, it freaked out.
It's just
It actually freaked out
terrible.
my mom, like the whole chest bursting thing, because she saw it in theaters. And, oh god, she fucking she was pregnant when she watched it. Yeah, it freaked her out a bit. Needless to say.
Yeah.
Oh
I
no.
don't need this. I don't need this body horror.
Yeah, she wasn't too pleased.
She made the wrong choice.
That she
That
did.
does lead us in to Predator.
Yeah, Predator.
Where do I put Predator?
It
Y'all know
depends
he's
on
a
the
great
predator.
hunter. That's true. Like what tech he has, what his actual senses are, has changed throughout years in canon.
Although their face is pretty freaky when they don't have armor on, that's for sure.
It is.
Ugly face.
And they are strong, have a lot of prowess, even without tech.
Yeah, predators are actually awesome. I mean, they wouldn't respect, I would say, most humans in modern day because we're not proper hunters like they are.
Yeah.
They really are like a warrior race, kind of like they're
I
kind of
hope
like
they could
the
stop
alien
being
Spartans.
Assholes. They'd be kind of cool, but they're assholes. So-
Oh my god, Fry. But if you
Um,
didn't have chest bursters, you wouldn't have one of my
What a
favorite
bone
scenes in
Harry.
Spaceballs.
Oh no.
God damn it. Yeah, worthy sacrifice to have them in existence, eh? Just for that scene. Yeah, Predator, I don't know.
Predator and
Creeping
bone
chill.
harrowing,
Yeah,
or
I
creeping
guess.
chill, one of the two.
It depends of what side they're on. I would like even if they're helping me, I'd still be
True.
kind of creeped out by them.
Also, which version you're going off of, because I like to go off the original version sometimes for them, which means they have some flaws, and Arnold could beat them. The Arnie could
True.
beat them, but
Bone
depends on which
harrowing
version
if it's
you're going
Arnie.
off
If I'm going
of.
from the first movie alone, it's probably bone harrowing. Because like
Or,
they
like,
the invisibility, hunting you down. I'm not Arnold, so I don't have
Yeah.
the strength to.
I could see them having a range depending on how you feel about them. I'm just gonna keep them bone herring for me. So personally, but
Okay.
if you want to put them in chills,
Well, here comes a weird one. The
Do I
Thing.
recognize this one? The Thing. Oh, that one changes into other things, right? I don't think I fully watched.
It
that
changes
movie
into
either,
other
or I'm getting it
people
mixed
and
up,
like.
But I do know it changes.
It's like a body snatcher in a sense where it like will turn into someone else and
Yes.
kill the original. And then like eventually there'll be no one left and you're like questioning who's who, do you trust anyone? It's actually a pretty terrifying concept. I put it in ass clencher. Just cause one, it's horrifying looking when it comes into that form you see in the picture here. I mean it's just like like this weird little insectoid man face.
Yeah. I forget.
Crawling
who's
on the
getting got in
wall.
end.
Honestly,
Like,
I
exact,
don't think
like,
you know.
Power level.
I think that's the point of the
Okay.
thing is you don't know if the thing is dead or if it lived. Because you
I
don't
haven't
know
watched
if
it in
who's
so long.
faking
I
it
might
or
put
not.
it in bone
Yeah.
harrowing, but I could be wrong.
I'm gonna put an ass
I feel
clenching
like it
because
is
because of
killable, but I
the
agree. If you don't know,
it's
the
not that it's
mystery.
killable for me is the issue. It's the fact that you don't know who it's cloning. Like it could fool you. It's
True.
like the paranoia it causes by being able to shapeshift. I think that is really what makes the thing a truly terrifying monster.
Yeah, I'll leave it in bone harrowing just because I haven't watched it in a minute. I'm not getting a good vibe for it, so I'm not.
No good vibe.
Maybe-
Fair enough.
Maybe I'm doing it a disservice, but that's where I'm gonna leave it.
That's fine.
But yeah, the body snatcher could be really strong. I think what body it gets to snatch.
Oh yes, this one you left in the Little Shop of Horrors, I think.
Yeah, Audrey too.
Yeah.
Another just showman villain.
Magnificent villain is what it is.
Yeah.
Although I didn't get very scared of it, I thought it was pretty hilarious. Dreadful menace. Because I wouldn't want to interact with
Yeah.
it.
Creeping Chills or Dreadful Menace. I'm not sure how much of the movies or the original like movie or play thing you've seen.
Aubrey 2, best girl, yeah, Fry.
Yeah, Audrey too. Because Audrey 2 starts off as a wee baby plant that he just this down his luck kid happens to find. But the only food that seems to make it happy is blood.
How do you know what makes a plant happy in the first place?
Well, people like to come see it, and he's desperate to keep it alive, so he's like, what makes it happy? And he happens to nick himself, and the plant goes, Adam.
She
I don't know
tells
if people
you
do it without doing
die.
the mouth.
The mouth
He starts
movement.
doing the little mouth movement at him, and he's like, "Huh?" And so it happens. I think does he put his finger in there, or he lets it drink it, and so he sees that that's the one thing that makes it grow. So that's how he figures it out. And then eventually, as it gets bigger, it does outright tell him. And of course, at first, it encourages him to kill the dentist and people who bully him. He doesn't really like doing it, but it ends up happening. And he feeds it to Audrey, and of course, he regrets that.
Nah.
Because it continues to grow bigger and grows multiple heads.
That's good.
Yeah. I believe it depends on the version of the movie. But I believe in the end, it might get his girlfriend because she just doesn't care anymore, so she gets fed to it. But it also might grow more and be able to sprout more, so it's actually now attacking all of America. Like it's that big of a menace.
Fry says,
So-
really, she's not that horrifying without Seymour.
True, if you don't help it grow, and well, that's the other thing too, is eventually I think, do they clone it or are there multiples of it? So again, other people start growing them too, and so there's so many that get so big
Oh,
that it's an
God.
issue. So if you get to the end point, pretty creepy to have multiple gigantic building-sized piranha plants, but as a whale baby, it's not that bad. So yeah,
I'll move that into creeping
how
chills.
do you feel about
now.
Audrey? Yeah.
This one will
Yeah,
be
I can see
probably
it
a
spread.
quick next one. It is the
Yeah. Ooh.
basilisk from Harry Potter, or just the concept of like a giant snake,
Giant snake.
a snake.
So in this, it's a basilisk too. So I forget. Does it also have what powers does it have exactly?
It's like,
Other than
well,
being a
yeah, it
snake,
can be
am I-
like it can Medusa you,
That's what I thought. It could turn people to stone, right? Okay.
or just kill them outright if you look them in the eye. I think.
Yeah. I can't remember how it worked in Harry Potter versus other things.
It also has extremely
That's a
lethal
pretty
venom.
Cool but creepy. Yeah. Okay. Monster. I know sometimes they're bigger or larger. This
It's
one
also
is, like, a
magic
giant
resistant.
snack. That would freak me out a lot because it's not. It's like magical, super poisonous. In this case, it's very large.
Oh yeah, it sucks.
And while I can respect and find snakes pretty, I don't really want to fight a large one. That freaks me out. So where would I put this?
I threw it in creeping chills for me because I'm not as terrified
Honestly-
of snakes, but it's pretty bad. Maybe bone herring, maybe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of bone herring. or
Maybe it is
chills.
bone herring. Because if I was facing that thing, I'd probably lose.
Yeah.
And I saw it coming at me, it would be horrifying. The next one is kind
Full
of
powers
related.
and- Okay, yeah. Oh, is it
Shelob.
But it's Shelob. I did a deep dive of Shelob lore. Crazy.
There's a lot of it, isn't it? Isn't there?
I know. I know this is probably asked like Sheena for you hate spiders.
Oh yeah, Shelob goes straight into the ass clenching territory, if not spine shivering. I hate Shelob. I hate all the giant spiders. They can all die in a fucking volcano pit.
I'm trying to remember of all of like Shelob's powers and her domain. I feel like she's definitely creepy. I feel like could she just be creepy to me, chills, or would she be ass clenching? I'm trying to think. In her
Not
domain,
worse,
probably
girl.
Definitely ass clenching.
You're not lying there, Fry. Definitely worse, girl.
Hey, she just needs a nice snack, and she's tired of orcs. And two fat plump hobbits came up. Okay, not her fault.
Yeah, is it not
It
her
is Gollum who
fault?
leads them that way because you really are supposed to avoid her area, but unfortunately they're too dumb. They don't know.
Well, the thing is well, even
ignorant, I should say,
Gollum
really.
was leading them there even before he wanted to kill them because it's the only other way to sneak into Mordor. Although there may be a safer path to try and avoid her, like around the area.
I know she's kind of like. I forget all her powers exactly. I know she is like one of the last creatures from a much greater creature.
Yeah, the original
pretty
creature
tough for
that
normal
destroyed
people.
the like world tree in the west. That not Moloch. Oh crap! It's not Sauron's like a henchman for this guy. It starts with an M. Morgoth, I think. Morgoth was the
Yeah.
original villain of the world there, and
And I know that original spider creature thing had way more powers.
Oh,
She
yeah,
still
it
was
was
pretty tough for, like, a
terrifying.
normal person, but
no, the other one doesn't even.
Clenching or just chills.
She loves like one of her children. Oh, Ungoliant. Yes, thank you. Ungoliant was used by
Yes.
Morgoth to do a lot of bad shit. But even Morgoth eventually started losing control, and I think he killed her, like tricked her and killed her through a trick. Because Ungoliant was very powerful. Thank you, Fry. But yeah, no,
She's
very
painfully
terrifying.
gone. I can't quite remember. Probably. The deep dive of the lore, I forget. Jeez,
And I think
excuse
Shelob is
me.
one of the last of her brood, of Ungoliant's brood.
Yeah. trying to think where I want to put her. 'Cause a giant spider, like, I'm not always as scared of spiders, but I can be. But then, like, a giant one, especially in its lair, would be pretty freaky. With her.
Oh,
like,
she was the
sleep
last.
stinger
She is the
has.
last Evangelion. Which probably explains why Shelob is actually like exceptionally powerful compared to other spiders.
I feel like I should be more scared of her, but in the movie I'm not overly. Maybe it's because I
You're
think
crazy.
Fear. I don't know. I'm trying to think. Maybe I should at least put her bone harrowing next to
They
the
don't really
Basilisk.
beat her. They just kind of get her to go away.
True. You're right. I'll put her bone harrowing.
And even Frodo doesn't get her to go away. He gets fucking nailed by her and wrapped in a cocoon. So
Yeah.
no thanks.
And they have a lot of babies. They can like swarm you and everything.
The
in Lord of the Rings. That's pretty freaky.
No.
That's pretty freaky.
All right,
So-
last two,
I
and
would
they're
like that.
they're a
That'd be
pretty
no
weird
loss.
combo. But we've got Godzilla and the Gray Aliens, which I do actually feels kind of funny because I put them here because I've seen them in other lists, but I don't really feel either of them deserve to be as a horror or villain. Although I know he's a monster, but Godzilla's too cool.
Some people do feel the original Godzilla is kind of a horror villain, but I agree it's kind of a weird genre, really.
Although if I saw him, I would clench my ass. I mean, I know I'm.
That's what I'm
screwed.
saying. No matter how derpy the actual version, even the old version, is, if you know what he technically can do, he would be ass clenching to spine shivering. Especially if you have no like boat guns to fight him with or something, it'd be pretty bad. Pretty terrifying.
There we go. My tier list is finalized. I already threw them
You
in.
put him in ass clenching. Where did you put Godzilla?
I put Godzilla in ass clenching just because, I mean, I would. I mean, come on. Especially if you saw his beam, like, go off nearby.
Mhm.
You'd be like, Not, and I think this isn't brought up enough, but radiation poisoning from his beam is probably a likely thing, too.
Yeah. And he's just a big ass dino thing. He can just crush you too. You really have to have something
Just
to fight
step
back,
on you.
Which I guess humans eventually do, but like it'd be pretty hard, especially depending on the version of Godzilla.
Yes,
It's really hard to beat
yeah, the
him.
version, like, again, even in Minus Zero, where it's strictly humans versus him, like, you saw, like, it was pretty fucking tough. And he even still is
Yeah.
not, like, totally gone, because his regeneration powers are insane.
Yeah, and he got the cell into somebody else. The Great Aliens, unless you spin me a certain story, I guess, is there a certain like lore you're going off of? Because if you don't spin me a certain story, you're just going to freakish failures.
I
and
threw him in
dreadful
because, like, a lot of
mysteries.
people do, but I threw them into freakish
I
failures.
can see why. Because there are stories about aliens that you can make really gross and freaky.
Well,
but
sure.
sort of like,
But
But
I
just
feel
looking at
like
them, I'm not
they
that
just
scared.
they sit in the failure
there's even
category.
derpy stories of them.
Oh yeah, 100%. If you did you ever play
So I have
like
to
there's
know
like these
which-
really old games, Area 51 games, where they kind of made them like a horror,
Yeah.
but that was as close as it got for me, and even then I wasn't that afraid of them, to be honest.
I mean, they have crazy technology, anal probing.
Well, you think aliens would have, but why would they? But why?
creepy
I want to ask, like, why would
but-
why would aliens need to anal probe us?
I don't know. All the stories and the people who believe they're abducted, or like
You're
one
kind of
guy
right
who
on that,
thought-
Fry. The scariest ones are
wife.
the South Park ones. He's kind of right on that
They only
one.
respect cow. They only respect cow. They want a mania and the June of the what of the spring. I like to see it. Whatever that song is. Oh my god. I remember that.
Exactly.
So yeah, I'd have to really know which version. Overall, I'd probably only put them in menace or failures. I'm gonna put them in failures because oftentimes they're just derpy. They can be cute in stories. Really.
Yeah,
depends
I
what you do
usually
with
think
them.
they're kind of derpy, even when they're supposed to be menacing. So I kind of don't feel much about them at all, other than they're derp. Although they do have a wide range of
Yeah.
behavior,
True.
according to whoever.
Conspiracy theories and
There is my final tier list, so I'll quickly go through mine. You
Yeah,
can go through
we
yours. So
did it.
Well, I'll go through each grade, then you go through it too. So spine shivering, I got Freddy. Well, maybe we'll go reverse. So we go through the worst and then get to the best. So freakish failures, I've got
Okay.
Slappy, Ghostface, Leatherface, Chucky, Slimer, Emily from Corpse Bride, Jennifer's Body, the Death's Angel fucking sound monsters, Frankenstein, and the Greys.
Okay, I think we're pretty similar. We'll have some differences. I have Chucky, Slimer, Emily, the Corpse Bride, Slappy. I did put Jennifer Bodies here too, but I still feel mixed on if she should be a menace. Frankenstein and the Greys.
Okay. Yeah, I think you could probably move Jennifer's Body up to Menace. I just particularly didn't like the movies or care for the
Yeah,
villain.
it depends on how I feel.
So for Dreadful Menace, I have the following. I've got Annabelle, Megan, Sweeney Todd, Pearl, Michael Myers, Carrie, Tiffany, Addams Family, Marshmallow Man, Leprechaun, Hocus Pocus, Creature of the Black Lagoon, and Oogie Boogie.
All right. I have Sweeney Todd, Pearl, Leatherface, Michael Myers, Carrie, Tiffany, Addams Family, the Marshmallow Man, Leprechaun, Annabelle, Megan, Freddy from FNAF, the Hocus Pocus sisters, the Creature from the Black Lagoon, the
Oh, weird. I didn't even see
Silent
Freddy
Place
on my
creature?
list. What?
oh no, did you
What
get
happened?
lost?
What happened to you,
Silent Place
Freddy?
creature, Oogie Boogie, the devil, and that Vantiel from Silent Hill.
Oh, in Dreadful Menace category?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, maybe I don't know. I don't see his picture at all now. Did
Can you
Freddy?
go to the
Oh no, there
side?
it is. Oh, he's in Creeping Chills. There he is. Never mind. I was just missing him.
Okay.
Freddy Fazbear, Fry. Okay. So Creeping Chills for me is Jason, the Huntress lady, the janitor from Little Nightmares, Terminator, Christine, Krampus, twin victims from Silent Hill, Freddy, the mouse witch lady. I cannot remember her name. Nosferatu, Dracula, the classic Dracula, werewolves, the newer It, the Creep Show monster in a box, Slender Man, the Pale Man, Satan, and Audrey. Satan and Audrey sitting together.
I have Creeping Chills, Ghostface, the Huntress, the guy from the Outlast game. I'm forgetting his name.
Oh, Chris, yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, Chris. I have the guy from the Little Nightmares, the long arm man.
Yeah, janitor.
Yeah.
The janitor.
There we go. Jason, Christine, the car, Nun, Krampus, the twin baby thing
The
from Silent
nun.
Hill,
Damn.
the High Witch or whatever from The Witches, classic Dracula, Nosferatu, It, the new It, the Gorilla in the Box, Venom, Slender Man, the Pale Man, and then Audrey. And a few of these I
see.
struggled exactly where to place them, but from the vibe in our discussion, that's where they got placed.
I still argue that Venom should be higher, mostly because you're not Spider-Man with super strength fighting him, who struggles.
True. I'm just like too blindsided also by Derpy Cute
Fair,
Venom. That's probably a
fair.
problem. And then a few of these like I didn't play myself, so I was going off your description.
True.
I feel like mixing
Well,
with vampires
play or
too.
read.
I have to
Oh, I see what you
play
mean.
on the
Yeah,
version.
yeah.
Yeah, so some of these I admit could go up or down.
bone harrowing. I got Here's Johnny. And then Chris from Outlast, then the Keeper from Evil Within, Bagul from Sinister, the Babadook, the Nun, the Ito chick, I can't remember her name.
Yeah, Tomie.
Yeah, Tomie, Meg from Legend, the creepy ass hag, Freak Night Vampires, Dracula from Van Helsing, Mr. X, Vecna, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, Venom, Valtiel, Head Crabs, Predator, and then the Basilisk.
All right. I also have Here's Johnny. I have what's his name from Silent Hill? The
Keeper.
the guy who pops out at you. Yeah. And then the other one, the
Bagul?
Evil Within character.
Oh no, Evil Within is the Keeper. What are you talking about before?
Okay. The one who pops out and says you're part of the family.
Oh, Jack. Yeah, Jack. Mhm.
Yeah, I have that Jack. But partially off your description and how I felt the vibe off them as I didn't fully play those.
Yeah.
And then I have the Terminator, the original OG Terminator, Bagul, the Babadook, Tomie, Meg, Fright Night Vampire, and the Van Helsing Vampire. I think off of your persuading. 'Cause I felt so mixed about the vampires.
I know it's hard.
The werewolf went into this category for me because I know werewolves just used to be a spook for me, and I'm trying to rep their badassery. Okay.
Yeah.
And then, off your description, what's the detective
Mr.
guy
X.
from Mr. X? Yes. And then, again, partially off your convincing the Jeepers Creepers guy,
Mhm.
and also the clowns from outer space, the head crabs, Predator, the Thing, the Basilisk, and Shelob.
Oh, Shelob. Okay. And then for me on ass clenching, I have Jack up there, Pyramid Head, Samara, Nemesis, Jeepers Creepers, original version of It, The Thing, Shelob, and Godzilla.
Yeah, I have Pyramid Head, Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street.
Oh, I
Jeez.
see.
Sadako from The Ring, the Nemesis guy, as far as I remember him, Vecna, the original It, Hellraiser, and Godzilla.
Okay. And then for me, spine shivering, I've got Freddy Krueger. I've got The Grudge. Oh god, my brain is... They want to eat my brain. My brain's
the
blanking.
Facehuggers alien.
No. Well, yeah, those two.
Mind Flayer.
Mind Flayer, thank you. I also have the face hugger and the xenomorph, but then also I have Pinhead up there because I feel like they are absolutely one of the craziest fates you could absolutely ever endure.
True. I feel like there's maybe one or two that go down, but maybe a few that can raise up now that I'm looking at the whole list. But
There we go. It only took
True.
us like 5 hours,
yeah.
nearly 6 hours to do it.
yeah, see on the top I have the Grudge, Mind Flayer, and Alien Man, and Facehugger as well. So yeah.
Tier lists definitely take time. Jesus, this is my first time
I
doing
feel like
one.
we weren't even going that crazy on it.
No, we weren't.
And we needed to explain to each other a little bit, so
Which is fine.
yeah.
But yeah, fun.
3 hours the most.
I thought it would be like 3 to 4 hours. Yeah, and then not so
I'll
much.
brush up. Next year we'll change out some villains and maybe some concepts, and I'll brush up on the villains maybe before.
Yeah, and we're definitely gonna rewatch.
It's
We're
fun.
gonna watch Jeepers Creepers for sure. That's on the list. We're gonna watch
Yeah.
Little Shop Horrors because I don't remember that. We're gonna watch Ghostbusters because we can. I'm trying to think of any other of the movies. Pinhead, I would like to watch more Hellraiser stuff.
Yeah.
And maybe the Babadook. I don't know how your interest on that one is, but I think you might like that one.
Yeah. I feel like some of the these I could probably watch together with somebody at least once.
Yeah.
I'll make you watch some of the more of the Junji Ito things.
Oh yeah, all those. Yeah, I mean his art style is pretty
At
good.
least
So.
once. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the drawing for it's actually really nice for how freaky everything is.
Very detailed.
And some games I
oriented.
clearly need to play as well.
Yeah, clearly.
Oh, stretch.
I know. Oh my goodness.
We were gonna go
Alright.
into gaming, but man, did we ramble.
Yeah, we rambled a lot today. I'm probably gonna call my stream there. I don't know if Una's gonna
he's
continue.
call. I may call it there, and maybe I'll come back for some game, but I'd have to think about what, or if I maybe just want to.
You want to take a break and see how you
I had-
feel? Because I was thinking we could just play games tomorrow,
I did
maybe.
plan. Yeah, I was planning for maybe to go at least in 1 more hour, but especially if I was playing multiplayer with Othaya, but maybe I'll just save it if we're all tuckered out and just do some other things.
All right. Well, let me do
The
my
spooks
sign
got
off
to-
then. Yeah, the spooks.
Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. Those of you who stopped by throughout the day, I really appreciate it. Okay, Fry. Thanks for stopping by. I really do. Really means a lot. So I hope you enjoyed listening to us ramble a bit about these characters, and I hope you have a good rest of your Halloween, even if it is just a normal day. And I hope to see you tomorrow because I probably will be playing some Wilds on PC because the beta is starting. Actually, it just started about 16 minutes ago on PC. So. But yeah, thanks you guys for watching. I really appreciate it. And I think that'll be all for me today. And I'm going to be in now. Bye-bye.